Capital One Arena here in Washington, D.C. We are live for the Field of 68's coverage for Atlantic 10 Media Day. Rob Dawson here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. You see those two empty seats over there to Goodman's right. They are going to be filled by a coach and a player from every single team that is here in D.C. for Media Day. We're going to be starting with Davidson and Matt McKillop and Connor Coquera here in about 10 minutes. You probably can see behind us on the screen over here where we have their press conferences back there. Davidson just finished the press conference. They're heading to get some pictures done. They're heading to get some of the other Media Day stuff that you got to do with these events. But Jeff, I'm fired up, man.
Can I get my pictures done?
We don't want that.
No pictures.
No. They didn't pay the photographers enough to have to put up with you. No, but I'm excited. I'm excited about.
Because it's a home, kind of a home game for you. It's not that far. It's in D.C. They moved it. It's been in Brooklyn the last couple of years, but the league office moved to D.C. We got the poll here. We got the preseason poll right here, and you want to guess who's number one?
I can guess who's number one. VCU.
VCU is number one. They return a lot, and Ryan Odom in year 2 will have the target on his back, Robert. And Dayton at number 2, no surprise there. You know, those are kind of the traditional powers, right? Mm-hmm. Those are the ones with the most resources, and right now, resources mean everything because resources mean NIL.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at this poll right now, we have VCU in first place, Dayton in second, St. Joe's in third, St. Louis all the way down in fourth. Josh Schertz, Robbie Avila, a new regime there in St. Louis with the Billikens. I would have expected them to be a little bit higher, to be honest with you, with some of the pieces they have coming back and some of the pieces that they have coming in and the success that we know Josh Schertz has had. I mean, look, there's an argument to be made that Robbie Avila is going to be the best player in the league, right? They have 2 players on the first team preseason all-conference team, and they're picked 4th in the league. That one was a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but, you know, the people who are voting in the league don't know Robbie Avila. They don't know Josh Schertz and how good a coach he is. There's some unfamiliarity with a lot of the players they brought in. Brand new coach, you know, a lot of different faces. The beauty of it for Josh Schertz is that he was able to retain 3 key players from the Travis Ford era and bring in 2 guys that he's coached before. So basically there are 5 guys that either know him or the program.
Yeah, the other takeaway I had is that whoever is sitting here thinking that UMass is going to finish 9th in this league.
Yeah. I can't wait to ask Frank Martin about that.
Yeah, he likes his team. We just saw him earlier. He likes his team.
Here's what I will say. 810 Media Day is going to be phenomenal. We're going to get a lot of information. We're going to entertain. And you're going to want to be here. I don't know what time. I'm going to look right now what time UMass and Frank Martin is coming by. But trust me, you're going to want to be here for that. It's 10:45 till 11. It will be the Frank Martin roast. I promise you.
If you want to know a little bit behind the scenes here, Frank and Rasul Diggins just walked in. And Frank came up to us and was like, talking to Jeff and talking about how he and his wife might go down to Charleston to visit Jeff while Jeff is homeless down there. And Goodman says, I have some dirt on you. And Frank goes, wait, is that why you were texting my wife? So, look, we got good stuff on Frank Martin. I can promise you that. We'll also be joined by Matt McCall in that segment, which that'll be fun.
Former UMass
coach
with current UMass coach. Yeah, we're going to talk to Anthony Grant. McCall's going to join us for about an hour of the show as well. And listen, this is one of those media days we've done. This is the first one we ever did. Mm-hmm. You know, so we're going to be here every year until they tell us not to show up. But
can I give you I think it might be a hot take, but an overarching take here.
What's that?
The guard play in this conference is unbelievable this year.
Really good.
You know, as I was going through and kind of prepping for this and going through the rosters and reminding myself who transferred where and who is on what team, I'm not going to lie to you, I'd completely forgotten that Posh Alexander was on Dayton's roster until about a week ago.
Yeah.
But Posh, who was a guy that was one of the best defenders in the Big East, played 4 years with St. John's and Butler, is a second-team all-conference guy here. because look at these other guards that are
Really
in front
good.
of him on the
Really
all-league
good.
list.
I know.
Eric Reynolds, stud.
Yes.
Des Watson turned into a stud last year for Loyola. Gibson Jimerson might be like the second or third best player on that St. Louis team this season. Max Schulg is back. Darius Maddox at George Mason. You got Xavier Brown, St. Joseph's. Best thing about freshmen is they become sophomores. He's going to make a leap this year. VCU's got 3 guys in their backcourt that are really, really, really good. And that's to say nothing of the guy we were just talking about, Rasul Diggins.
No, it's loaded. You know, and again, this is a league that obviously has to fight some of those high majors for retention. And I think they've done a pretty good job of that this year with NIL. We also get to welcome back an alum, a Field of 68 alum today. Archie Miller coming back here. Year 3 at URI now. Can he make a jump?
He feels – I think he's a little bit happier with his team this year.
I
think he's excited about where they are.
Yep.
Some of it is the retention. Some of it is that they are bringing players back who had already left. What do you call those? Boomerang transfers? We need a name for those kind of transfers.
Yeah, you did it right there.
Boomerang transfers.
Sure.
The other one that people love to say is they call them Marfos, because remember Kevin Marfo?
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
No. You don't like the Marfo?
No.
I like boomerang transfers.
Boomerang transfers.
No, but he's got a boomerang transfer coming in. We'll talk about that when he gets down here. But I think he likes his team as well. Like, everybody loves their team.
No,
right
not
now.
everybody. That's not true.
That's true. Not
Trust me,
everybody
I've
does.
heard plenty of coaches tell me this time
Fair
of year,
enough.
our team sucks.
Fair enough.
I hate my team already. So I haven't heard that yet today. That's a good thing. And, again, some of these coaches, it's kind of the beauty of some of these guys, too. There's not a lot of BS coaches here. You know, you got Frank Martin, you got Archie Miller. We're going to start off with Matt McKillop here in a sec, and Connor, and, you know, not a lot of BSing going on over here. So.
We have Connor Coquero. You might as well come sit down, man. Wait for your coach. He's a little late. Wherever you want to
You
sit.
can sit right here. What's up, Connor?
It's your world,
All right.
Connor. We're just living
Good
in it.
to
How
see
you
you.
doing, man? We are live. Those mics are hot.
Yep.
So if you want to say something crazy, don't say it yet. Wait until we're
At
done.
Davidson, they're told not to say anything crazy. All right. Actually, you don't even have to tell them that. They already know not to say anything crazy, right? There's no bulletin board material that ever comes out of Davidson, is there?
That's right. We're making your job tough.
No, that's very true. Trust me. When I get Frank Martin here, it's a whole lot easier. Just let him go. Right? I don't even have to ask a question. Matt, what's been the big – last year, obviously, you came off a little bit of a difficult year. For you guys especially, because normally you can score. You can score,
Yeah.
you can shoot. Last year wasn't a typical year for Davidson in that regard. Obviously, you had some injuries as well. What did you focus on? Was that the biggest thing in the offseason? And obviously the other part is you don't have grad school, so you can't go the grad transfer route.
Well, I feel like our players were terrific during the season last year through struggles. And, like, we were, you know, you talk about the close losses we had, but, like, as the season went on, our net ranking was going up because we were beating the predictive stats, and the Ken Pom ranking was going up. Our players were getting better, and we were playing well enough to show that we were improving, but you're never rewarded with the win. So we had to do everything towards the end of the year to help not convince our guys to just make sure they were seeing that, because they're not seeing it on the scoreboard at the end of the game, but like, hey, we are getting better. And then we go to the Atlantic 10 tournament, and Fordham outplayed us, and we had a double-digit lead. We lose in overtime. Grant Huffman gets a concussion, And this is all, you mentioned offense. David Skogman's injury made us have to play a little different offensively, but really made us focus on the defensive side of the game. I don't think our off-season approach was any different than any other year. Like, we're just going to get better individually. We're going to, as a coaching staff, look at some things that we struggled with last year and how we can change that, whether it's hiding our weaknesses or utilizing our strengths better. I think it's we're going to see in a close scrimmage soon if any of this looks as good as we think it looks. Exactly. But we walk out. I use this phrase to our staff. Like, I walked out with chills today. Like, I couldn't believe how well we played and the things that our players are doing. Hopefully, it's all that off-season work individually. Hopefully, it's the effort that our coaches put in with our players and getting together and trying to strategize. How can we remain as strong defensively as we were, but also get back to the team that we know we can be offensively.
Yeah. Connor, you kind of put things together towards the end of last season, right? I think you averaged, was it 18 over your last 11 games? Mm-hmm. How do you carry that momentum into this season, and where have you taken another leap in the work that you've done this summer?
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, the end of last season was great for me. I think with Dave going down, as we mentioned earlier, it really opened up some opportunities for me on the offensive end, just naturally. We needed to get things going. There was more opportunities for me to get shots, for me to make plays for my teammates. The ball was just in my hands a little bit more. And I think I took advantage of that opportunity. Over this offseason, I definitely think my shooting percentage was something that I wanted to increase. From 3, it was respectable, but not great. And I think this offseason, I've really been focused on getting that to a great percentage where I'm just a knockdown three-point shooter. And I think that'll really open up the floor, not only for me, but for a lot of my teammates as well.
Yeah, because it was interesting. Last year, you normally think of a Davidson team, and it's like they run this beautiful offense, and they make a whole bunch of threes, and you guys kind of win games with your defense, right? Like, that's not – is that how you drew it up? Is that the plan when you
No, we wanted to make those threes. We did. I think we took more threes like percentage-wise. We took more threes last year than the year before. Our percentage was lower, and we – just talk about one guy in particular. Bobby Durkin is a heck of a player, and he started the season so hot. And as a freshman, you hit that lull or you hit that wall. And not to say that Bobby wasn't still playing great, but watching the film at the end of the year, you see some games that we were right there. Man, we got that great look, whether it was for Connor or for Bobby or for Hunter Adam. And I know I've seen those guys make that shot every day. So it was never okay. We have to change to being a defensive-minded team. After David's absence in those first few games, we realized how good we were getting defensively, and we kind of had to hang our hat on that. And as coaches, I didn't do a good enough job of finding different ways to score offensively. We reverted to a lot of ball screen game with Grant Huffman, and it was good enough to be that close. But this year, I think the group we have, the talent we have, some of the changes we've made, I think that gap is going to be closed in terms of just being close.
Connor, how frustrating was that? Because I looked it up. You guys were 3-10 in games decided by 5 points or less, and you lost 4 games that went to overtime. It's not like the gap between you guys and the top of the conference was all that big. It was probably like 10 possessions across the entire season. How difficult was it to kind of deal with that throughout the year?
And that is what made it so frustrating. It definitely was. There's points this season, and it happens to every team where you hit a lull or you go through a losing streak. But for us, when you're that close and you've been putting in the work in the gym and practice and everything's been going great and you think you deserve to get those wins, it's difficult to keep a positive mindset. But I think our team did a really good job of that. And the coaches did a great job of helping us to understand how close we really were, and everyone understood how much better we were getting, and hopefully that'll continue on, and those lessons from those close losses that we've had last year, hopefully we could use those to then get wins this year.
So how will you play differently? Obviously without Huffman, you're going to play different, and we saw that a little bit, but, in point guard wise, you're going to have a different face there as well.
Yeah, and we're still figuring that out, but what we're figuring out is we've got a lot of guys that can play point guard, whether they're point guards or not. Connor even being one of those. I don't know if Connor's played a rep at point guard in 4 years of college, but he's doing some things in practice every day that says we're going to trust the ball in his hands, as we are with several of our freshmen and several guys who didn't play much minutes last year. You could talk about Mike Loughnane, who from Boston, and he has made an incredible jump from probably could and should have played more last season as a freshman, but he looks terrific right now, and a guy that we can trust with the ball in his hands, as well as 2 of our other freshmen. As far as what we'll do differently, we are trying to allow our offense to take advantage of the playmaking of our big men, playing with the ball in their hands at the high post, which then makes, I think, our guards able to utilize handoffs. Maybe we don't have that ball screen user like Grant Huffman, but we got perimeter players that are really good in different types of actions with the ball in their hands, and they're all really good decision makers. So it may not look super different. I think there's some subtle changes that we're seeing, but we're seeing it look very, very strong right now. It's great to feel good on, was it the 7th, October 7th? It's great to feel good on
October. Feel good now.
Yeah.
If you don't feel good now, you're in trouble.
When there was one point, I think it was last year, I was like, we can't pass and we can't shoot. Like, in the preseason, and this is an offense that's based on passing and shooting. But right now we have and we have a lot of newcomers that their best talent is shot making. We have improved shot making, and Sean Logan and Reed Bailey are shooting the ball at a very high clip. But I think the characteristics of a Davidson offense in terms of personnel that's really successful, I think we have it.
Bobby Durkin. You mentioned him a little bit earlier. Have you seen him taking a step forward? I mean, I know he made some big shots for you guys this past season.
I'll let Connor give his thoughts, and then I'll be happy to share mine.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm guarding him every day. I'm playing with him every day, so it's easy.
Is that why
for me
he looks
to
so
see.
good?
I hope not.
That's a good point.
No, but he's looked great, and you see all the hard work that he puts in the offseason. I mean, every time I'm coming to the gym, he's on the gun, he's getting shots up, he's working with a coach. You know, you could tell he really wants it, and he had a great freshman year. But he also realizes that there's steps that his game can take to take him to the next level. And he's been making those steps. He's been making shots. He's improved offensively and defensively, too. He's got a great knack on defense for the ball. You know, he's got long arms. He's getting his hands on a lot of passes. So really both sides of the ball. It's been great to see, and I think he's going to be an asset for us this year.
Yeah, I'm glad Connor mentioned his defense. Sean Logan and Reed Bailey are terrific defenders. Grant Huffman was a great defender, but Bobby Durkin's understanding as a freshman in the little details and how do we be disciplined in our coverages. He's a very impressive defender. In terms of the jump that we're seeing is we never sat down with him and said, hey, you need to be like Young Jun Lee, a great perimeter player we had a few years ago, but Lee became a great playmaker. He was a great shooter and he could really move and cut. But he became a great playmaker and a passer in our offense, and we've challenged Bobby to improve that. So he's using the dribble more, but he's not necessarily using it to score as often as using it to be a playmaker because he's big and he can really see. He's got great fingers and wrists to get the ball out of his hands quickly. So we see that. But then what's great about Bobby is, you know, after practice yesterday, I could say, hey, let's think about this. Next time you use a ball screen, think about this. And the next day he does it perfectly, and he sees the result of it, and then now it's a part of his game. He's a learner, but he's also a guy who can quickly get better at things because he cares.
It's nice when you have those guys where it's like you tell them to do something, they actually figure out how to do it right.
And he does it like literally the next opportunity it presents itself.
Take Connor to do it?
Connor's pretty sharp, so Connor can't say anything bad about that. Connor's usually pretty good.
We've been trying to teach Goodman how to use a microphone on his home setup. He just moved to Charleston, right? He's homeless. And we're trying to teach him, and our producer Dagan can attest to this. We've been trying to teach him how to set up the microphone on his laptop so he doesn't have to use a laptop mic, and he still can't figure it out. So whenever
my wife,
can we get like one day where you can send Bobby up there and we can teach Bobby how to do it, and then he can teach Goodman?
We can make that happen. We can make that happen.
Speaking of things that you can do, internship this past summer. I always love hearing about all your players because you guys have so many other things that you have your players doing in the summer. What did you do this summer?
So I did an internship this summer. I worked for the Charlotte Sports Foundation. It's a nonprofit, and they put on a handful of sporting events in the Charlotte area. Some of those include the Dukes Mayo Classic, the Dukes Mayo Bowl, some college football events. They do the Ally Tip-Off at the Spectrum Center, Jumpman Invitational, college basketball men's and women's. So they have some high-profile events, and a lot of my work was on the back end because obviously none of the events, they all occur in the fall. So mine was a summer internship, a lot of back-end support, research, different development, operational stuff. But it was a lot of fun. It was a great experience for me. I really wanted to get a glimpse into the business side of sports. You know, I'm a player. I love playing basketball. I love all sorts of sports, but you know, getting into the business side of it was an interest of mine, and I had the opportunity to. And you know, obviously, thanks to all the coaches who let me, you know, go half and half, and I was able to do all my basketball responsibilities and also do the internship as well. So it was a really cool experience, and I'm glad I was able to do it.
Did you get any free mayo out of it?
I did get a free mayo jar out of it. Yes,
just one jar.
I helped with the Dukes. I helped with the Dukes Mayo Classic this fall, NC State versus Tennessee. So that was fun.
That's the one bowl. It's like that, and then the Pop-Tart bowl. Those are the ones that everyone loves. Like you need like a weird kind of specialty niche food
to stay relevant in the bowl world.
In the bowl game.
Hey, give me something. I've been trying to dig up dirt on your coach for years, and I can't get anything. Like, there's got to be something there. There's got to be something.
I learned this morning that he's deep into Love Is Blind right now. So
that's pretty good.
There's some dirt
that's
for
good.
you.
I like it. True?
A little bit. I had to ask my wife, is it all right if I watch an episode while I'm in D.C.?
Yeah, you don't
on the plane right here. Hey, coaching is challenging. It's stressful. It's wonderful. You need some things to take your mind off of it. And trashy reality, dating television, Bachelor in Paradise,
you for a
Love Is Blind.
Guy like this.
I fast forward through a lot of it, and I just get to the good drama stuff. But it's really, I'll point to my wife. She's the one watching it. I'm just in the background.
Yeah, that's
Sure.
And then I get sucked in pretty
you get
deep.
Sucked in. That's
Yeah.
what it is. You get sucked in. It's the storylines there. Are you a Bachelor guy or a Bachelorette too? Yes.
Depends.
That's
Depends on the
yes.
year. Depends on the year. If my wife's like, this is dramatic, you should watch this.
Then you're gonna watch.
I need your power rankings on the best reality television shows.
So I'm not like that into it to give you the power rankings. I would put Love Is Blind as number one just because it's the one that I will watch. I can't believe I'm talking about this right. Bachelor in Paradise would be number two. It's really just those two. Those are the two that are enjoyable. I don't even is that still happening, Bachelor in Paradise?
I have no idea. I've never seen any of those.
I usually get a text like, "Hey, it's back." I assume you're watching.
Jersey Shore was the one that I watched too much. The Jersey Shore.
Yeah, you're
Oh, that was different level right there.
Mike?
The Situation.
Yeah, you're very similar.
Yeah.
A lot of
Same physique.
yeah, there you go. There you go. What's the biggest thing when you look at this year's team now that's going to be completely different from a year ago? Like what's the because you got to be a leader on this team, right? I mean, no question about it. You've been around since 2006. It feels like
It does feel like that.
Right?
It does.
What's the biggest thing that you're kind of preaching even to all your teammates that other than being connected, which we know, like chemistry is important. That's a separator now in college basketball because of all the new faces. What else are you kind of preaching to your teammates right now?
Well, obviously coming into the season, we have a lot of familiar faces and also some new guys. And like you said, getting everyone connected is a big thing. But at Davidson, it almost feels natural. We're all great friends outside the gym, inside the locker room. Wherever we are, we're all getting along really well. So that really isn't even a challenge. We just named our team captains, and Reed and I were named, and we've talked about it and what we want from our teammates and from our team. And a lot of this stuff is things that these guys just bring naturally. So I think something maybe different than previous seasons I think it would be more of on-floor stuff, like our shooting ability might look a little bit different, but similar to all the Davidson teams in the past, I think we're going to be super well connected. Everyone is so selfless. We share the ball really well. We screen, we cut, and those are things that can just come naturally to Davidson. So really, it's on me to make sure those are upheld in the program, but it's really not a difficult job when you got great guys around
make
you.
shots.
Yes,
make shots.
Absolutely.
Biggest thing.
All right, I got one more for you, Matt. Zach LaPut coming in. I hope I pronounce his. Is it
Yeah.
LaPut? Zach
Yeah.
LaPut. NE10 Player of the Year, transferring up from the Division II level. He doesn't respect Division II basketball. He doesn't know. He doesn't know how good Bentley is
from Boston.
in the D2 ranks. Yeah, he's from Boston. He doesn't know anything about the NE10. The transition from Division II to playing in the A10 is a pretty big step up. What have you seen from him, and how have you tried to kind of ease that and make it easier for him?
It's easier because he is a freak in terms of his work ethic, and he is constantly seeking out ways to get better. He was the first person to arrive this past summer, and it's pretty neat. Like he said, I have this amazing opportunity. Like we had to like tell him to cool down. Like, hey, you can't not be at 100% today because you wanted to get in a fifth workout yesterday. But his mentality is like, I've got this incredible opportunity. I've got resources that I've never had before, and I want to take advantage of every bit of it. He's just really good. I mean, he's a really good player. He could be playing at a lot of places, and he could have probably been playing at a lot of places each of the last few years. He's very, very physical, and he's 23 years old, so it shouldn't be unexpected. But he's very well coached. They did a heck of a job at Bentley teaching motion offense, and as you watch film of Zach, you're like, we should think of doing some of those things. And Zach does some things that we're like, let's practice that tomorrow in terms of cutting and screening. His IQ for the game, his work ethic, his attitude, his physicality, I think that's going to make him an A-10 player. It already has made him an A-10 player in our eyes.
So Division II basketball is good basketball, right?
Oh, yeah. I coached
the choir here. Like, I've been to Bentley. I've been to games at Bentley.
He had a very good team, and there's a lot of good players on his team that can be playing at a lot of places in the country.
More now. Like, there's more and more Division I players transferring into Division II players transferring into Division I and being successful.
Yeah.
The gap isn't that great anymore. I think it used to be a lot bigger than it is now.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, guys, we appreciate the time. Best of luck this season, and don't get too far ahead on Love Is Blind.
That's right. Your wife's going to be
really
mad at
you. In trouble.
Glad that was able to be discussed here.
Yeah, you gotta be able to find like a different Netflix account so that if you do jump ahead, that it doesn't get like she can't figure it out because she can't see that episode was played. That's what you need. A burner Netflix.
Well, I get to watch it and enjoy it, not watch it because I need to think about something other than losing those close games. Right now, I believe we got the team that's going to allow me to not have to binge watch reality television to take my mind off of some struggles.
We can only hope. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you being
guys.
here.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Connor Gokera and Matt McKill up here. So that's the first little bit of dirt we got so far in Media Day. We found out that
Connor delivers. I like it.
And you doubted the Davidson guys.
I know.
Being able to give us something good. You doubted them.
Listen, there's not much there, but he brought it.
We're going to be joined next by Loyola and head coach Drew Valentine, as well as Des Watson. And Des Watson was a preseason first team all A-10 player. Drew's on the way in here. First thing we're gonna have to ask him about is the shoes, because that's the first thing that he always wants to talk about. Come on, fellas, sit down. The mics are hot. We are live. Don't say anything crazy yet. How's it going, man? How's it going, Drew?
Guys.
Drew, first thing we got to ask you, man, talk about the shoes. What are you wearing? What do you got?
I'm on. Where am I looking at?
Whatever you
Wherever
want.
one.
It's your world. We're just living.
I'm Monier, Jordan 3s. These just came out maybe a month or two ago, and pretty limited edition. I swapped the laces out. They came with the black. Put the cream ones in there. So, but Des too as well.
Yeah, what do you got on Des?
I like this.
I got
like this.
Travis Scott's trying to creep my way behind Drew a little bit.
You're not catching up.
I'm not catching up no time soon, man.
The guy puts in so much work to it,
It's
right?
insane. It's insane.
All right, so Drew, you're smiling a lot more this year than
last
year. Remember, last year Drew was humbled a little bit when he got here.
Yeah,
right.
You
admitted it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you thought it was going to be easy.
Oh no.
But year one went very well, and then year two, it was like a little bit of a culture shock.
Mm-hmm.
You got it back last year. Why?
I just think we got back to our identity. This place has been a lot about competitiveness, toughness, and doing it with a bunch of guys that are like brothers and family. And that's what we got back to last year. And give these guys credit because we talked about it last year with Phil. Phil Braden, those guys, Tom Welch, those guys decided to stay. And then the newcomers that we added, Dez and Patrick Mwamba, Greg Dolan, Dave Medelican, and obviously Miles Rubin too. Those guys came with a sense of urgency and a chip on their shoulders. And I thought, obviously, in November and December, it was a learning process. But by the time we got to conference play, I thought we were a good enough team. And going 15-3 in this league is hard to do. So I just thought we got back to the Loyola way.
What did you learn about yourself during that 10-win season? What did you learn about yourself as a coach?
I thought I learned a lot about, what makes me happy, like the fabric as far as like the guys that I'm around every day. And that goes for coaching staff, that goes for players. And I also, tried to find different ways to win. And I thought one of the best things, even though it was a 10-win season and it was a disappointment, our AD talks about it all the time, Steve Watson, like if you came into our practices or our gym, you would have never thought that we were a 10-win team because of the energy and the good vibes that we had. So I think keeping that, the practice structure, the camaraderie, the the culture still stayed intact, but finding the people that could excel in that and that fit my identity more, I think, is something that we've done a better job of the last 2 off seasons.
All right, Des. What's going to be the biggest difference in your game? Obviously, Braden gone, Phil gone. I assume leadership will be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
That there'll be more on your shoulders, but both on and off the court. What's going to be the biggest difference?
Well, you hit it right on the head. For off the court, leadership for sure. A lot of guys looking up to me. That you just gotta put yourself out there where people want to see you. Like you got to be yourself.
Does it come naturally to you? Or
Yeah,
no?
naturally.
It seems like it.
Yes.
I mean, it seems like it from what he's told me.
Yeah, naturally. Just you gotta always just be on your P's and Q's. Always know what's going on. Know who you're around. Know what you're saying. Just every little thing. And then on the court, I would say leadership piece too. But really just being more of a consistent leader, I would say, is something that I wanna personally get better at. Because everybody knows, you can see I'm an emotional player, very emotional. So sometimes it can take a toll on the team and me, and probably coaches too. So
He
just
probably
being
likes that. I mean,
he loves it.
Knowing him,
Yeah, he loves it. He
loves
values
the emotional part.
For sure. But I got to be able to tone it down and tone it up.
Harness it.
Yep. So just doing that and just doing whatever I need to do for the team.
As a freshman, Des, you shot 18% from 3.
Mm-hmm.
As a sophomore, you shot 27% from 3. You went from a 3-point shooter your first 2 years to a 3-point maker this past season. 38%, almost 5 attempts per game. Where did that jump come from? How did that happen?
Obviously putting in the work, but I think a lot of it, more than just putting in the work, because I've always been a hard worker, it's just confidence. When you have somebody behind you, backing you, that's just whatever you on, he on, and he loves it. And with that, you just keep on going and just let the work do what you do.
You saw a couple go in and you couldn't stop making them, huh?
Yeah.
It's just that simple. That's all it is.
That's all it is, man. That's all it is.
How do you describe his coaching style? Because he's young. I would love to know that a little bit behind closed doors, how he is, how much he challenges you. Because a lot of young coaches, especially when they come from being an assistant to the head spot, they've been your boy. Like that's how, right? As an assistant coach, that's your kind of job a little bit. And then you move over, and you can talk about that transition too a little bit more and how natural it is now. But like, what's he like as a head coach?
I feel like it, just like how it is with anything in life, there's a line. And with Drew, when you step on the court, it's a line that like it's not, we're not dapping up coach for it's more of it's a coach now. So it's like he does a great job of that. It's just with him, I think with the young coaches, just install so much confidence in you. They're so relatable. So they understand where you're coming from. They just instill so much confidence in you to the point where it's just like, I feel like I can do anything out on the court.
Yeah, I think I try to hold these guys accountable and to a standard. And I think one thing that I try to do is always make it about the players. You're not going to see me on Twitter making videos about how great I am as a coach or and I'm not trying to take shots at them, but that's just not my style. My style is to promote the players and let them shine, and that's how my coaching style is. I spend a lot of time with them individually, helping them develop their games because I want these guys to be pros. And I think that they've seen that if you come here, you buy into the way that we do things, you'll end up being a pro. And so that also is going to help our team at the end of the day. So accountability, standard. But then when we get off the court, I'm normal. I'm not a weird dude. I'm normal. Me and Des went to dinner last night, chopped it up.
Is that true?
Nah, yeah.
He's not a weird dude.
Not at
we
all.
sure?
Normal. We're going to listen to this. We don't talk music, sneakers, life,
Everything.
Girlfriends, all that.
Everything.
Be normal.
I don't know.
Normal.
Kevin Sweeney might use the word weird with you.
Well, Kevin Sweeney's weird, so that's the problem.
He is
Not in
weird.
that way.
That's right.
You guys thread the needle this year where you're turning over and you're losing a lot of key pieces, but you still got like a foundation coming back, right? Like Dez is coming back. You got Jaden coming back. You got Miles coming back. Like you're able to, it feels like you're supplementing through the portal as opposed to building a new roster through the portal. How important is kind of having a little bit of that continuity and some of those same guys that kind of understand what you want and what you kind of ask out of ask out of your program, basically.
It's incredibly important. I think retention is going to become, before it was recruiting and scheduling are the lifeblood, and those two things, recruiting I guess is part of it, but like retention is now probably up there with the lifeblood of programs nowadays. But making sure these guys know that they're loved, they're supported, they're also taken care of, is super important. But making sure that they're coming back for the right reasons and want to, chase not only individual goals but team goals is super important. And so having the 5 back that we have back is incredibly important. They've all went off in league games, and I mean we were 15-3 in the Atlantic 10 last year, and when you go back and somebody might not, a guy like Jalen Quinn for example, like if you watch our Dayton game back, like he's the one that drove, touched the paint, kicked it out to Braden Norris for a game-winning 3. Jaden Dawson had game 2 back-to-back, a shot at 1 minute and a shot at like 45 seconds against St. Joe's, which was an incredibly entertaining game at St. Joe's last year. Sheldon Edwards should have been Atlantic 10 player of the week last year, and DC he had 27 against Mason and then followed that up with 19 at GW. So like we've got not only our all league guys with preseason all league guys with Des and Miles, but those other guys coming back have proven that they're good enough to be in big moments and help you win a championship. So it's super important, and like you said, we're going to supplement through the portal, but we're going to retain and recruit high school as our main source.
Yeah. Des, I wanted to ask you, what advice would you give to players that put their name in the portal and are looking to transfer and looking for a new spot? Because you kind of, it wasn't like you stepped up a level, stepped down a level. Like you went from Davidson to Loyola. It's like they're rivals in the same league, right? Mm-hmm. What would you tell other guys putting their names in next spring, what to look for, how they can kind of have success at their next stop?
I would just say believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Go with your gut. A lot of people say the grass isn't green on the other side, and that was the risk that I took. But I knew that I had somebody behind me that was truly for me as a person outside of basketball, somebody that I could go to, talk to at any time about anything, and then at the same time has the same goals as me on the court. So I knew if that's where we can meet at just from the start, then I'm good from there. Everything else will fall in place.
So Rob, he's taking up pickleball. He thinks he's good.
I'm nice with it.
He thinks he's really good.
This guy, all I hear about is pickleball.
Well, they played. They played. Go ahead. What happened?
Yeah, he won. It was cool. I don't really like to talk about it. It was cool. I'm a sore loser. And I'm gonna just say it fair and square. I'm a sore loser. I didn't like to lose. I wanted to beat Drew.
Like, did he just bring you out there and not even teach you how to play? Like, was it just
it was my first time, but that's still not enough.
That's what Drew does. Drew's gonna get you first. Yeah. Drew, you got to play somebody real.
I know.
Who's been out there?
Last weekend I went out on Sunday, and I had my worst outing ever.
Good.
Played with my sister-in-law, who's a college tennis player, and got my butt kicked. So, but Des, they enjoyed it though when we took the guys.
Yeah, it was
super fun.
It is.
Super fun.
I mean, it moves. It moves quick. I mean, that's the benefit of it compared to tennis. Yeah. Also, congrats on the new house.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Back in the city.
10 million.
10 million.
I wish. One day.
They wrote a big write-up in the paper.
Yeah.
They did. Big write-up.
Yeah.
Here's Valentine buys big time $2.5 million Lakeview home. How about that?
It's crazy. I mean, I was just happy that the address wasn't listed. That's all I was happy about.
This is how you know how big it is. How many bathrooms, Drew? How many bathrooms? What do we got?
There's a couple. Not like 7 for
7 bathrooms? See, that's what I'm telling you. That does it right
Why
there.
do you need 7 bathrooms in a house?
Because I got to have the team over to entertain them and so that they can, hang when they want to come hang out.
Have you been there
He hasn't been over.
I ain't been over yet.
We haven't.
We
just got it.
I just got it, and
all right.
we're getting my dining room table. We were talking about it last night.
Yeah.
I'm getting my dining room table. Taylor, my wife, she's getting it delivered on the 12th this weekend, and we're going to have the team over next week.
So you're excited.
I'm excited.
Congrats, man.
Yeah,
Congrats.
thank you.
That's
Appreciate
awesome.
What was the first thing that you looked for when you were trying to buy the house?
Location, I would say, like, we wanted to live in like Lakeview or Roscoe, and then like the boring parent answer, the schools for my daughter, like where she was going to go to school. I mean, it's a boring parent answer, but location, like being able to walk, like what's around it, and then schools are good. So
he's homeless right now. Do you have any advice for him?
Come down to Charleston. We can play I play pickup pickleball. Like
okay, so how does
it
work?
40 people there
Okay.
in a park. I just walk down 3 blocks.
Okay, are you the first pick or last pick?
No, it's not. So it's you go out there.
Oh, okay, so it's
and
not
then
it's not a
put your
draft.
paddles on.
Got you.
On this on the wall, and then the next 4 go in.
There you
or
go.
Next 2 when there's enough. It's just winners.
So does your wife play?
She did play. She's got to take a few more lessons.
Okay,
It's,
to keep.
I mean, the
No doubt.
It's all
I
like
like how
college
he's out here
kids.
talking about like you're
It's
not
all-
you
it's all
stink at
college
pickleball
kids from
too, man. You're not
Charleston.
good.
Got you.
Dude, I will play you and I will give you 10 points. I will give you
Sheesh.
10. I will give you 10.
I
That's
don't
how
even know how to
confident
play. I don't think I've ever even seen pickleball get played before.
It's
And I
fun.
have very little doubt that I could beat him.
It's super fun.
Zero
Any-
chance.
Very, very little doubt.
I'll bet 50, my 50% of the company. How's that?
There you go.
You already lost your 50% when you said that I couldn't throw a football 40 yards.
Oh, was that
You
easy?
already lost that for
Yeah, I didn't think he could throw it 40 yards. He threw it like 42.
Did you throw?
Yeah, he beat
It
me.
was ugly.
Yeah,
he
he
threw
beat
about 32. Sweeney was about 25 yards.
Yeah,
Oh
so-
yeah, I can. Yeah, Sweeney.
Give me
That-
before we let you go. Give me the biggest surprise of the summer. Either one of you. Who's been the biggest surprise of the summer? No coach speak either.
I'm gonna start with just our. I'm gonna just start with our freshmen. I don't want to let out everything
Okay.
because we got some weapons.
Two top 75 freshmen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I
I mean,
would
freshmen
say,
normally aren't going to play that much. Are these two going to play? You think? I know you're not the coach.
that's not up
I
to
know.
me. Yeah, the man,
I'm looking at the
man-
wrong
man-
guy.
yeah, the man right here.
I'm
But
looking at the
I
wrong
would
guy.
just say that, they came in and all of them they're just adapting to the standard, and I would say that coming here as a freshman, same way with me, I would have been the standard, because the standard is the standard. When you walk in, there's no going below the standard. So it's either you with it or you get left. So them adjusting to it, and then now they're starting to figure out their own game within the way the standard, the way the coach likes, the way the team, it fits the team. And I think it's just amazing to see, how much growth that they've made, physically, mentally. It's just something I just like to see, and I just love it, because them is my young guys, so I just love it.
And Des can Sheldon Edwards has been unbelievable.
I wasn't even
Like,
that's what I was going to say. I
mean,
didn't
I
even
hope-
want to say it, but yeah.
I mean, it's been so fun to watch, just his growth as a human being. And Des saw it last year. The first part of the year he was out of the rotation, and then he's so bought in. He's been alongside Des and Jalen Quinn, our leaders, our captains. He's been consistent, and I mean, he's had a couple stretches the last few days where it's just been like
It's ridiculous.
It's been ridiculous.
He works
He's-
so hard.
yeah.
He's dedicated. He loves it. Shoot the mess out the ball.
Yeah, he's been fantastic.
Yeah. So
All right, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank
Best
you
luck this
guys.
season,
Appreciate
all right?
it.
Good
We'll
seeing
see you
man.
around.
Good seeing you.
Thanks for being on.
7
fellas.
bathrooms.
Seven
7
bathrooms.
bathrooms, man.
Coming up next, we got St. Louis. We got Josh Shirts. We got Robbie Avila.
I'll go get water for you, or whatever you'd like to put in your beverage.
Perfect.
As well. But
Perfect. All right, we are live.
Yeah,
Yep, no problem. All good.
Yeah,
You're good.
put it right there.
Keep it right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on, guys.
Come on, get him in here.
All right.
We got Robbie Avila. We got Josh Shirts. We're in a slightly different shade of blue
That's right.
on
That's
your
right.
on your shirt this year. What's going on, gentlemen? How we doing?
Doing well. How about you guys?
Doing great, man.
All's
Doing
good.
great. Fired up
All's
to be
good.
here.
You ready for the big game against Avila University?
It's going to be a packed one. It's going to be a lot of
You
fun.
lose,
It's going to be
I'm
a lot
telling
of fun. Yeah, everybody's still convinced that
Lot
it's
of
just
pressure.
everybody's convinced it's still me against the rest of the team.
I would actually enjoy seeing
It's
that.
me and my dad and my brother out there just playing against the rest of the team. But
How you doing?
Grace play?
you said, Grace can get out there. She was
Katie?
she had her first season last year. She was elite. We had the whole starting five.
All right, so what's it been like, the transition? We'll start with you, Josh. The transition going from Indiana State to St. Louis, where, again, you retained a couple key pieces. You brought one knucklehead with you.
Yeah.
You brought two, but I'm not calling the other one a knucklehead, just this guy.
Exactly.
What's it been like for you so far?
It's been great. It's transitions are always difficult. I think on a lot of reasons. I mean, just the logistics of moving, and you're leaving something you're comfortable with to go to something brand new. But the administration in St. Louis has been great. The city's been awesome. It's such a cool sports town. Facilities are high level. They care about it. Great infrastructure, resources. We were able to put together a really good staff. We've got a good team. You have everything there needed to sustainably, compete at a high level, and that's what we were looking for. So it's never easy, buying a house, selling a house, all the stuff that people don't think about when you make a move. But it's been about as good as you can get, and to start where we were in April with having to get 11 new guys, and having to schedule 12 games, and then all the NIL stuff. To get that done in pretty short order, it's been about as good as it can be given the circumstances.
Robbie, was there ever a doubt that you were going to follow Coach Shirks to St. Louis?
I would say there was a doubt for maybe about a good 30 minutes. Being real, when we met at the end of the year last year, he talked about it, and I kind of told him I needed some time to sit back with my parents and think about what the options were. And I kid you not, maybe about 30, 45 minutes later, I was driving back to the apartment after I got some food, and I picked up the phone and called them. I was like, hey, wherever you go, I'm there. Whether it's here, whether it's across the country, whether it's overseas, I'm like, I'll be there with you. And so it didn't take much thinking.
It took one meal. What was the meal?
It took one meal. I think it was Panda Express.
You didn't get like a prime rib or something?
No, just that orange chicken. Just I guess it changed my the way I thought.
MSG completely affected his
life-changing orange chicken.
SMG.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if I've ever, I mean this in all my years of doing this, I don't know if I've ever seen a relationship like you guys have as player and coach. And that's like the highest compliment. Because, again, you can coach them, but you also know you guys have something special here, don't you?
Yeah, man, he makes it an easy target. The things that he does, it just makes it so easy on me. But, I think just what I saw when I came in at Indiana State was just, even the recruiting process, just how genuine of a person he was. Even as a coach, obviously, I obviously liked all the, the stuff that he was selling with that part. But, just the way he was up front from the beginning, and, it never, wavered, throughout the first season and even last year, it's just the same person overall. And so, when you find somebody like that, especially, and, now's era, it's just, it's special, and so you don't want to lose that when you got that.
Why? Why with him? Because it's different, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it is. It's there's, I think when you coach guys, some guys, and the ones that you really connect with, the ones that let you in a level that's deeper than basketball.
Yeah.
And Rob and I obviously like there's a connection. We have similar sense of humor. I think. I think we both try to inject that into it, the joy, the fun. Like, I think we can, take what we do incredibly seriously, but not take ourselves too seriously. And that allows us to kind of have maybe a better perspective as you're going through it of like, man, we don't, I can coach him hard when he's not playing well. Like, he'll take coaching, but he, there's a difference. Like, you can build an offense around him, but he's a guy you can build a program around as well. And there's a personality component of that. There's a leadership component of that. And not every great player is a great leader. Not every great player is a guy you can build an entire program around. But he does it in every area. Like when you go recruiting, he's an elite recruiter of other players. When we're in between the lines, like he's obviously got an incredibly high basketball IQ, but he coaches. He doesn't yell. But he holds guys accountable to the things that get in the way of winning. He brings the vision of who we want to be and how we want to operate to the locker room and to the court. And I think one of the things we've had here and when you take over a new job is one of the harder things is, getting everybody to, as a head coach, like you can't be successful if guys don't believe in you, trust in you, and follow you. They have to believe in you, trust in you, follow you. And you have to get a bunch of people to do that really don't know you. And the fact that he does, I think it makes it easier for those other guys to say, hey, we're in too. And that's helped really expedite our learning curve there.
All right, so you keep gushing about him.
Yeah.
Give me something that you are challenging him to get
That's
better
the most
at.
nice things he's ever said in a row, without throwing him.
Well, let's get real though now. Like let's get to so I'll
Get to
say
the
that.
list of negatives about
The
Robbie.
list of negatives is a lot. So very, very, he's constantly asking for his pregame meal's not right. He's got to have fruit. He's got this stuff.
high maintenance.
Simple meal.
I was thrilled that I told him. I said when he got hurt, I said, I've never been so happy that your vertical leap's like less than 10 inches because he had a grade 2 ankle sprain. Imagine what it could have been if he jumped more than 3-4 inches
He
off
can't
the ground.
get a
and
grade
contested.
3.
Yeah, so
Right?
he could not
Incapable.
possibly get a grade. No, nothing. If he jumps and lands on something, grade 2 is the worst he could do. So we were thrilled with that. That was so we don't want him to work on that too hard. So we don't want him getting hurt. But
honestly, let's be serious. What did you challenge him this year?
He's got to get his body right. I mean, like he knows that. Like if he has aspirations. The one thing I really respect about Robbie, he's incredibly ambitious but not agenda driven. I think there's a difference. Like he's incredibly ambitious with what he wants to accomplish in his career, but doesn't have an agenda about going about achieving it. And so he wants to play at the highest level. And we've had NBA scouts in, NBA people in. I certainly have friends at that level. And the feedback he's gotten is, hey, you have all the tools. You got to get your body right to be able to play at that level. We've got an incredible strength coach at St. Louis in Jake Manson. One of the things I love about St. Louis is, they have a nutritionist, they have the dining suite, they have things where they can really monitor. He's done a much better job this offseason. His jump in his game, like player development's 3 prongs. There's your skill, there's your mind. Those for him are at the highest level. He can get better in both, but his biggest jump's going to be the third one, which is the body, and so he's really committed to that. And he's done a great job, even with the ankle. We talked about really making sure, hey, you're off your, you're not going to be able to do anything cardio-wise. You may have to practice for a few weeks. Let's really be disciplined in what we eat, and even more so because, and he hasn't gained a pound in the 10 days been off, which I'm really proud of him.
What did the nutritionist say about the orange chicken from Panda Express? Big fan of that.
She definitely said that we had to cut a few of those meals out, but no, she's been really good with us. We meet with her like once a month, and especially over the summer, we really hit it hard and. Really just, looking at what we eat, how that affects us, throughout the day. I think the biggest thing for me is, we've been trying to work on eating breakfast a little bit more. I'm more of a guy that likes to sleep in, and so, that's been, something that I've had to change. I've had to, actually get up and get out of bed and get something to eat, in the morning. So she's definitely helped me a lot, with helping me get where I want to be.
Last season, you kind of went from being this guy that a lot of people in the just college basketball world knew about, like good player, Missouri Valley, to being like the guy that everybody talked about, like this internet sensation. Now that you're kind of looking back on it, like, was that difficult for you to kind of deal with? It seems like you handled being someone that got a whole lot of attention out of nowhere really, really well.
It definitely took a little adjustment. It was obviously, it just all, came out of nowhere at once, and so it was just just hit after a game, and so it took me a little while just to kind of recognize that, hey, this is real now, like it's going to actually stick. And so I wouldn't say I really struggled too much. I think it's a credit to my parents, how they've raised me, being able to handle the good stuff, and being able to continue on with your path. It's not going to always last.
Yeah.
And so I think I was able to continue on doing what I'm doing, with the guys around us on our team last year too. They really helped us. I think, like I said, I think the spotlight was kind of on me, but I think the only reason why it was is because the team that we had last year, we wouldn't be, I wouldn't have the same spotlight if our team wasn't having the same amount of success. And so I think, like I said, just the credit between those two factors is kind of how I was able to handle it so well.
Yeah. How did you have to help him with that at all?
Not even close.
Yeah.
Not at
No,
all.
I was no, he's I was trying to just parlay that into deals for myself, side deals. I was riding his coattails of the fame. I was trying to see, Kareem, Milk Chamberlain, could I get something? But no, nothing came of it. Robbie's got a he's got an uncommon maturity. I think, one thing that all championship teams I've been around have is, that they have this great emotional leadership, and this, we call it like calm endurance. And Robbie's got uncommon maturity, uncommon poise. I think he stays even keel, doesn't let himself get too high, too low. He didn't change. I think, success doesn't change people, it just reveals people. right? Like, I don't think it changes who you are. It just shows who you are, and success didn't move the needle with him at all. Like, he's the same guy that he was, before he became internet sensation, before he became, kind of a rock star. He's still the same, same human being, and that's not everybody can do that, but it does show who he truly is at his core.
Before we let you go, you guys are picked 4th in the preseason. You return some key guys. Obviously, Jimerson's one of the best shooters the school's ever seen, one of the best shooters in the country. Bring in Swope and Robbie. What are the realistic expectations? We have you guys in the preseason top 25 nationally. Mm-hmm. Are we getting a little too carried away or no?
I think this team, I think the bandwidth is huge because when you have so many new pieces, there's a lot that has to come together for it to be. I think what we talked about as a team and the way I view it, it may be different, but you have these external expectations, which is, what somebody thinks is going to happen. And that's a part of that's awesome. Like, that's great, that people have us ranked or people have us 4th or 1st or whatever.
It's mostly because of Robbie, not you.
Yeah, I thought it was coaching, but no,
it's definitely not.
The coaching would be higher if we had a better coach. We'd be top 10. top 10
Maybe
if we would have had
a little bit
guy.
taller with some hair.
Better. Listen, I've had to carry that guy for 2 years now, but I think what we've talked about internally is possibilities, right? And possibilities are what can happen. So can we be a championship team if we do these things? If we come together, if we're the best version of ourselves, if we come in, if we put all our strengths together and work to become the best version of ourselves, do we have a team that can do something special? Absolutely. We have 3 guys that I think have all league level ability. I think we have really good pieces around those 3 guys. But everybody's got to buy in roles. We're at a point of the year where, man, we haven't played yet. So as you guys know, after a couple games, locker room's a little less jovial than it was before, right? You go in and maybe guys aren't playing. How do guys embrace roles? How do we work every single day to get better? Do we stay focused? Can we have that emotional leadership? All those questions have to be answered. But I certainly think we have a team that, if we're the best version of ourselves, man, no ceilings on what we can accomplish. And anytime you have 3 guys that are all league level players, you got a chance to be in the mix, and so we have a chance to be in the mix for sure.
Yeah, it does feel like you did a really good job going out and kind of, correct me if I'm wrong here, but like targeting guys to fill a role as opposed to rebuilding a roster out of the – well, I mean, you kind of did because you got like Robbie and they pulled him out. But you outside of those 3 guys that you mentioned, you did a good job like filling gaps, filling holes, filling needs, filling roles. Was that something that you kind of targeted, and did it – the way that you kind of got into it late because of how deep you guys made the run in the NIT, did that limit you at all?
Playing as deep as we did limit us because you're starting, April 8th, and the portal had been churning for a while, and so when we started April 8th, we had 2 guys in the roster. Gibson was in the portal at the time, so we had to hit the ground running. But I think the thing is, putting a team together is like putting a puzzle together. It's not about you're not just accruing talent. You're trying to find pieces that complement, fit each other, and will amplify the pieces around them. The best teams in Indiana State was certainly one of them last year. On the really good teams, every single guy looks a level or 2 better than they actually are because they make each other look better than they actually are. And that's no knock on any individual player. It's just whatever your capacity is, you look probably a level better because the piece around you fit so perfectly it makes you find your best version. And so that's what we're trying to do. It doesn't mean you do that every year. You go after that every year. Some years it works, some years it doesn't. But certainly we went with an idea of what we needed. And I think as we got more pieces in, when Robbie came, Swope came, the biggest part of knowing what you need is knowing what you have. And for a while we only have 2 players. We didn't know what we had, but once we got Robbie, once we got Swope, once Gibson came back, then we kind of figured, all right, we got our 3 best players. Now how do we build around those 3 in a way that complements and amplifies those 3 guys?
November 4th, Field of 68, opening day showcase, first day of the college basketball season. You going to be healthy? You gonna get the ankle right? You gonna be there? All right,
He's
there
got
you
no
go.
boot. He's walking.
I'm all good. We might have to have him out there though.
He's milking the
Might have to play
injury.
a
Like I'll say this,
I'm
like
sick of practice.
I had
Smart guy.
They don't make them like they used to. I mean, I had the same injury. I was back. I played the next day. So I mean, they don't make them like they used to. It's a
He also
softer
probably
generation.
lost in tennis. He probably got
Like you mentioned,
like
I
6-0,
barely
6-0.
jumped off the ground. He couldn't jump off the ground, so it's still level. It's still level.
So wait, November 4th, as Rob was saying. So Will Wade is playing. They're in the third game, McNeese State against South Dakota State. Will Wade has already agreed at a timeout that I'm going to bring him a plate of Chislik. Do you know what Chislik is?
No, I do not
Do you know what Chislik is? It's their state food in South Dakota. It's like chopped up meat. Like, what can we do with you at timeout?
At immediate timeout?
Yeah.
You can bring me like I don't know if I would trust it in South Dakota, like a nice spicy tuna roll maybe, a hand roll if you want, I don't know if I trust it though in South Dakota, pretty landlocked. So
I'm not sure you want to go there.
I don't know that I would.
Sure.
I don't know that I'd want to go sushi in South Dakota.
I did my research. They have a great Panda Express in Sioux Falls.
We'll get some orange chicken for
chicken out there.
yeah, some orange.
Nice little snack.
Would you eat it at halftime?
I might take a piece, maybe not a lot. But I might eat a piece.
I was gonna say if it's possible to slow him down,
Might do
but exactly,
Listen, guys,
exactly. We can't wait.
Appreciate
It'll be
it.
awesome.
No,
It's going to be a heck
we're
of a day,
excited.
and we appreciate you guys having us out there. We're really excited. It's going to be
Love you guys. You know that.
Same here.
Love
guys.
him a lot more than you, but
I like Rob more than you anyway, so it's similar. I'm only doing this because of him. Only because Rob had me on. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Guys.
Appreciate
Best
it.
of luck this
Thanks,
season.
Thanks,
That's
Rob.
Josh Schertz, Robbie Avila, stars at St. Louis. We're going to be joined now by the best dressed man at A10 Media Day in a minute here. Matt
McCall's got
gonna
to.
join us
He's got to put on his makeup.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Matt McCall will be with us in a few minutes after he
Coming up at 10:30.
he gets his makeup done, I think.
Yeah. So we got about 9 minutes here until we are joined by Ryan Odom and VCU here.
Yeah. I'll tell you
There's
what.
there's so much fun, man. There's so much
Is
fun.
there honestly a better relationship that you've seen? And I said that. I've been doing this for 20 plus years. I'm not sure I've seen anything like that before.
Yeah, look, well, no, I haven't. I think it's a credit to both of their personalities. Yeah. I don't think there are very many people that Robbie Avila doesn't get along with.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You can put him anywhere with anybody.
Yes, and I think Josh Schertz would get along with most human beings. But I will say we did have a player here already out his coach for watching Love Is Blind.
I know.
We're 3 for 3 so far.
Yeah,
3
no,
for 3.
and
We're good interviews here.
Yeah, I think we'll. I got a good story to ask Ryan Odom next too.
Right.
Really good story involving pickup with Kevin Costner.
Ooh,
how about
that's
that?
a good one. That's a good one. Let's talk a little bit more about St. Louis here because I do really find it interesting that they were picked 4th in the league, and I understand that they're stepping up a level. You don't know exactly how Robbie's going to adjust. You don't know how Isaiah Swope's going to adjust. You don't know how Gibson is going to take to the new coaching. But when you take those 3 guys and I kind of alluded to this a little bit. They got Kobe Johnson from West Virginia, who is like your prototypical lockdown
Good
defender,
piece.
6'4", 6'11" wingspan. Like he is going to guard people. You got Kaluanya from Brown, who if we were able to be serious here with him, I was going to ask Josh about because he's a guy that averaged more than a steal and a block per game, 6'8" guy. They brought in A.J. Casey from Miami, who I'll tell you this.
Athletic, live body.
Yep. T.O. raved about him last year. And it didn't really work for him at Miami. But if T.O. likes a guy, Terrence Oglesby, if T.O. likes a guy in the ACC, generally speaking, they tend to be pretty good. So they got Larry Hughes Jr. back. They got Josiah Dotzler from Creighton. Like they went out and they added pieces that fit the roles that they need around their stars to be able to allow them to kind of thrive. And I just think that I don't know how.
But it shows how good the league is at the top.
Yes.
That, again, St. Louis is picked
And
4,
like,
and we have them at
and I'm not
preseason
trying,
top 25-ish.
And I'm not trying to denigrate like what VCU could be this year because I think that if you look at VCU's backcourt of Joe Bamacil and Max Shulga and I'm blanking on who am I missing? They have another guard back there.
Zeb Jackson.
Zeb Jackson, yeah. You look at that backcourt, that's one of the best backcourts in America.
Yep.
And it might not even be the best backcourt in the A10 because St. Joe's has Xavier Brown and Eric Reynolds coming back, and they got Derek Simpson. Shout out to
You
Lenape
said
High
it,
School,
man.
Mount
You
Laurel, New
said it.
Jersey.
A lot
They
of
got
good
him coming
guards
in.
here. A lot of good
Dayton,
guards in this league.
if Malachi Smith is healthy,
I know.
Dayton's got Malachi and Posh Alexander with Nate
I
Santos.
can't wait to
Like,
get an update from Anthony Grant on Malachi and where
Yeah.
he's at.
Yeah, like I just the league is so good this year at the top. It is so there are so many good teams at the top, and it's one of those ones where I really, really hope that the A-10 as a whole does their work in the non-conference the way that we
You have
expect
to.
them to be able to, because I think we've seen the last couple of years that once you get to February and March, like there's probably 2, 3, 4 teams in this conference that are top 50, top 60 teams in America. But if you don't put together that resume in November and
Doesn't
December,
matter.
it doesn't matter. It just doesn't. So I really, really hope they find a way to be able to get it done, because there are enough pieces here and enough teams here that multiple bids should be the expectation, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look at top 4 or 5 teams, and they're all in the mix. Ed McLaughlin coming over, VCU athletic director, with a bagel in hand, no cream cheese. He's got a little bit of cream cheese.
You need more cream cheese than that.
I think
You
he's
need-
on a diet.
It's got to be 50%
Right?
bagel,
You
50%
can tell.
cream cheese.
No, you can tell if somebody's in a diet by how much cream cheese they put in their bagel. Right. That's right. That's right. Oh, man.
You should have seen the bagel that I had. There was as much cream cheese as there was bagel.
You
on
loaded
that.
it up.
Yeah, you got to.
You got a long couple weeks ahead of you. You better pace yourself.
Never disrespect a schmear, Goodman.
Pace yourself.
Never disrespect
all right?
a good schmear.
Okay.
Speaking of which, it's unfortunate that we're not going to have enough time here, because there's a great bagel shop down to Georgetown called Call Your Mother Deli.
A little too far.
Yeah,
little too far.
we're not going to be
We got
able
to
to
get in
make
the
it.
flight after this to go to
Yeah.
Sioux
What time
Falls.
does our flight leave today? By the way?
I don't know. I just know I got bumped up to first class.
I got bumped up on my flight down here.
All right.
I am.
I hope you honestly. I hope you're right next to the bathroom on the flight.
Exit
later.
row, man.
All right.
It's either you always got to get exit row. I always get exit row.
Okay.
You're not an exit row kind of guy.
No, I'm an exit row kind of guy.
Okay,
Trust me.
we're gonna get a little
Trust me.
we're gonna get a little inside baseball here, and I can tell Dagan's giving us dirty looks right now because he doesn't know where
We got
we're gonna
about
go with this.
3 minutes till VCU shows up here.
Nothing drives me crazier than when you're like, yeah, we're gonna book the same flight, and then you book a Delta flight before I can book the American flight, because I go to the Philly airport. That is a hub for America. I got status on American, and then you're like, yeah, we're gonna fly Delta, and it's like.
Well,
'Cause I get bumped up. I get bumped up now on American,
I know. I get bumped up on Delta,
and not to
now-
sound. It's so hard once you've flown. this is gonna sound.
Yeah,
like-
once you've flown
once
and you're
you've-
in
Once you've
whatever,
flown in
first
those
class,
front
whatever.
seats,
Oh,
you can't not
kidding?
fly in those front seats anymore. I can't do it anymore.
No,
man.
I don't blame you.
I can't do it
It's
anymore.
not a lot of fun.
No.
McCall's still getting his makeup done here.
No,
I don't know
McCall.
what's
So
going on.
apparently, what happened? I don't know if
Watch.
you heard it. What happened was we kept shirts in Avila longer than we were supposed to. So McCall was coming over here to yell at us because he's getting shirts.
Oh,
in
I didn't
Avila.
realize that.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
We ran like 5 minutes over.
All right, well, VCU should be over here in a sec.
Yeah, Max Shoga's over there. Yeah, you can bring him over. Max Shoga's coming in here in just a second, and I think that Robbie, that Ryan Odom will be coming in next. Yeah, come on, Max. Come on in. We are live. The mic is hot, so don't say anything crazy just yet.
I don't think Max is capable of saying anything crazy. Max, you remember me? How you doing? Good to see you again.
What's going on, man? Max Shoga. So, Max, well, let's just get to it straight off the jump. After the season, you entered the portal.
Right.
You committed to Villanova. You decommitted from Villanova, and you're back at VCU. Why?
I just had to sit back and just really rethink what I would want my last year to look like, you know what I mean? And I just came to a decision that I would want to stay with the people that I started with, you know, the family, the environment that feels like family, and that people that molded me as a as a basketball player that over the last 4 years. So that's really what made my decision.
My biggest thing is, how's your family? Because you and I talked a few years ago, did a podcast with you and 3 of your countrymen from the Ukraine. Tell me a little bit about how your family's doing over there, and I know it can't be easy for you.
Yeah, no, they're good. They're doing good. They're back in Kiev right now, but yeah, they're doing good from what they say. Like they just live their normal day-to-day lives. You know, I mean, everyone goes to work, so everyone just trying to manage that as just as casual as they can. You know, I mean, it's.
Is it hard
you know,
for you, like, to focus, or have you almost gotten used to it in a
Yeah.
way now? And whether it's playing ball and how much of an outlet that is for you.
Yeah, no, I got used to it, I would say, for sure. And yeah, at first, ball was definitely like an outlet for me. But at this point, it's just, I can't be stressing about it every single day. Like I wouldn't be able to like live and like just do the everyday, everyday stuff. But yeah, I would say I get used to it at this point.
Yeah, we have VCU head
What's up,
coach Ryan.
What's happening?
Ryan
How are
over
you?
sitting down with us. When you found out that he was pulling his name out of the portal and decommitting from Villanova and coming back to VCU, were you doing jumping jacks? Were you
Hell yeah.
Were you dancing? Was it a scream? Like, take me through how you.
We don't
found
need
out.
to see that
Yeah.
dance.
No, I know you don't want to see that dance, that unathletic dance. No, but he and I talked on the phone, the night before it actually was announced, and went into the office, and we chatted about it and kind of made it official. And then the coolest thing was he went downstairs, in the BDC, my office overlooks the court. And so you have all of his teammates down there. Like nobody knew at this point. And like I had barely told the staff, at this point. And so long story short, because we didn't want it to get out. And then he went downstairs and I let him tell his teammates. And they were jumping up and down, going crazy. Like Zeb and Joe were down there at that point, and I can't remember who else was in there. Do you remember who else was in there? It was definitely those two for sure.
Yeah, it was them too. Maybe like Ahmad.
Yeah, Ahmad's one of our staff members, Ahmad Thomas, who played for Nick McDevitt at UNC Asheville. But anyway, it was just a happy moment for us all. Really excited that he's going to be able to spend his last year here with us at VCU.
You're not
And
tired of coaching him?
no, hell no. I mean, this guy makes all of us look good, right?
Yeah, he does. No, I've said this. I mean, one of the best players, most versatile and best players in the country that I don't think enough people know about.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no question.
And he's
Yeah.
done it the right way.
Yeah.
And I think finishing out with him is there's not a ton of loyalty these days in college basketball, as you know.
Right.
And I think it's cool that he stayed with you like this.
Yeah, no question. And it's a benefit for us for sure to have him, back. But it's also great for college basketball. It's in vogue now to figure out, what's best in transfer. Should I transfer? Should I not? And the more like we're not trying to be like everybody else at VCU. We want to try to keep our players and keep guys, in our community, because I think the more that the kids move around, it hurts your fan bases across the country. Because if that's the case, they're probably just going to watch the NBA, right? Because it's going to move around anyway in the NBA. And
the beauty is the connection to the players.
Yeah,
they
no
know
question.
who you are.
Yeah,
they get to really know you and feel like they know you. And if everybody's new every year, it's harder.
And that's not to say that there's not, reasons for kids to transfer and go other places. There certainly are. Certain kids have to, they're going up a level or they're going down a level. But when you're at a place like VCU, it's a destination. I mean, it's a great place. Like he can tell you, you walk in our facility and you see it. I don't know if you guys have ever been there, but it's it's beautiful. It's awesome. Like we're really lucky. And the way that these guys are treated, is top notch, and we're just excited that we're able to finish it out with him. And I think for him, it was, he's finishing out with his people, his teammates, his coaches that have been there with him. And I'm not talking about me, like our coaching staff, has been with him, from our first days at Utah State. And, we're just excited to finish it out. But funny story about him. So when I first took the Utah State job, you're going to like this one, right? So I take the Utah State job and, I'm calling around to all the players and individually, like calling each one of them. And one of my first calls was to him. And I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was in my house in Annapolis, and hey, Max, it's Coach Odom, your new coach. And I had done like a Zoom with him, with the team before. Then I started calling him individually, and he kind of interrupted me. He's like, hey, Coach, I think I'm transferring, man. He was like, save your spiel.
Right.
I don't want to hear it. Like, I'm out of here. Thank goodness he didn't.
Zeb and Joe, the three of you combined, I think, are as good of a backcourt as you're going to find, not just in the A10, but in college basketball. Period. Why do you guys, all three of you, work so well together? What is it about your skill set and their skill sets that allow you guys to thrive?
I think just all of us being unselfish and knowing that, like, all of us can average 15 plus, over the course of the season. But do we want to do that, or do we want to win and sacrifice, sacrifice some individual stuff for the team's success? So just it's mostly that, just finding how to play off each other and how to fit each other's styles and to make the team better and get more wins.
You guys were 5-5 last year without Joe, if I'm not mistaken, and then he comes in and you guys end up having the year that you had. You won 24 games. How big was that impact when he got eligible and he was allowed to start playing?
It was huge. He's a knockdown shooter. He heats up in a second, and draws a lot of attention. So, yeah, having Joe was huge for us. Opening up the court in a big way, and just drawing a lot of attention on offense. And he's very, he had long arms. He's very versatile on defense as well. So, he just produces a lot of impact for us.
So you're picked first in the preseason poll. You're a veteran head coach here. You like that or no? Usually the veterans are like, pick us as low as they can, and we'll.
I think it speaks to the guys that we have on the team. I think one of the things I've learned pretty quickly at VCU. I mean, we lost going back to last year, right? They had won the championship. Coach Rhodes and his players and staff, all 5 starters gone, right? A couple guys off the bench gone, right? And we come in and I'm thinking, we'll be picked, middle of the pack or wherever, because we had these 2 guys where they were picked second. I think it's just one of those things that you have to get used to. It's like VCU. It's just there's a brand that exists here, and doesn't make it right. We all know what preseason predictions are. They're that, right? It's on paper right now, and it's our job to make it not just be on paper.
You guys have obviously these 3 guys coming back. Christian Furman's coming back. Your top 6 are all upperclassmen. I think you got Jack Clark as a 27th year senior, right?
He's been around, man.
And he accepts those jokes, really well. He loves it.
Yeah. So it's not. You touched on it a little bit with Max, but it's not normal, right, in this day and age in college basketball to be able to have this level of continuity. There's a lot of places where a guy like Max, when he enters the portal and gets the opportunity of, he's gone. He doesn't even think twice about it. What does it say about the program that you have, the culture that you've built and inherited at VCU, that guys want to stay there?
Yeah, I think it's something that we've always taken a lot of pride in. Every place that we've ever coached is developing these lifelong relationships with kids, helping them grow while they're with us, and helping them understand that we're always going to be there for them, and we're always going to do what's right for them. I think Max can tell you he felt that throughout that entire process when he was trying to figure out what he needed to do. He knows that I've got his back, and when it presented itself for him to be able to stay, because initially when he first came, he and I talked about it. He wasn't necessarily going to stay 2 years. He was going to play 1 year and then go pro. Well, our game has changed totally, from a financial standpoint. And so it didn't make sense for him to go right now. Having another year to prep, for potentially the professional ranks, and, being able to put himself in a really good position overall and do it with the people that he loves, and knows have helped him get to where he's at, I think made sense. And I'll say the same for Joe and for Zeb, and for Firm. They all chose VCU for the right reasons, and they love the place, and they understand that they can get where they want to go from VCU. And I think that's for all kids that look at our school. Like there's 2 in the NBA right now, that are playing. There's a bevy of players that have played at VCU that have gone on to the NBA and won championships and had this amazing college experience and played in front of electric crowds and big games. And it's a place that is known.
The best band in college basketball.
The best band in college basketball, the best band director for sure. And we're just very lucky, with what we have. And I think the guys recognize that, from a facility standpoint, from a just the infrastructure that's in place to take care of these guys. It's a high level.
Does he still rip his shirt off and conduct?
Oh yeah.
Shirtless?
I don't actually see it until after the fact.
You hear about it.
Hopefully you don't see it during the game. But
so here's my question: what do you guys have to accomplish this year for you to go up there, rip the shirt off, and go conduct the band shirtless? Is it?
I don't know if that's
win the
ever
A10?
happened. I'm not Bruce Pearl.
A10 tournament, Final Four.
I don't think they're getting me to do that.
national.
Hey, whatever. I'll let you guys pick that. How about that? Y'all can take that back to the team.
So hey, I'm in Charleston. First day that I go to Charleston, my wife and I are walking down the street, and I hear somebody yell out my name, and I'm like, what the hell? So I look over, guy pulls over, it's his brother Lane. He literally lives like 3 blocks away from me in Charleston.
He's the
You say you live in Charleston. You're homeless in Charleston.
Whatever. We're renting to maybe own. We'll see.
Yeah, he's the self-professed mayor of Charleston, by the way.
He is. I'll find that out soon enough. I haven't seen him down at the pickleball court yet, so we got to get him down there.
You got to go to yoga, and then you'll meet him.
No, I don't do yoga. My wife might do yoga. He gave me a good story.
Okay.
Tell me the story in San Antonio at the Final Four.
Okay.
Pickup with Kevin Costner.
Oh, yeah, that was huge. So 1997, it was actually Indianapolis. But I think we might have done it in San Antonio too. Definitely the first one was in Indy. And so one of my father's former managers at Wake Forest, she graduates. She had a connection to Duke and to Wake. So she might have gotten her law degree or something like that at Duke, but graduated from Wake. And so when she graduated, she started event planning for the Stars. And so she had her own company and did this. And so she happened to plan, a trip for Kevin Costner. I don't know how she hooked up with him, for the Final Four. And so every year he would come and, have all of his friends around, and they would set up a basketball game. They'd have a party, and it was a who's who.
Really?
And then they would have basketball. And so they needed young guys like me. I was young at the time, 97. Just out of college, I could still play a little bit, and so they would have us come and meet them to play. They'd find a gym, and so I had a chance to be able to play with him, and he couldn't keep up. It was great. I was giving Kevin Costner buckets, and Rick Majerus played.
Oh, really?
Coach K played. Oh yeah, Coach K. We called him Rick the Pick. Coach K played. Nancy Lieberman played. Urkel played. I've got a picture to this day.
Really?
My best
You
friend.
and
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Break down his game. Give me
the head of
scouting report.
WME, Patrick Weitzel, played.
Give me the scouting report on Steve Urkel's basketball game.
He was buddies with Jamal Robinson, who played for Jeff Jones at Virginia. They were tight back in the day. Costner, he was just like a typical
I heard you
athlete.
You did.
Yeah.
Lane
I think I might have got him with the 2-on-1 with the behind the back, and then he
fake.
went for it. And
yeah, that's what I heard.
It might have did it. I shouldn't.
That's not cool to do to Costner. Poor Costner. Didn't know what hit him. Max, what's? I can only imagine what it's been like for you living Ukraine to Logan, Utah, to Richmond, Virginia. Like, talk about 3 totally different places. What's this kind of ride been like for you overall? As a college basketball, American, college basketball.
Yeah, it was hard at first for sure, but like I left. I was playing high school ball, or like not even, I guess starting middle school ball in Spain since I was 13, just living in like academies by myself, away from home. So I kind of knew that, like 3 weeks gonna go by. I'm gonna get like adjusted to the place, and it's gonna be normal again. So those first 2-3 weeks, maybe like a month, it was definitely a big adjustment. But yeah, when that time goes by, like you just get used to it, and it's just normal. So
I'll end it with this. What advice? There's a lot of European players making their way over to college basketball now. What advice do you have for these guys that are going to be, making that step coming up here?
I would say just be patient. Because as a freshman from overseas, you probably, you coming in thinking like, in your head you're thinking, yeah, like I'm better than everyone on this team. Like I can definitely play. Like why am I not playing? Like I'm obviously like can impact the game right now, but it's not always the case necessarily. Like you got to go through every step. You can't skip steps. I would say that's the most important part. You got to go through being at every role as a basketball player and work your way up, kind of in the just work your way up to being a impactful player in the end. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's just because you just coming from overseas, you probably look at college basketball and you just see like freshman players that are going like top 5 after one and done, and you're like that's your like perspective of college. So coming in as a freshman, you're like you're just expecting to like you want to play, but it's not like most cases it's not like that. You gotta go through the process fully, and just fully commit to and be patient and just stick to what coaches are teaching you, coaches are saying, and it'll work out in the end.
All right, Max Shulga, Ryan Odom, appreciate you guys being here. Best of luck this season.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
We appreciate it.
Man.
We have
Thanks, Ryan.
3 people coming here
Great
joining
team.
us. We have Frank Martin, we have Matt McCall, we have Rasul Diggins, the UMass trio we like to call them. That'll be coming right up here in just a second. Well, welcome back to A10 Media Day here at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. I got Matt McCall with me. I got Rasul Diggins with me. I got Frank Martin with me. And I'm just going to turn it over to Jeff Goodman. Jeff says he has a lot of dirt on Frank Martin here. So
I've been around for a long time.
Listen, the dumbest thing that your coach did yesterday was when I asked him for his wife Anya's cell phone, he just gave it to me. he didn't think anything about why he was giving me Anya's.
You know what, Matt? You've lived this life that we live. That's why when people that are journalists ask you questions, you're always on the record, and you don't trust what they ask you. Because he and his wife have been all over me and Anya to come have dinner with them. So I thought that's why he was asking me the question about her cell
If he
phone.
was a good, if he had done his research, he would know that I already moved out of the area. Long gone. I'm in Charleston now. Anyway, let's get to the Frank Martin roast here a little bit. Because I asked Anya, I said, all right, tell me the things that Frank is good at around the house, and tell me the things that he absolutely sucks at.
I can give you number one.
What? Go ahead.
Sitting in that corner of the couch. That's.
She actually said, Frank is good around the house. He washes dishes, takes out the trash. Good boy. Even cleans out the garage regularly. All right? He does have a habit of missing some spots on the dishes, though. When I put them away, I just put the dirty ones back in the sink till later when I can watch them. He said he's a horrible handyman. Horrible handyman.
I can't change a light bulb.
His idea of fixing something usually leads to me calling someone the next day.
Rasul, this is why, as you go through your journey in life and you deal with the media, that's why you don't, because they find all the dirt on you.
But they're not all like this guy. Trust me. They're not all like this guy.
Frank is loud in general. True. I think everybody can attest to that, right? I mean, nobody's going to. No, right?
Right, nah.
I mean, that. It says very little at home. But whenever I'm watching TV, he'll play a clip from his phone louder than any fire truck siren for minutes. And then when I finally say something, he'll act like he did nothing wrong.
The few times we watch the TV show I want to watch, no one wants to see that. So then they all play TikTok videos. So then when I do it, I'm the bad guy. But that's, you live it.
I do.
You're a husband and a father. You live it.
All right, last one, and then we'll get on to some actual basketball here. I said, can he cook? She said he's actually a great cook. But she said, with the kids out of the house, he hasn't figured out how to cook for two.
Yeah.
He always cooks like we're having a block party. Then he's mad because most of it goes to waste. And then, I'm quoting her, dude, there's only two of us. 2 days of leftovers is enough. I miss Anya.
She ain't lying about that. She ain't lying about any of it.
She actually didn't give me some of the really good stuff. I mean, I got some other stuff that I want to get into if we have time, like your fight with America Airlines.
I'm not alone on that line. I just like, I get a kick like I'm flying them later today. I'm curious. I might get.
Oh, you're not getting. No,
I might get that because of the storm that's moving into Florida.
Plus
sometime.
they know who you are by now. Your luggage is never going to get there.
So we've all, because we all travel. Like, isn't it the best? Like, and I do it on purpose just to laugh because I'm pissed. You put something on Twitter and you get the generic response, we are sorry you are being inconvenienced. Tell us how we can better help you. I'm like, answer the phone?
Last one I have. A little birdie tells me that back at Kansas State, they used to count how many profanities Frank would drop in a given practice. Anybody want to guess the record?
Stop.
Anyone want to guess?
We could probably ask the guy who was right.
They actually put a cuss jar like on the scores table during practice. One of the assists, Kurt McGuffin, who's the athletic director at UT Martin, put a cuss jar on the table at practice.
The record? Anybody?
I don't know the answer.
I'm going to guess 182.
Yeah, very good. He's reading my notes. 182. 180. Rasul, how many? What's the average now? He's mellowed a little bit, hasn't he?
He's calmed down.
Right?
Yeah, no, he's not near 182.
All right, anyway. All right. Sorry, guys. But
go ahead, McCall.
All right.
People don't understand this, that I've known this guy since he was a high school coach. In fact, there was like a showcase, I want to say, at Dillard High School maybe, where the bleachers go straight up in the air.
Yes.
And I knew like Billy Donovan and all these guys were going to be recruiting his team. So I really tried to go in there and get my game off, and we got our ass kicked by Miami High. But, Coach, I want to ask you this. And, as the former UMass coach, when he got hired, I said this, and this is not where the roast is over.
Thank
In terms
God.
of changing the culture which needed to be done, he was the perfect guy for the job. But when you look at last year's Final Four with your background and you see 3 coaches that all coached in high school, just like you, young coaches today, they want to get to the top and get there fast and not have to pay their dues. How much did that mean to you?
What happens is, Matt, and I got something I got to say after I give you an answer here. What happens is when you're coaching high school basketball, I tell my children this all the time. My biggest high school salary, the most I got paid for coaching after 16 years was $1,760. My salary was being a school teacher. So if I didn't do my teaching job, I wasn't paying bills. So you learn to work, you don't learn to make money. So then when you make money, you don't pay attention to your salary, you continue to work. And what does the job teach you? It's about helping them. And when you get out of bed every day, not worried about your salary or how you're going to pay bills, you get out of bed, how am I helping him? It gives you the peace of mind to do your job in a world that judges you and I on wins and losses. And we're talking off air. And when you got to uproot your family, everyone says, well, they paid him $3 million to leave. He's got nothing to worry about. Good luck with that one, bro. Good luck with dealing with your children in that moment and your family in that moment. But I got to say something, because no one says this, okay? He became a head coach when COVID hit, okay? All of us. I got fired. I couldn't handle COVID. Trying to build a program, and I don't say this in a disrespectful manner, in one of the states that had the biggest restrictions in our country during that time, no chance. And the fact that I've been able to go in there and have a place where there was civility on how to do my job the next day says a lot about what Matt McCall and his group did in their time at Amherst. It's hard, because losing to winning is not easy. It's not easy whether you've been to a Final Four. It's not easy if you've been a head coach for 3 years. It's really hard. But when you have civility, there's good people in place. It makes it easier to get people to fall in line. And that's what we've been fortunate to follow in your footsteps after a difficult time that was bad for everybody.
All right, we got to get Rasul in here, because we've had you guys on for 10 minutes, and I think you said about 3 words over here. So
please,
Rasul,
let's talk to him.
Let's start with this. You started at UConn. Mm-hmm. You experienced a year of Dan Hurley practices, and you said, you know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and go play for Frank Martin after this. In all seriousness, how has he been as a coach?
What's the number? 182 for me? What's the number for him?
500. Yeah, I'm about to say.
3 times that.
Yeah. I think just dealing with Frank, even though he's more calmer than Dan Hurley now, I think he was more of a guy I could sit and talk to, more so I can relate to him. And we just tied off the court more than we did on the court. And that was the big plus for me.
You were the most improved player in the A-10 last year. How did he get the best out of you, and where are you trying to take that next step this season?
He just forced me to go hard every day. Every day at practice, he was on me, cursing me out, kept me in the gym. But his thing was trust, and once I gained his trust, he let me go. And you have to play, well, you try to play perfect for Frank, because if you don't, he'll take you out the game, and nobody wants to get pulled out the game. So that's where we connected at.
How did you gain his trust? What did you have to do?
I had to get in the gym every day.
There's a start.
And just give effort and just buy into what he wants us to do and what he wants the team to do.
I know you see the talent in him. When you see a player like Rasul start to live up to the natural ability that they have, how does that make you feel as a coach?
That's why I got into it. It goes back to the first answer I spoke about. It's he's a rarity in today's day and age. Have a guy for 3 years. In today's day and age, when they have success after a year, they leave. When they don't have fun that first year, that's the magic word of today's day and age, is fun. That's the most overrated word in real world that exists, is fun. There's nothing fun about getting better. There's nothing fun of growth. Fun is a result of all those things. But once, the advantage I had to be able to help him is that he actually went to UConn and dealt with that moment at UConn. Why? Because they're about winning. And I can have those conversations without trying to talk about his journey at UConn. I can have those conversations and get his attention because you don't become the player of the year in the city of Philadelphia like he was unless you're good. But there's a big difference being a real good high school player and walking into a UConn basketball practice and finding success. There's a big difference there. You got to deal with that moment to be able to have a chance to grow.
Who else is going to help you this year? I mean, obviously you lost two key pieces in Josh and Matt. Who do we not know yet? I mean, I know you got Rivera coming in for Brian. He's tough, but who?
I think we just got a great group of returning guys, and with the transfers we brought in, I think they just mix well, including our freshmen. I think we just are very deep. It's not just one guy. I think it's a few of us that can impact the game in a high way.
Rasul, 20 wins last season, double bye in the Atlantic 10 tournament.
Yeah.
What are the goals for this year?
25 plus wins this year, another double bye, and to win the A10 tournament and go to the dance. That's the prize.
Can I add to his? Of course. Like when you asked him about his team, you guys have all known me for a long time. I respect winning too much to be a self-promoter and let's promote our players and our team, and then as soon as you have a bad day, everyone says you stink. I'm into the respect that it takes to be good. We return our two guards. People forget Jalen Curry was a starting point guard on the 16 and under USA team that won a gold medal. Like, Jalen Curry can really play. He didn't run away from being a backup his freshman year. He took it on. Rasul has been unbelievable in helping Jalen. Jalen can really go. So we got our two guards in place. We got a guy that was top 5-6 in minutes played in the league as a freshman in Jaden Jingay. And now you add Daniel Hankins Sanford, was a top 100 player that we signed to South Carolina. Daniel went through what he went through his freshman year at UConn, his freshman year at South Carolina. And he came to us last year, and just like he did his sophomore year, it was hit and miss.
Yeah.
But now Daniel's in a much better place. Daniel could really play. So, and now you add Daniel Rivera. You add the guy that led JUCO basketball in blocks and dunks. You add a guy that, the transfer market. We fall in love with the guys that have stats, but it's about who fits. We got a guy named, Malek Abdelgawad, who's a great fit for our team. So
spell it, Frank.
Good luck. I'm a math teacher. Give me numbers, I'm good. Ask me to write, we're in trouble. But I'm not trying to self-promote our team. We had the number one freshman recruiting class in the Atlantic 10. We got really good transfers, but more importantly, we got our two guards back. And the backup, Marquis Worthy, he's back. We've got a really good group of guys. I'm excited to coach these guys.
Guys, we appreciate you being here. Best of luck this season, all right? It's always a pleasure to see you guys. Keep him in line.
It's a pleasure to see you, Richard.
You got a couple more hours.
I don't know about this guy, but
Rob, how much more time do you have to sit next to? Because
3.5 more hours.
Like at least your regular show, it's a Zoom, I assume. Yeah. So you don't have to be in a room next to him. You can hide his camera.
The good news, he actually showered this morning.
Oh
so.
boy! Oh boy! I ain't touching that one. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. That's always great to hear from Frank. It's always a pleasure. And it's the one thing that I do think is cool. We're going to be joined by Anthony Grant here in just a second with Nate Santos, but I do think it is cool that the relationship that you guys have, when there could be, it's very easy for a coach in your position to be bitter at the guy that took his job, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, he didn't fire me, right? And I've known him for so long, and the relationships that he has with Anthony Grant, who's getting ready to join us, who's a mentor of mine, and Billy Donovan and Donnie Jones. And
makes it easier,
It makes it a lot easier. And it wasn't one of these things when he got the job where he was trying to avoid me. Pick up the phone and called me, and I said, look, there's some things I think I can. That's not normal, right? No, I think there's some things that I can help you with about the place, and I want to help. And I mean, last year he had my college roommate on his staff in Brett Nelson. I mean, one of my best friends. He was in my wedding. So, it's a fraternity, and especially when you go through something like I've gone through, like he's gone through. you look out for one another.
We're joined now by Anthony Grant and Nate Santos.
This is my third time I've had him today, just so everybody knows. Yes, three times today. NBC, Sirius XM. I'm going to fly the plane back for the Dayton Flyers.
All right, so why don't you open it up? Hit him with a question you haven't asked him yet.
Oof, man. That's tough because this is the same. But for people that don't know, obviously we spent an enormous amount of time at Florida together. I want to tell this story right quick because it was one of the hardest things at 24 years old that I ever had to do. Coach Grant gets the VCU job and calls me and offers me his director of basketball operations job. And 5 minutes after I hung up the phone, and I'm driving to Richmond. I'm going. Here again. I'm getting in the car. Coach Grant was my guy, and I'm going. Billy Donovan calls. And I pick up the phone, and I start the conversation off by saying, thank you for everything. He goes, I heard you're going to Richmond. I said, I am, Coach. Thank you so much. Thanks for everything you did for me in my career. I'm really, really excited to be joining Coach Grant's staff. He goes, whoa, I'm offering you the same job here. And telling Coach Grant no was one of the hardest things at that point in my life that I ever had to do, but it didn't matter. And my last game as a head coach, I have the picture saved on the phone. I had already been let go at UMass. We played Dayton, great game. Down to the wire in the quarterfinals in this building in D.C., and he's been there for me my entire career. And that moment, I got that picture saved on my phone where he gave me this huge hug. I mean, it was over for me, but he's always been there for me. That's who he is. And I'm not trying to get sappy, but that's who this guy is, just so you know.
No, I think anybody who's watched this show the last 2 years can attest to I've pretty much gotten that way with him, too. I mean, like, you just – Nate, you can speak to this. You've been coached by him now. Like, he's just different.
Yeah.
He's just different than most coaches. You know, there's just something about Anthony Grant. He probably hates this right now that we're talking about him, right? He hates
you guys do realize I'm sitting here, right?
He wants to leave right now. But, like the character, just how he is with you guys in terms of holding you accountable, it's not going to let you skip steps.
Right.
But being able to put his arm around you and you know he's there for you.
Right. Yeah, it's incredibly special, and I think, you know, it helps us go out there and play even harder for him because we know what type of coach he is and what type of person he is, that he cares about us as players and people. So, you know, it speaks volumes to the person he is.
How are you feeling? You healthy?
Yeah, good. Full go now.
Hip surgery, right?
Where are we at? Not just how are we feeling. The reporter in me here. Where Anthony's hating this right now. Where are we at? Are you able to go 5-on-5 contact now? Are you going to be ready to go?
Yeah, I've been full go. So ever since practice started doing 5-on-5 and stuff like that. So now I'm full practice, full go.
When was hip surgery? When was it?
I believe it was April 22nd.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, because I do my research, I'm a part of the media now. I don't know if you guys did this, and we've talked about this a couple of times already. But this is pretty neat.
Okay.
2 sisters played in college. Brother played in college. Mom and dad both played in college. Everybody in his family at some point in time has played on the Puerto Rican national team.
Okay.
I asked him, "Who's the best shooter in the family?" He did not even flinch.
Who is it?
It's me. 1,000% me.
Humble. Nice and humble. Your poor siblings.
I just got to stick it to my siblings because, you know, when I was growing up, they were always beating me up, and I could never win a game.
You're
so
the
now,
youngest?
yeah. So now that I got that over them, I hold it against
Are
them.
you the tallest?
Nah, my brother is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like 6'8".
Malachi Smith, obviously, when he's healthy, he kind of changes what you guys can be. Had the ACL last year. Where is he at? Is he going to be ready for the start of the season?
Yeah. Well, I was really enjoying the interview, guys. This is my type of interview. I don't have to say a word, and you guys just kind of take the mic, man, and go with it. I got to deal with it.
I'm going to watch you dance around the Malachi.
Honestly, Malachi's doing great, you know, and I think obviously his injury last year happened in our first game, and he's worked really hard to get himself back, and honestly, from the surgeries that he had before on his ankle at the end of his sophomore season, by the time we were scheduled to start practice, he probably wasn't fully ready, and he tried to push himself through. I think this time he's been able to have a full amount of time to get his body and his mind physically and mentally ready. And so he's doing really well. You know, from a physical standpoint, he looks great, is playing well. I think that probably the last little piece for him, because a lot of what he went through was just bad luck, right, where his injuries took place and the way they took place. The last little piece for him will be the mental hurdle, right, to just have that full confidence that, hey, I'm good to go. I can go out there and play the way I know how to play, the way I've always played. So he's doing really well.
When you pair him with Posh in a backcourt, like that's what you're sitting there thinking about, like, ooh, we could win something with these two.
Yeah, I really like our backcourt in terms of the experience. We have veterans and we have guys that are experienced in college basketball. So I think when you look at a guy like Malachi, who even though he sat out last year, is a veteran, right? He's a proven competitor, proven winner. I would throw in, Javon Bennett and Enoch Cheeks, and the fact that, Javon is in his third year and stepped in to fill a void that we needed him to fill last year. And he did a great job with that. And Enoch Cheeks is the guy that's in his fifth year and was a huge part and kind of an unsung hero for us last year that didn't get a lot of recognition in terms of what he brought to our team. And so, you add Posh in with that mix. We've got a deep, veteran, experienced backcourt to go along with a guy like Nate, who obviously we know what he brings to the table in terms of his skill set. And, some other pieces like a Jacob Connor that we added. We feel real good about what he brings to the table, along with, the front court guys with Zed Key, Isaac Jack, and then a couple of redshirt freshmen and true freshmen that'll join the team as well.
Yeah, I know Nate likes bringing Posh in because now you got Posh and Enoch to play the defense, and that frees him up to just shoot as many shots as he can, right?
Well, he's going to get them up. Make no mistake about it. He's going to get them up. But, I think we've got some guys that can help him get them up.
Coach, I want to shift gears a little bit here and talk about the charity exhibition game. I'm going to be fortunate enough to be on the call, which I'm really excited to come up and see your family, see your wife, Chris. jayslight.org last year, you guys played against Ohio State. This year, bringing Xavier in, it's even expanded even more to 2 other games for this cause. Just talk about how it went into creating this game again with Xavier and how you got these other coaches involved to bring awareness to mental health.
Yeah, well, thanks for asking the question, Matt. So for us, obviously with our daughter's passing 2 years ago, for my wife and I, it's been on our heart that we wanted to do as much as we could to advocate for mental health, to help try to reduce the stigma around mental health and around suicide ideation. And so last year we were able to partner with Coach Holtman and Ohio State in creating a game. We were able to do a town hall where the Helinskis, I don't know if you're familiar with Helinskis,
absolutely. Yep.
Mark and Kim were able to come in and share their story and just spread their knowledge and their awareness. We were able to partner with different organizations in our community that are already doing good work, and our vision was that we were hoping to be able to use the platform that we have to highlight other people that are already doing great work in the space, so that people that would be in need, whether they're going through a mental health crisis of their own or have a loved one that's going through it, or God forbid maybe in the future if they find themselves in one, that they would know what resources are available, where to go to try to get help. Things that for us obviously are near and dear to us in terms of what we experienced and what we continue to experience on a daily basis. So the inaugural event, we felt like as exhausting as it was to have to go through some of that, the benefit of it was we felt like we helped. We were able to get people to have that conversation, to be willing to maybe go and maybe look at their mindset toward mental health maybe a little differently than they were before they heard our story, before they heard the Helinski story, before they heard of some of the resources that are available. And so you move that forward, and one of our partners is CareSource, and they were partnering with us last year. They're in a lot of different markets across the country, and they had the idea of being able to take what we did at Dayton and expand it to different areas, right? And so Cincinnati and Ohio State will play a game in Cincinnati. Kansas and Arkansas would play a game in Kansas. And the thing I asked CareSource to make sure that we did with these games was to keep the focus on mental health awareness, right, and helping people in those regions understand what was available to them and try to help reduce that stigma around those sources. So we're excited that Sean at Xavier was willing to partner with us this year to play the game in Dayton. And obviously, you know, the programs have a rich history in basketball, but I think Sean would agree with me in terms of it's bigger than basketball in terms of what we get a chance to do. And I think both teams can exist where it'll be a great experience for both of our teams on the floor, but more importantly, the people that will get a chance to be a part of that will hopefully learn more and be able to advocate for themselves and people they love. And Matt, I can't thank you enough for coming in with us and doing the game, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited. We know that place will be rocking.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. No, listen, anything anything we can do to help, we're here for it.
Jeff, thank you for all you do in terms of getting the word out. And last year that was huge for you to be able to get that word out to everybody that follows you in terms of what we're doing. So I appreciate it.
No, it's been tough to watch, obviously, what your family's gone through, but I think on one hand it's been very nice to watch you be more open about it and help other people. That's been, listen, there's no bright spot in this, but I love that you're doing this. I love that you're doing it, and I love that you're comfortable doing it.
Thank you.
So, listen, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, man.
Always great to
Always
see
a
you.
pleasure.
Nate,
Always
keep
a pleasure.
getting those shots up. All right, no matter what he says, keep getting them up. The next one's always going in.
Yeah.
All right?
Yep. Coach, appreciate
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Nate.
I'll be there.
Coach said I'll see you on the plane.
I think I'm done with Dayton for today.
Yeah,
I think that's it. I don't think I had him again.
No more questions.
I got no more questions.
You're out.
We have Archie Miller and David Green from Rhode Island coming up next. Are we doing that? What time is that? At 11:30?
That is
or is that right now?
Right now.
Yeah, right now.
As usual, Archie's late.
Yeah, this was like what it was.
The
like
original
on
field of 68 members.
He really was, man. He really was. He was the first Matt McCall.
There's only one.
Yeah, there's only one Matt McCall. I think URI is going to be pretty good this year, man. We were talking about this off air, Jeff and I, but they bring back David Green. I think they have 3 starters back in addition to David Green. Plus, they're bringing in the kid that was at Albany 2 years ago. I'm blanking on his name in the moment.
Sebastian Thomas.
Yeah, Sebastian Thomas. There you go. That's not an easy thing to do in college basketball in 2024 and 2025. Come on in. Yeah, get in here, Arch.
The original field of 68 members.
The original field of 68 member.
He started the whole thing.
Did you know either one, David? Either one.
Yes.
You pick whichever one
We
you
have
want.
David Green here. We are live. The mics are hot.
Did you know that Archie Miller he helped start the network? He was a media star.
He was.
Archie Miller,
Yes.
media
Did
star.
you know that?
That's like
Those are
what is it
2
called?
words we never thought we'd say.
Yeah, that's like an oxymoron.
Yeah,
right?
that's what we call it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we call it, David.
Yeah, normally we just call Arch a moron, right? That's makes more understandable.
Exactly.
No, he was very good at it, and
The Miller Brothers podcast.
That's right, the Miller Brothers podcast.
Next play with the Miller
Hey, Arch,
Brothers.
I got a question for you. Do you know last year what the opposing free throw percentage was in the country on Ken Pom?
No.
Third.
No.
Third of the country.
I continue to
You
dominate.
kill it.
Yes.
I mean, if there's one area we can count on you for.
I continue to dominate the landscape in free throw defense, according to Ken Pom. It's an amazing stat. really. I never
the
even
fact
thought
that
about it.
you continue to do it. Like how? Like
You know, the crazy thing is we've had some teams over the years, whether it be Dayton, all the way through, where we weren't any good at the foul line, and the team still shot worse than us. It's crazy.
I wonder what it is
I don't
about
know.
you. Maybe
don't
they
know.
look over at you and they're just terrified.
For the people that are listening, the joke here is that on the Next Play podcast with the Miller brothers for an entire year, all Sean would do was make fun of Arch because Arch's teams would like lead the nation in free throw percentage defense, and you guys were third nationally last year. I'm going to give all the credit to David Green here because he got eligible midseason, right? He started playing. How difficult was that to come into a team that was already kind of set, rotations were already set, and you were like, oh, you know what? By the way, you can play now today.
Yeah. It was challenging. You know, trying to find my footing and just like be effective in my role within the team. But I feel like as time went, I grew into it, and I just accepted the challenge. You know.
Coach, charity exhibition against back-to-back national champions. We know who he's rooting for. Okay, we don't even have to. He probably has a UConn shirt on.
He's a
complete
shirt, homer. Complete homer.
What went into that, and how did that game come about between you and Coach Hurley?
You know, I think college basketball is shifting to, Division I on Division I here moving forward. Whether it starts to creep into the summer or whether it goes into the preseason where you're going to start to see these matchups more and more. It makes a lot of sense. And I think as we were talking this summer, the Hall of Fame brought the opportunity, charity event, exhibition game, and for us to play early in the season, get started, and get the most complicated thing you can deal with out of the way, adversity. You know what I mean? Let's figure out who we are and what we can do, how we can do it, and get on a big stage. And there's a connection there with Dan as well. His history at URI, the job that he did at URI, the job he's doing now, it's a really good opportunity to bring him back into the fold with us. We'll have some opportunity maybe the night before the game to talk. But just in general, it was a cool thing to set up for us. And I think moving forward, a lot of these things are going to become the way to go.
You told me you felt like year 3 you feel better than you did certainly year 1 and 2 going in. You have more retention, guys like him back, a few other guys.
Yeah.
Why? What's the biggest reason why you feel good about this team this year?
I think in all of the places you start to get your way of life going, and the players that you recruited are there, they're returning, they're getting better. This is the first year for that at Rhode Island for us. Between David, Jaden House, David Fuchs, Cam Estevez, starters, major minutes. Finally had an off season to prepare them, a spring, a summer, and we were able to build some pieces around a group coming back that we knew what they could do. So, there's a lot that goes into that, but I definitely think this team is set up. It has the pieces, I feel like that go together well. I think we have some returning guys that have played in the league. I think we have some guys that are coming in that fill a need, and they're all good. So I think that this team sets up, and we've worked together a lot longer. We had a foreign trip. We've had a spring and a summer. I think that everyone has great confidence that we have a chance to be pretty good.
You get Sebastian back.
Yeah.
He left, he goes to Albany. What did he average? 19.5 points, 4.5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and now he's coming back. Where have you seen the growth in him as a player now that you have him back in your program?
He had such a rocky start to his college career, playing for 2 coaches in 2 years, and he was a very young freshman. And he was unsure about what was going on. You can't be successful in anything you're doing when there's no confidence around you or unsure. He went out on his own and got it. Mm-hmm. He went out on his own. He went and played at a really high level. He generated a lot of confidence within himself that he belongs wherever he can go now. He did it. And I think in coming back, David hasn't been around Sebastian as long as I have, but you see he's very sure of himself. He really understands that he can play the game, but he belongs, commands a lot of attention, knows how to play the position. Like, he's a different person right now than he was, and he earned that on his own. He went out and got it. He did it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. David, what have you seen out of him?
Bassie, man, I love playing with him. Just like IQ-wise, like the way he controls the game, like he's a real deal floor general. So I feel like he's gonna turn a lot of heads this season for sure.
That sounds like a scorer that has a point guard that's been setting.
He was just talking about it last night. Yeah, Bassie's
say good things about him.
Bassie's been nursing a couple, injuries here. He hasn't been in practice the last couple of days, and Dave's teams took it on the chin a few days in a row. He's kind of looking around saying when he's coming back.
How much, only 19 games last year, right? But you shot over 41% from three. You came on, you burst onto the scene. How good does it feel to know, hey, look, I can start day one, first game of the season, and gain some momentum? Because that's a challenge to come in the middle of the season.
Yeah, it's a blessing to be able to just have an off season and be work myself in the areas that I want to get better in, and just like have a coaching staff around me that believes in me and gives me the opportunity to be great. So it's just a blessing. I just want to take full advantage of it.
I don't think a lot of people know how hard it is, one, to jump in. But in David's case, he was actually shut down for a few weeks because he wasn't going to play. And we were making decisions based on, does he do a knee procedure now, or do we wait till the end of the year? Do we recover? And then all of a sudden it was, hey, he can play. So he had to make the decision to jump back in. And I think the physical toll, you start with a burst of adrenaline. You like excited to be back. You're operating on a high. And then the realization of like, oh, I got to keep doing this day in and day out. Physically, he was in pretty tough shape to start, but I think it wore him down. We worked a really hard this off season on rehab, but most importantly, conditioning. Getting him back into great game shape.
I bet that was fun, huh?
Oh, man. Just very fun. Very fun. But it's a necessary.
Sorry, I'm going to make him tell a story right now from years ago when he was a player at NC State. I was told there was a game against Duke, and he was playing against Wojo. And
that's
a
long time ago.
There was a loose ball, and Arch did not get it. Is this true? This is what your brother told me. He took out your legs or something, and ended up Wojo was the tougher, diminutive point guard.
I do remember the game. It was at home. I think it was at home. It was in Reynolds Coliseum. It was like CBS Saturday. Big deal. And I think there was a tackle football opportunity on the ground. Wojo was renowned for those tackle collision opportunities. I do remember it. I was a freshman in college. It was 98. Wojo's last year in school. He was at Duke. They were operating at a pretty high level then. We were just getting started. Back in the good old days. The funny thing is this place right here was my last college game.
Really?
UConn. Wow. Karan Butler. I was telling Dave, Karan had, if you look up the stat line from the game, he may have been 10 for 10 from the floor, 14 for 14 from the line.
He probably knows it.
We got totally screwed at the end of the game on a call.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they fouled.
No, they didn't.
They called a foul on Julius Hodge with the shot clock running down on a three, and Karan Butler went to the line, made three, and iced it. But my last college game was here.
Ironically, so was mine.
Is that right?
My last game coaching was in this building right here. So.
Oh Jesus! You never know. Coming back around.
Coming back around.
What's your streak now on the Versa climber at? How many days in a row? Have you broken it?
I've broken the streak in a row, but I'm heading towards 4 million feet climbed.
Wow. What's the goal?
There is none. There is none. It's
just keep climbing.
Just go.
Just keep climbing.
Just go, and the number grows.
See, the year that he was with Field of 68, he got back in good shape, right? It was the start of it.
I was heading in that direction before then, but I had a lot of time on my hands.
A
lot of time on my hands out there.
I wish the year with Field of 68 got me in shape.
Yeah, well,
I need to
no year has gotten you in shape.
I need to get on the David Green conditioning program.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Where's Fanta? He doesn't come to the Atlantic 10 media day.
He's covering bowling right now.
He's only contractually with the Big East. He's such a homer with the Big East. I will say this. I actually do look for the bowling.
Well, yeah, I was gonna.
He's on there.
I was gonna say, Arch, you don't look very well rested today. Were you up late last night watching football?
I bounced back and forth. I saw the last play and turned the TV off. It's disappointing. We'll be fine though. We'll be fine.
You won't? He struggles with that?
No, I said the Cowboys.
Are you a Cowboys fan?
No, Giants fan.
You're a
so
Giants
I hate the Cowboys.
You're a Floridian. How are you a Giants fan? What is
we
going
talked about
on?
that last night.
just grew up. Like the first people I watched was Eli Manning, like Victor Cruz, like Plexico Burress, all those dudes Ahmad Bradshaw, all those dudes who used to play for New York. I don't know. I just fell in love with them.
That makes me feel so old. The first guy that I watched playing was Eli Manning.
Do you? Let me ask. Growing up in Florida, do you have a favorite college football team?
Yes, Florida Gators.
Let's go.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Big win this past weekend. Big
win.
huge. We need
back on track.
We're back on track.
We'll get right.
Here, let's put him in the hot seat now. What do you if you're the AD? What are you doing with Billy Napier?
Oh, come on!
That's so
Come on, not even
so
out
field is 68.
Come on.
That's terrible.
He's a fan.
Come on.
We had a long talk about this last night. We did. We had a long. We actually did. We had a
Billy
long talk.
Napier?
Yeah.
We were talking about Dan Mullen.
Yes.
He was a Dan Mullen fan. Said he did a great job.
Great job.
I think he. Yeah, I think
3 straight New Year's Six Bowls. Great job.
He said he was very excited when Mullen was there and did a great job. He was a big fan of what was going on in Florida then.
Arch, what do you miss most about Field of 68?
What do I miss most?
Not the 11
He's gonna
o'clock
say.
tilt.
He's gonna say.
I was
Phantom.
good though. It was always 8 o'clock my
there
time
you
because
go.
I was out west.
That's right.
Never felt the
You had
pain.
it easy.
Never felt the pain of the like 1 in the morning, midnight. Yeah. Honestly, I miss studying the game from a different perspective and then covering it. But also, you get an opportunity to talk to some of the coaches after the wins and players after the wins. It was fun.
Yeah.
I had a good time with it.
You didn't think you'd have fun, did you?
No, I actually didn't think we would do it.
No, I didn't think you'd do it either. I mean, honestly, the two of you.
I didn't think there was. I
Of
think I would have
300
probably did it, but I never thought that he would. That Sean would have done.
Now he's got his own podcast.
Yeah, he's.
What's up with that?
Have you been invited on yet?
No.
You haven't?
Do
He
you
has
know-
not had you on.
No.
Fan has been on like 4 times.
Yeah.
I've never gotten a text. I've never gotten an ask.
Anything either.
I have not been
I
invited.
told him he's dead to me. He put Rothstein on. He's dead.
in all seriousness, I think, and you two, correct me if I'm wrong here. I feel like we've seen a little bit of a different style from your brother since he's been back after the year off.
Definitely.
A little bit more pace and space, a little bit more up and down. Some of that's by necessity because of the rosters that he's had, but I think that some of that is intentional too. Have you changed what you do at all after spending a year of just watching games and breaking it down and looking at it from our perspective as opposed to being in it the way that you
I think from an ideal world, yes. Part of it is what you have and what you have from a roster standpoint. Can you execute it? Can you do what you really want to do? Can you play a couple different styles small? Can you play a style where you play a couple forwards? But most importantly is the tempo that you want to play at. And I think you got to have great point guard play to do that. I think you have to have some depth to do that. And I think hopefully this season, by far and away this year, we have the best version of that ability level from a point guard standpoint of being able to have a guy that can run the show, that can push the ball. And I think guys like himself that have some versatility can now start to play around and do different things. So I think from an offensive standpoint, even last year's offense wasn't really the problem. I think this year we have to have both sides for the first time in check.
Yeah, what he basically just said there, David, was you got to guard.
Yeah.
We're
going to get back to that
this year, man.
We're going to get back to that. You have a different perspective every year from offense, defense perspective, new team. We spent a lot more time defensively this spring and summer, though. We tried to handle a lot of that work that you're trying to do right now. Tried to do that a little bit earlier.
All right, well, listen, guys. It's been a pleasure. Arch, it's always good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you
David,
guys,
it's great
man.
to meet
Glad to see
you,
you
man.
guys. Thank you.
Glad
Thank
you're
you for
healthy.
having me.
Glad you're in shape. Glad you survived the off-season conditioning work. That's never easy.
This guy's a chance to be a really unique player, especially in our league. I think, obviously if the stars align, I feel like he's an all-conference player. I think he has a chance to really do some damage, not only inside, but I think he has a chance to really stretch the floor for us as well.
You better hang that up. I'm looking at 4 teams right there, and I don't see the name David Green on there.
Best believe that I took note of that.
Winning though.
Winning.
For sure.
As
That'll
we
get you on one of those teams.
talk about a lot, winning solves a lot of problems.
Sure does.
Yep.
All right, guys.
All right,
Appreciate it,
fellas,
guys.
you guys enjoy it.
Great
Enjoy it.
meeting
Good
you
luck
guys.
at the
Yes,
start.
Great
Yes,
meeting you,
sir.
man.
Great meeting.
Arch, great seeing you, man.
Where are you guys heading from here?
Summit League.
Summit.
Sioux Falls tomorrow. Summit League Media tomorrow.
Sioux Falls, baby. Not everyone, but we
We
do a bunch.
We do a lot of leagues.
Then ACC and Charlotte after.
Yeah. All right. So we see Arch. We'll have. I think we have the Bonnies next here.
A little bit of a break.
A little bit of a break.
Take a little break.
I got to go to my other job.
We're gonna get some.
So
I gotta-
losing Matt McCall.
I got to go to my other job.
Yeah,
That's
he's gonna go. He's gonna
Call,
go.
thanks for
interview,
joining us.
Got like 8 jobs here.
Yeah, you're gonna go interview Anthony Grant again at your other job. But listen, great to see you, Matt.
Great
Always
to see
a pleasure,
you guys.
brother.
Always. See you down the road.
Yep. And we will be back in just a couple of minutes with Mark Schmidt and is Woj here?
I don't think so.
Is Woj here?
I think Woj is
We got
here.
Woj?
I think he's busy
We'll
raising
see.
money.
That's coming up next. Welcome back to Atlantic 10 Media Day here, Washington, D.C., Capital One Arena, and we are now joined by St. Bonaventure. We got head coach Mark Schmidt here. We got Noel Brown here, and is Woj on the way? Is he coming up next?
Well,
Woj is my boss, so Woj does what he wants to do. So
Pretty much tells you where to go.
exactly.
By the way, as we're fellow massholes, I don't know if you knew that.
Boy.
Yeah.
So I sold
God's
my house.
country, city of
Sold
champions.
my house.
You did?
I'm out.
Where are you going?
I'm out. We're in Charleston for now,
Oh, you
looking to
really?
buy, but Charleston's more money than Boston.
Is it really?
Oh, it's crazy.
Boston it's God's country.
It is God's
It's God's country.
That's right.
That's all it is.
If you ever want to
One
know
city, baby.
where he's from, I mean, the accent gives it away more than anybody.
One city. There's
Pat
one
Skerry
city.
and Mark Schmidt, two accents that, like, right? They
And
speak for
some
themselves.
people have said that the accent is getting a little bit.
No, you still got
Yeah,
it.
I know.
You still got it.
It's-
You might need to
I
go
don't
back a
notice
little
it's
bit
not.
more.
It's nothing like Scary's.
Yeah, Scary's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary leans into it.
Yes.
Kinda,
He's more Boston. Like I'm more like Providence. Like
He's Medford.
He's Medford.
Medford. That's what he is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
How you doing?
Everything's good.
Listen, this is like the only guy that you bring back.
I told
pretty much, right?
I told Noel and I told the team, we have 6 points and 2.2 rebounds back, and they're all Noel. And we need more than 2.2 rebounds from a 6'11", 255-pound guy. So
Yeah,
that's
I
the
think
challenge.
That's fair. I
Yes.
think that's fair.
Agreed.
So we have
Agreed on that. You didn't fight that one.
We have 10 new guys, 2 redshirt kids that we had. So it's what college basketball
you had
is.
a
now.
lot of a couple years ago.
We
you
had
a lot
nobody.
of-
We had
right.
0.
Right.
So now we have
used
6.
So this is a good year for
I
you.
tell you what, we yes, we got a veteran back with us that had some success. But yeah, 3 years ago we had 0.
Right.
Everybody.
So at least
yeah.
you've done it before. It's a little different circumstances.
Yeah, I have a little bit better understanding of what's happening, but it's still a challenge. It's funny. I was talking to somebody the other day, and what's different, like when you have a veteran team, you can bring your veterans out and run a set and show like the young guys, like this is how it's done. This is the speed. Now, like you have the new guys out there, you're putting in new stuff with all new guys. So there's nobody
to teach them.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the challenge. That's the challenge.
Noel, you went from being the new guy in the program to now you're the only person with experience in this program. In like the span of 6 months, how has that kind of changed the environment and the culture within that locker room?
I think it was a good chance for a start to necessarily like have the culture what we want it to be. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys are coming in and they're looking at me to kind of see what we're expecting from the team. So necessarily like being able to listen to coach's voice or be like, don't like argue on this, just listen to this, just like teach people like how to necessarily like embrace the coaching, I think was a good like first chapter step. So I think it's cool, but I think it's a great opportunity to be honest. I mean, I love the young guys. I love the opportunity to influence them. I believe in them too. They have a whole bunch of talent.
Who's impressed you?
Honestly, everybody. A lot of the transfers I think are very, very good. The 2 redshirts that he was talking about, like they're like my younger brothers, so I'm really like looking at them. But they've matured in some areas, and I think they really will still like mature in a lot of areas. But overall, like a lot of the team has like genuinely impressed me.
You know what you can count on with Schmitty? You can always count on him to have a Bostonian, like a Massachusetts
Absolutely.
guy on the roster.
And we have another one with DeSante.
Yeah, he's really
good.
good.
And Dwayne Thompson.
Yeah, that's right. DeSante, like I remember seeing him a bunch in AAU. He goes to Iowa.
Yeah.
Never kind of carves out the role that I think Fran thought he would there.
Mhm.
You get him an experienced point guard. How much are you going to put on his plate?
Everything. He's the quarterback. No matter how good you are or how bad you are, the point guard is everything. And especially the way we play, he's going to have the ball in his hands 80, 90% of the time. He's got to be thinking like me. And he has a really good understanding of how to play. His IQ is high. And so he's going to be a very good player for us. And all of the guys that we bring in, especially the juniors and seniors in the portal, those guys have to be go-to guys. They can't be guys that, stop playing well in January, February. They need to stop playing well in November and December. There's no, like, those are the guys that you're depending on. And it's difficult because they're learning a whole new system. And, like last year, we had supposedly the most veteran team in terms of minutes. But people don't understand or realize that, all those guys, no matter, they could have started for 4 years, all right? But when they come to a new program, they're like freshmen when it comes to your system. So it's hard for them to really have success early. But in order to have a successful team, especially in the Atlantic 10, where you need to have a good non-conference record, you need to stop playing well really, really early. If you don't play well in the non-conference, your league
gets hurt too.
Your league gets hurt, and you're not going to have any chance of an at-large bid. You're going to have to win the conference tournament.
Yep.
What was the hardest part for you, Noel, when you got here? Adjusting, learning the new system, picking up what he was trying to get you to do?
I think the most difficult part was most definitely the plays, the sets. Those are you gotta just spend a lot of time to make sure you're learning them, drilling down the system and making sure you learned it. But honestly, once you get it, it clicked. But that was probably the biggest part. It was just a whole new system from where I came from.
Yeah. So you mentioned you need more than 2.2 rebounds out of him. DeSante Bowen, 39.6% from the floor, 22% from three.
Yes.
Melvin Council, 38% from the floor, 26% from three. Chance Moore, 41% from the floor, 29%. From
Are you trying to say that we don't have three-point shooters?
No,
Is that what you're trying to say?
Rebounds available for him, right? Yeah.
Offensive rebounds. We need more defensive rebounds. But if you look at those numbers, and you're right, our three-point shooting has to get better. But I think a lot of it is shot selection.
Mm-hmm.
Like with DeSante, he shot 40% in prep school. So I think we have good shooters. They just got to have to take good shots, and if you watch Melvin play at Wagner, a lot of the shots that he missed were end of the shot clock plays, so that's a little bit skewed, but at the same time that's something that we must correct if we're going to have a successful year.
Melvin's a good player, right?
Really good player. Yeah, he can score at all three levels. He's got a great energy, athletic, and we have Noel inside who's the anchor, but we got to have good perimeter guys to be able to if we throw the ball inside to Noel and they double team, we got to be able to kick it out and we got to make them pay. So our guys have been in the gym, but if there's a weakness right now, it's our three-point shooting.
All right, what's Woj's title and what?
Well, I told you he's my boss. He's boss. No, Woj is the general manager.
Okay.
And he's going to wear, and we're so lucky to have it. It's and I said in the press conference, Woj's press conference, I said if Woj put his name in the portal, it would be Kansas, Duke, and Carolina. Right? We are so lucky to have with his connections. So he's going to wear a lot of hats. He'll be a guy that's going to run our collective, raise money. And at Bonaventure, it's and probably in a lot of schools of our size, there's donor fatigue. Right? Sure. We go after the same people over and over and over again, not just from athletics.
So you don't have to keep asking now.
Exactly. But now we got to find different revenue streams. We got to be more creative, and that's what Woj is really he retired from ESPN, but as he said, he's not really retired. He has that personality. He's just really, he wakes up in the morning and he thinks about Bonaventure basketball.
He went out. I heard he was out at Putnam Science.
Oh yeah.
So has he been out recruiting?
Oh yeah. He's going to a general manager.
Are you telling Woj can you evaluate this dude?
No,
too?
it's more of us knowing who to recruit, and then Woj goes and sees them and his relationships that he has. Nationally, but more importantly, internationally, with agents and general managers and all of that. That's so crucial for Bonaventure. It's to us, or to me, it's a home run. It's we need Woj to do what he does. And
did you have to pay him $7 million also a year?
No, we might have given him $8 million. But he's just, it's a home run. It's he's going to be tremendous. And not just, from a basketball standpoint, but, speaking to alumni and, admissions. And it's Woj. As I said in the press conference, we got Woj.
When did you find out? Because that bomb kind of dropped on us.
Everybody. It's interesting. Woj he loves the university. And he's been a part of this for a long, long time, helping us out. But, I would say probably June that, stuff started happening and
you kept it quiet. I give you credit.
Yeah, it was, yes. Yeah, and Woj was a big part of that. But when it happened, the whole process was going on, and I'm yeah, you always doubt. And then when it happened, I'm holy God, this is happening. And Woj he's a special guy. He's not somebody that has to live in the big house, and he's just a normal, and he fits Bonaventure. And, we're really excited to have him and lucky to have him.
I just love that it tells you how stressful being an insider is. Where all these coaches are like, I got to get out of the business. I can't deal with the portal. Woj is like, man, it's going to be so relaxing. I'm retired.
Yeah,
I'm
does
going
he
to go sit in the
understand?
portal.
Like think about that. 'Cause
He's still working. He'll be like he told me he gets 3 or 4 hours of sleep the last 20 years because he's breaking the West Coast stories at midnight and he's breaking the East Coast stories at 6 a.m. So, but he's still going to be maniacal. That personality is not going to change.
This job isn't easy.
No, but it's fun for him. It's like
it's a different pressure.
Yes.
Because you're working for something that you care about.
You care about, you love.
The team that you love.
Yeah, not that he didn't love the job.
Goodman doesn't love anything, so that's the problem.
I hate working with him.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But it's a lot. Like he's doing something that he's passionate about, and like I said, we're really lucky to have him.
All right, last thing I got for you, Noel, because you guys got to get out of here soon. Just kind of break down the game of the guards that you guys have coming in, because I think you look at, we mentioned DeSante, Melvin, Chance. You got 3 guys that are high major guards, right, that have played at the high major level. What have you seen out of those guys, and what can St. Bonaventure fans kind of expect from them this season?
I think, as Coach said, I mean, a lot of the veteran experience. There's a lot of things you don't have to tell those guys because they know how to play the game. I think the biggest thing is obviously getting into the system, but I think there's great veteran guys who are athletic as well and make great reads. So I think just toughness and versatility, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, Melvin can score at all 3 levels. DeSante is a great scorer. Chance is a great scorer. But Melvin could also pass crazy, same as DeSante, come off ball screens. I think they're all just really, really good, valuable guys.
As a big guy, it makes life easy to have guards that can get you the ball where all you got to do is turn and dunk it, right?
100%.
More than 2.2 rebounds this year?
Way more.
What do we fight?
He'll be doing a lot of running if he gets the first.
How many rebounds do you need?
We need double-double. Yeah. We need a double-double.
I mean,
that's the challenge.
You're a big boy. You should be able to get 10 boards.
Yeah, and he'll be playing more minutes than he did last year. Right. But, yeah, we need that presence inside. Any good team, you have to have a good big guy. And a big guy has to have good guards.
Smitty's old school.
It's old school.
Point guard, big guy. Everybody else is talking about versatile wings, and Smitty's still point guard, big guy.
It's almost like in baseball. You win strong up the middle. Yeah. You need to have a good point guard and a good big guy.
We're both
old.
Have those, that's what it shows.
That's how the game is won, in my opinion. This whole thing.
You've won a lot of them.
We tried. Well,
great seeing you, man.
Thanks for having us.
I'm down here in Charleston now.
I know. That's a beautiful area. I know.
I got to deal with. I got to see Mac all the time.
Yeah, and then
it's not a good thing.
I know. It's a great area. We played down. Matter of fact, we spent time because we played in the Charleston Classic 3 or 4 years ago. That's a beautiful city. Beautiful city. All right. Congrats. Thanks.
Best of luck this season, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
10 boards. 10 boards.
10 boards. Double.
You heard it here.
Brown,
Maybe 11.
It's happening this season.
That's right.
I think we're going to be joined here by Bernadette McGlade, the commissioner of the Atlantic 10 here in maybe a minute or two. I see her kind of milling around over there, but it's always good to hear from Schmitty. It's always good to hear from him. Goodman is backing his phone. He's not listening to anything that I'm saying right now. So good. Seeing you, man. Thank you. So what do you make of the A10 so far? I think we are 8 for 8, 7 for 7. How many of these have we done? I think we're 8 for 8, 9 for 9. Whatever it is, I don't think we've had a bad one yet.
No, I mean, that's the beauty, right? That's the beauty with this league. Really good coaches, entertaining coaches. And again, listen, we've done this a few years.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of know what we're about. We know what they're about. You try to have some fun because, again, you don't want these things to be boring and vanilla. And just you want to give people a combination of, seeing their personalities, right? Those who don't know Robbie Avila.
Yep.
They get a chance to see kind of what he's about a little bit. And Josh Schertz, people that are new to the league. But, to me, again, I think Schmitty said it best there. For them and for the league, November and December are huge for a league like the A10.
You have to be able to get wins. You have
Otherwise,
to be
you're fighting for 2 bids. You want to be in position. Look at the Mountain West last year.
Yes, and this because the Mountain West did they did a lot of work in the off season or in the non-conference season to be able to get that done. Yep. And to be frank, I don't know if this year's A10 is going to be quite as good as last year's Mountain West. But I think you go like 5 deep here.
Yeah. You're
And
hoping to get, I would say this. To me, a great year, get 4. Get 4.
I think it's very doable.
I do too.
Because
The
even
top-
cause,
the
like,
top
look, the
four
top 4
all
I
have a
think,
shot.
Yeah, so top 4 all have a shot. I think Drew's got a really good team
Yeah.
at Loyola this year, and Bernadette McGlade is
Appreciate
sitting
it.
down here. The mic is hot, Drew. The mics are hot. We are live still. Yeah. There you go. Smart. Bernadette McGlade, the commissioner of the A10. How are you?
Great.
Been running?
Great.
Been
Yeah.
running around a little bit?
Yeah, but not too much, so it's
Yeah.
been good.
No,
It's
it's a-
the first time we've ever done both the men and women together,
love
so
it.
a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you think, 15 men's coaches, 15 women's coaches,
I'm
and then
upset because my daughter's covering women's college basketball now full time for
Okay.
round 3. So she's texting me as
Oh,
we go.
man, she should be here.
Yeah, well, she's got class today. She's a junior at Indiana.
class is overrated.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Listen,
we're talking about a Goodman here, right?
I'm with you. She said she loves the Richmond coach, Aaron Russell.
Right.
St. Louis coach. So, like, she's texting me, go find him. I'm trying to tell her I'm doing a live show here. I can't just get up. I mean, I could get up and leave, Rob, but it wouldn't be nice.
The show would be better. The ratings would be
we
through
gotta
the
get her-
roof.
We'll get her up.
get
Yeah,
her
she'll be
here.
a senior.
Yeah, we'll be in
Grades
Pittsburgh.
really won't matter.
I didn't say that. The commissioner did not say that.
Not say that. That's right. Did not laugh at it either. That's right. So how you doing? Like how was your off season? I know it's like a loaded question these days to ask any commissioner how their off season was, because it's like you look around, don't you? And you're like, am I okay? Am I not okay? I mean, you look at the Mountain West and what just happened.
Yeah, it's
awful.
just the environment right now in Division I is just, it's really unnerving, and there's a lot going on. We know it, and I'm like every other commissioner, and you're right. It is a little bit of you're looking over your shoulder here and there with the conference realignment, but not only that, all of the anxiety with the house settlement, and then we've got all the NIL stuff going on and the collectives, and where are they going to fall once the house settlement goes through. So, even though we're not defendants in that case, it's going to affect all the 32 conferences, and there's going to have to be decisions made.
Yeah. Do you think it's going to be? I mean, I know none of us know, but your gut tell you it's going to be done fairly soon and in place for the revenue sharing model in place for, I don't know, when the portal heats up again for college basketball in March or April?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not an expert in it because, it's the A5 conferences that are the defendants, and they seem very confident to think that the preliminary approval is going to come from Judge Wilkins, and so, obviously that has to happen. I think the minute that happens, then there will be some certainty. Whether or not you like the certainty is a different story, but at least the decision, and it will be clear that institutions can be able to get more financial support to their student athletes, and that will change the way that the enterprise has operated, as period, forever. It sounds crazy to say forever, but that will change it forever. So as a basketball centric league, I feel like we're in a lane with the other basketball-centric leagues, the Big East, the West Coast Conference, whatever, where there is an opportunity to take advantage of what's going to happen with the settlement. But it won't be easy.
Yeah.
With the explosion that we've seen in the interest of women's basketball over the course of probably it's like it feels like the last 2 years, but really like the last 8 months or so, right? What have you guys kind of done to tap into that a little bit more and to try to drive more eyeballs and more attention and more people paying watching and following the programs you have?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we did, we're one of, I think, only eight conferences out of the whole 31 conferences now that have our championship at a neutral site. So we locked into the Henrico site, brand new facility right outside of Richmond. Last year was the inaugural year. We were the first college championship to be in that building. And, they have a sports commission that they're continuing to build in that region that is really embracing A10 women's basketball. And, I'm not going to go so far as to say it's an exact replica of what we did when I was at the ACC with the women's basketball or like baseball in Omaha. But, is the opportunity there? I think the opportunity is there. So Our coaches love the venue. They're here today, so they're circulating, and they didn't have to be here today, but they are here, and so I think that's really important. And so to answer your question, I think we have to be continue to be prepared to take advantage of this, kind of this rising tide in not only women's sports, but particularly women's basketball. So, we're doing a game there in December. We're actually working on a throwback game for our 50th, a year from now, next fall, in the Palestra for former A10 schools and current A10 schools. So I think those are things that will, resonate with the women's basketball sports fan.
How much fun has this been to follow for you? Not just as a commissioner and someone involved. Like, you're a fan too. Like, how cool has this been to watch?
Yeah, and I was on the earlier podcast, and as a former student athlete, I played at Carolina. As a former coach, I coached at Georgia Tech, and I was on the women's basketball selection committee way back in the early 2000s, and these were things that my generation continued to, we were fighting for and knocking on the door. Yeah. But now to see it come full circle is fabulous. It's just exciting to turn on and see, capacity crowds, and to see a player like Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, to watch the WNBA have, break all their records for attendance. And that got really, as you know, kind of catapulted by the college season. Yep. So it's been, simple answer, yes. It's been really exciting as a woman that has been in basketball and sports my entire life, and all of the colleagues that I have been associated with. So a lot of fun.
I saw someone comparing Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark getting to the WNBA to what Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, their rivalry that they had in college, Indiana State, Michigan State playing the 79 championship game. Then they get to the NBA, and if you watch the trickle-down effect of the explosion of the eyeballs, the revenue that's coming in, the salaries going up, that's when the NBA went from being a league to being this thing that everyone pays attention to. You can kind of see the parallels with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese there.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think their opportunity to take advantage of the commercial sponsorships and endorsements, and when you start getting mass media exposure with companies like State Farm and mega companies like that brings their faces into everybody's living room or den, then that's where you really see the needle moves.
You're gonna love Josh Schertz, by the way. I know you met him briefly today.
I met him when we had our meetings back in May.
That's right.
Obviously have followed him, and watched him during the run just this past season. Seems like, he's really going to be great. He said he's, adjusting to St. Louis well and looking forward to the season.
Yeah, he's a good coach, and his personality, and I don't know if you've seen he and Robbie Avila together. And I said this to him, you got to watch back our interview from earlier today.
It's like the odd couple.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a relationship like the two of them. They are, the way they play off each other, the way they kind of kid around and make fun of each other, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's really, really cool to watch, and you could tell. I mean, obviously, that's a kid that could have went somewhere else for a lot of money.
Yep.
And the highest level, and decided. He said it took 30 minutes for him to decide, I'm going to follow, Coach Schertz.
Yeah, and I told Coach right away, 2 teams on first team preseason A10.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's going to start the season and make some noise.
Listen, there's 4 teams. We're looking at it right now, and we're saying, there are 4 teams that this should be a 4-bid league, really, this year. Really, we'd be disappointed. I know you're looking in probably the same thing. You're hoping, right?
Yeah,
you never know.
I think, and I think their schedules, they're prepared for that opportunity. You have to do it ahead of time. You got to schedule the right teams non-conference. You got to get in the right MTEs.
Yep.
And then you got to win some ball games. And, right now, my biggest thing, every question I'm visiting with the coaches, besides just great to be here and thanks for coming, is, are you healthy?
Right.
As
Which
we know,
is key.
you got to stay healthy early in the year.
Yes, and you got to gel quickly.
Yeah, you can't go into your non-conference schedule being beat up.
That's right.
So I'll tell the coaches all to give the kids a couple days off. From the former coach.
I was going to say, that sounds like a former coach
that although it was a little different when you were coaching, you weren't
Yeah.
able to work with the kids in the summer.
Right.
Now, they've been working with the kids all summer, so they can pace themselves. Oh, they should pace
Exactly.
themselves a little bit more. Not all of them do.
Exactly.
You're going to miss Frank Martin, his last
I
media day here.
I am.
You know?
I try to reach out and call him about every 6 weeks since the announcement came.
I try not to call him. No.
Frank is really great. You know, he's been great for not only the game and the A10, and we're going to certainly miss not only Frank, but UMass.
Yep.
You know, they're a charter member of the league. We knew that this was coming. We've been kind of, you know, discussing it. We knew it's been coming for the last several years. It's kind of fortunate that they have been a part of the league as long as they have, because, you know, football drives that train. It's a, you know, huge money machine, and if you're going to survive, you have to get in the league, and we just couldn't provide that for them.
So we were just talking about this as you sat down. The Mountain West last year got 6 teams into the NCAA tournament, and I do believe won a lot of games, won a lot. I was going to ask you,
November
like,
and December.
Yeah,
it happened in November and December, which is what
what
you
we
have
got
to do. Right.
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask you is what can you do to try to, in the off season, help your teams and your coaches set themselves up to get in that position? Is it just like go play these non-conference games? Is it? I mean, you look at Dayton's schedule. They got like Marquette at home. They're playing Cincinnati on a neutral. They got UNLV at home. Northwestern. They're going to Maui. So is that what you're doing as a commissioner?
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. We really are. My men's basketball top administrator talks to the schools, tries to help with getting the games. We try to get in. As you know, ESPN controls a lot of the MTEs. You have to get the opportunities to be able to get in those events, to play those teams and get those games. As you know, there's not a lot of the Quad 1 schools out there that want to come into Dayton or want to come into VCU
There's
or
a
want
reason
to
for
come
that.
into St. Louis.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, there's the real challenge to getting the games. But I think that, you know, the coaches know some of those games you have to get on relationships.
Yeah,
And
that's a great point.
you really do. And it's just not something that comes easy. So, you know, we have scheduling guidelines and we try to talk about it all the time. And, you know, our schedules, if you really look at them over the past couple of years, they have been built for success. And I think at the end of the day, you've got to get out there and then you got to win. Got to beat opponents.
And again, I mean, listen, the good part is some of these teams this year, especially, you look at them and, you know, even St. Louis, okay, they're different coach, but they kept 3 players. He brought 2 guys in from his previous program. So you'd hope, again, there's a little bit, VCU brings back most of what they had, right? So, like, you got to get off to a good start, and part of that is retention.
Yep, exactly.
Part of that is NIL, right? If you don't have NIL, you're not going to retain.
Right.
So it all kind of goes hand in hand.
You got to be in the game.
Yep.
I have one gripe. Your all conference teams all have 6 players on it.
Oh yeah.
There are 5 players on a basketball team. Should I yell at Drew about this?
Yell at Drew about that.
We don't want to get Drew in trouble. Come on.
I think we should have just first and second teams. How's that for the commissioner's position on that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
First and second team.
I'm kind of with you.
Yeah.
5 players.
5 players on a team.
Right?
Yeah, you can do 5 players.
Yeah.
Some actually load it up and do 10 and 10. You can do 10 and 10.
Yeah, because then it's a team.
Yeah,
you could say the
it's-
first team all roster, but then you still got a team.
And especially when you talk about a 15, well, we're 15 members right now.
Right.
It's a big
You're
league.
bigger than
Mhm.
You're bigger than most.
3.
And-
I'm fine with 3 teams.
Yeah.
It's just you got 6 people on a team. There's
Well,
not 6
listen,
people on the basketball court.
We've loved this relationship. We've loved being here for the last few years. We love the league. We love the coaches. Getting a chance to see the players
Yeah.
is awesome.
Yeah, and the players are all smiles
Yeah.
right now. I mean, they're really excited. I think they love to, you know, interact with you guys and with each other. Actually, get to see some of their opponents.
Yeah, that's true.
In sort of a very casual environment, and it does. At the end of the day, one of the things when I've got to, you know, make some remarks later, and you know, we talk about the house and we talk about the transfer portal and we talk about NLI, and you know what?
Want to talk about the games more.
That's right.
Want to talk about the games.
And talk about, you know, we have this obligation of this experience for our student athletes.
100%.
You know, where are they traveling to and how are they traveling? And, you know, is it a good experience? And I do think that has it plays a part in whether or not you can keep your players.
I have a question for you before we let you go.
Sure.
I'm curious to know your take on this. So, as a journalist, I've always said, okay, covering high school kids, never can say anything negative about a high school kid. College kid, only if they put you in a position where you have to, legally. Like if they do something off the court, you have to report on it. Then when you get to the NBA, the pros, they're making money.
Right.
Well, now with them making money in NIL,
right,
it's different, right? I mean, for media, it's different covering some of these kids because some of them are making $1 million, $2 million. They're pros. How would you suggest, as a journalist, as a media member, we cover these kids differently?
I think the interesting way you ask that question is using the word kids. And I would just remember the age bracket. You're not talking about
not 17 anymore.
That's right. It's not 17, 21. I know we got some 25-year-olds in that mix, but still, you're talking about, someone that's really, in the beginning part of their adult life.
Yeah.
And I would just take that into consideration. I think there's times when we all get criticized, and it's even like a coach. Sometimes, you're harder on certain, athletes that might be on your team. You almost know that they can take it.
Right.
And I think that, there just has to be, a grain of empathy that journalists like you have to have, but at the same time, you do have an obligation to do your job.
Yep.
Otherwise you don't get looked at with the same credibility.
That's right.
So I think sometimes I write in an email, gently have a discussion. And maybe there's a way to gently report sometimes, and then other times, it requires a pretty hard hand.
Appreciate it.
Goodman is much better at the latter than he is at the former.
I'm not always the most tender in how my approach. I mean, again, it depends. It depends,
Yeah.
who it is
It
and what they've done.
It's not just a clear line in the sand that
I just feel like
it's this
now,
way or that way.
Now they, some of these players want it both ways, where they're making the money, yet still want to be reported as college athletes. And
right.
I think now
you got to
you're in
open
between.
yourself to the scrutiny.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
So, well, listen. Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
by.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having
the
us.
partnership.
No, it's been great.
We love
been
it.
Great.
Every time I
Likewise.
open my emails, all I want to see is A10 stuff. So you better get us in the
We
headlines.
know you
a little bit
do. We
more.
know you do.
Yeah. So at least I'm telling you, speaking
win
the
those,
truth, right?
Win the games in November and December. Make
All
our
right.
jobs easy.
6-bit A10, right?
All
6-bit
right.
A10?
That's right.
Yeah, 6-bit A10. All
Thanks,
right.
Bernie.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
A10 Commissioner Bernadette McGlade, we appreciate you being here. We're going to be joined next by, I believe it's Duquesne and Drew Joyce, as well as David Dixon. Thank you. Let's go through the all-conference teams here, if Dagan is ready. So let's start with the preseason first team.
Stealing my sheet.
Yeah, I'll bring mine up. You can use it. We have
you're good. I got it
Nate
right.
Santos from Dayton. We have Des Watson from Loyola-Chicago. We have Eric Reynolds at St. Joe's, Robbie Avila and Gibson Jimerson from St. Louis, and Max Shulga from VCU. Is there anything there that surprises you? Anything there that stands out more than anything else?
Well, what makes sense is Dayton's picked second, Loyola's picked fifth.
We're talking about all conference teams.
Huh?
Oh, I got
St. Joe's is picked third, St. Louis is fourth, and VCU's first. So all 6 of those guys are among the top 5 teams in the preseason poll.
Yep.
So, again, kind of like we were telling David Green, win games. Win games, and you will be on a, whether it's preseason or postseason first team, because if you don't, generally you're not going to be on.
Well, I'll tell you what stands out to me more than anything else from looking at this list and looking at the names that were not among the 6, not 5, the 6 players that are on the first team preseason all-conference team is guys like Rasul Diggins and Zeb Jackson and Joe Bamisile or Xavier Brown. Posh Alexander is not a first-team preseason all-conference player. Like, it's a level of talent in this league, and we're going to probably harp on this quite a bit throughout the season, but it's the talent in this league that the depth of it. It's not just you have 1 or 2 guys. It's not just that you have 2 big names. It's not just, there's Robbie Avila, who will probably get the majority of the attention nationally, at least early in the season. but there are players everywhere on this in this league and on this rosters, and I keep coming back to it, man. It's going to be a fun season to cover on the A10 Insider podcast.
I mean, I just think, and we're going to, say this a lot this year about not only the A10 but other leagues too. Is like there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of uncertainty going on because of all the roster turnover, right? I mean, that's a big part of it. Is when you have this many transfers coming in and out of each league. I think you're going to have, again, the teams at the top are going to be generally the teams with the resources, or the ones that bring the most back, and that's kind of VCU, right? Like that says it for why VCU is at number 1 right now. Dayton has the resources, right? St. Joe's brings back maybe the best player in the league in Eric Reynolds, certainly one of them. Best scorer, maybe the best scorer in the league.
No, I'm putting you on the spot. You opened up that door. Who's the best player in the conference? Who would be your preseason player of the year?
Probably Robbie Avila. Even though he hasn't been in the league, I would say certainly he'd be in the mix. But I don't think there's a clear-cut guy.
Yeah. We're now joined by Drew Joyce and David Dixon from Duquesne. We are live, gentlemen.
How you doing?
Mics are hot.
Good to see
David,
you guys.
good to see you, man.
Drew, it's been a while, my man. How are you? Head coach Drew Joyce. I like it. And I'm good. I've known your dad forever, and I'm sure he's proud as hell of you right now.
Man, definitely.
Right? Really cool.
We were talking the other day. Yeah. He's anticipating that first game more than I am.
He'll be more nervous than you will, right?
Because he's not trying to coach from the stands,
Oh, he'll be yelling some stuff out. You know that. Check your phone or something. He'll be sending texts, timeouts.
I'll put his seat in a very specific
where you can't hear him. Right.
How much different has it been moving that one seat over on the bench?
He doesn't know yet.
Well,
he doesn't
it's
know.
silly, but it's your program in the summer. Like you're the guy making the decisions now.
That's the biggest thing, right? I am the guy who is making the decisions. When you're assistant coach, you have suggestions, you have thoughts, or you have a bunch of things running through your mind. You're throwing them at a coach. When you move over, all of those ideas sound great. You have to figure out which ones are best. You have to leave some alone. You have to say no at times. But it is the decision-making process is probably the biggest difference. And, I'll still continue to grow day by day as I go through the process. But it's been enjoyable so far.
How has your relationship changed? It's something where when we talked about this earlier with Drew Valentine, when you're an assistant coach, there's a certain relationship that you have with the player. Sometimes you're the sounding board. Sometimes when the head coach jumps you in practice, the assistant coach is the one that kind of talks you off the ledge a little bit, right? How has that dynamic changed with you two guys?
It's like, yeah.
We should let Dave
I'm gonna keep it real. It hasn't changed a lot. Coach Drew's been hard on me since the day he got here, and I respect him for that. It means that he wants me to be the best player that I can be, and I would want that from a coach. I want somebody to push me to my absolute hardest. So I respect him for that. Like, ain't nothing changed. It's gonna be my guy till. Wait,
that's a good answer now. No. And Dave is correct. It hasn't changed too much. When I got to Duquesne, one of the biggest roles I had with the staff was to try to hold the culture and connection together. It was one of the key reasons why Coach Dambrot had reached out to me and brought me in to join the staff. And that came with kind of being a disciplinarian at times, staying on top of guys.
Keith didn't want to do that anymore, huh?
We just needed some help. He just needed some help. We definitely energized each other. So, I think I just gained a tight connection with the players, and I don't think that really has to change. We're still connected. It's never been that we're buddies. We understand the roles that we do have, and I appreciate them for respecting me, for accepting the challenges that I place in front of them, no matter if it was in the assistant coach's role or in this position that I'm in now. They have done a good job, and Dave as well, of understanding that my role has changed a little bit, and they view me and see me as the head coach, and are allowing me to grow in that position and not the assistant coach. Sometimes the assistant coach can be treated like a substitute teacher.
Last year, I mean, it was such a special year the way it ended. Like, it couldn't have been written any better for Keith, right, to go out that way. I mean, how many guys get to do that the way they did? What was that like for you, that kind of whirlwind, right? You're a big part of that, going to the tournament. Then Keith, I don't know if you knew it. I don't know when you knew it. I'd love to know. Well, I would. I'd love to know.
I can't give you all those.
All right. That's fine. But you know, even like how that process worked, and you've only been there a few years to be able to get the opportunity. Did you feel pretty good about it the day that Keith said he was retiring, that it was going to be your job?
I did understand that I put my best foot forward. You know, me and Coach Darren Brown, we talked a lot, and that last season was a whirlwind for him, dealing with his wife having breast cancer off the court, battling and going through, is this going to be my last rodeo? And even to the point where he announced it and still had to go out and coach his team. But when you talk about the way he went out, it couldn't have been any better for Coach. And for me as well, because I played for him. I played for him in high school as well as college. I didn't get to win or advance to March Madness with him as a player. I understand that he's gone multiple times, but he had never got a win. So before that game, I said, we're going to get one. We're going to get you a win before you get out of here. So for him to be able to experience that, I think for his journey and everything that he's gone through, the players that he's coached over all the years, the coaches that he's helped, I think that was a big bang, a big accomplishment for him to end on.
What's he doing now? Is he just like sitting around the house? Is he golfing? Like what does Dan Broad do now? Is he hounding you?
No, he's not hounding me. He's letting me grow. You know, and I appreciate that. I probably hound him more than anything. He's a horrible golfer, so he stays away.
Terrible.
He stays away. You know, he's got a newborn, a granddaughter, so he's a granddad right now, and I think it couldn't come at a better time. Actually, you know, he's dialed into that, and something tells me she may play basketball at some point.
All right, David, I want to hit you with this, man. Where have you seen your game develop this offseason? You know, there's going to be minutes. There's points that got to get filled. There's shots that got to get taken this year.
Yeah.
How have you kind of put yourself in a position to be the guy?
Well, you know, the last 2 years I haven't really had much of an off season because I was dealing with injuries and surgeries. But now that I've been healthy for the most of the summer, I've had a lot of time to work out, work on my game. Like Coach Drew's brought in two great coaches, Jules Solinger and Chase Goldstein. They've worked with me on, you know, ways to be a better player within the offense and basically taking shots and ways to, how I say this, utilize the gifts that God has given me. So, you know, I expect to see a big jump this year.
In what specifically? Like jump shot coming around a little bit better, get to the rim better, going left better. Like what is it?
I've been
trying not to give away secrets, huh?
I can't say too much. I don't want nobody else hearing this, but you know, I've been shooting the ball a lot more, working on my ball handling skills, decision making. Because I'm a big, like working on ball screens, like what to do coming off a ball screen, roll to the basket, working on certain decisions to make out of the post. You know, I might as well just give away the whole recipe. You know,
gotta slow down, Dave.
All right. I want to know who's the better shot blocker, you or your sister?
Of course I'm gonna say me.
We need all honesty, Dave.
And all honesty.
Not just.
His sister was ridiculous. All-American, McDonald's All-American, like really good player at Louisville, right?
She's
the better shot blocker.
Whoa. I got a funny story.
And I get to watch you every day. But
Go ahead.
I got a funny story. When Coach D came to my house for a house visit, my dad spent the first 5 minutes of him being there talking about my sister. I was like, wait, they're recruiting me.
What are you doing here?
Exactly.
Come on, man. I need the scholarship.
Yeah, exactly. But I do see myself as the better shot blocker, though.
All right, we're going to tell her. Where's she playing now?
Right now, she's in Greece.
Is she?
She's playing for Panathinaikos.
That's a pretty good spot to be.
Yeah.
Right? Go visit her out there. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Hey, what did LeBron, I know he kind of broke the news. I've been texting you beforehand. I kind of knew what was happening, but I didn't want to spoil it. He kind of broke the news. Your relationship with him to this day, what's it like? And did he give you any advice on this? I mean, obviously, he never played in college, but he's like a coach on the court in so many ways.
You know, his biggest advice to me was just do your thing. And I've heard that from multiple people, and I believe that as well. Like, this is, you know, an opportunity and a blessing that I have. You know, I'm going to make sure that I stay true to who I am throughout the whole process. Stay true to what I believe in. Surround myself with people that share the same values and agenda as well, and you know, the results will be the results, but we're going to work hard, we're going to build it, and, you know, that's all I can do is just put my best foot forward. So it wasn't a long, drawn-out conversation. We haven't had a chance really to spend much time together. We usually get together during the summer times at least once or twice, but our roads have taken us different ways. He had the Olympics this season, and you know, I had to run practice.
You couldn't go to the Olympics this offseason. Had a few other things you had to take care of.
Things I couldn't.
That's right.
I didn't line my schedule up right.
No, you know why you couldn't? Because you got to be out there getting NIL. That's part of the deal now. I mean, it's true. It's changed.
Yeah,
where,
no,
like,
the game
if you're
is
not
totally
coaching, especially in the off season, your first year, what percentage would you say is devoted to some sort of NIL component right now?
Well, you know, I have a good support team and great administration. They didn't leave me on an island to handle all of those things. So, and that's been fantastic about how I'm going into my first season, is the support that I have that's saying, hey, we got you in this area. We may just need you to show up. We may need you to show up and make some appearances. But
they're not making you do too much of the heavy lifting yet.
As
you figure out head coaching, that's smart.
They're like, you worry about the X's and O's and making sure that team looks good, and we'll handle the rest. And you know, I can't, you know, our athletic director Dave Harper, I can't, you know, thank him enough for being able to support me in that way.
David, I don't know if you know this. Did you know Drew was the all-time assist leader at Akron? Did you know that?
I think he's told me that before.
Did you?
He's told me that before.
Did you know?
When I'm watching him throw bad passes, I remind him.
Have you told him that you also hold the record for the most assists in the Bundesliga in Germany?
I may have mentioned it before.
So here's my question: who's a better passer, him or LeBron?
I haven't played with LeBron.
Watched him enough, though.
No, I've watched him, but you know, playing with him in practice, he's a very smart player. You know, when he was an assist, he used to jump in with us, play with us. And he used to throw me a couple of dimes. I got a couple of dunks, layups. You know, so I might give this to LeBron, but you know, I play with him, so I can tell you.
I appreciate you.
You realize, by the way, I'm old enough that I actually covered this dude at St. Vincent St. Mary's. Isn't that's
wild?
Crazy.
That's wild.
Think about it. Not that many people in the media can say that.
There's not a lot. There's not a lot.
I mean,
but
you guys were
been in the
so
game.
much fun to watch.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Like, that was the thing. You guys you, Romeo, LeBron, like, all you guys just played. You knew how tight you guys were.
Yes.
And I would say that, like, if there's one thing, especially in this day and age when you guys had a lot of roster turnover this year, right? Chemistry is going to be more than ever.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
No, I totally agree. And it's a great point that you brought up, because through my experience, I've been to some great locker rooms. I've been to some bad locker rooms. And it's I always tell my guys I want to share the experiences, some of the experiences that I had. I want them to be able to have it. So when you talk about that connection and that chemistry that we had in high school, I want Dave and the rest of his teammates to experience that, and to be able to take those relationships beyond these 4 years that they're together, or even less than that, because there's no set amount of time that takes you to connect, right? Transfers happen. It's part of the game, but I want these guys to be lifelong friends, lifelong brothers.
That's how you guys were, man. I mean, it's
yeah,
cool to see,
it's a special
right?
thing. It's a special thing.
It's really cool to see. Again, how much you guys have stayed in touch over the years, and how much pride you guys take in that area. And LeBron, in particular, because he didn't need to, right? I mean, he's done so much in his career, but he talks about you guys all the time.
Yeah, no, he had to. No, we held his feet.
Without you guys, that's true.
We held his feet to the fire. No, but honestly, it's been us. That's how we always were. We looked out for each other.
Slam dunk to the beach. I think that might have been the first time.
Yeah, look. I remember slam dunk to the beach, and it wasn't the greatest memory, man.
It was
we
not.
lost,
Well,
we
they
lost
were
on a
good.
buzzer beater.
Was it Willow Ridge?
No.
Who'd you play? Was it O'Kale?
We played a team out of New York with Jason Frazier.
Amityville and
AJ Price. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How good was Jason Frazier? A healthy Jason Frazier.
Healthy Jason Frazier.
The
was
outlets.
A lottery pick.
The outlets.
Yes. And
rebounding.
He honestly.
Agreed.
Villanova did a great job, but he didn't have to
all
go
the
to college.
knees. No, you're right.
He didn't.
I mean, you're right.
He didn't have to.
He was so good.
We heard him talking about the value of the relationships that you have when you're in college, right? You're the vet on this team. You're the guy that's kind of the culture setter, so to speak. How have you been trying to reach out to some of the transfers that you got coming in, some of the new guys you got coming in, to try to maintain that level of, hey, we're Duquesne basketball, we're a family, we're not just a team that's getting thrown together?
Well, it's more like a standard that we set. Like, over the summer we've hung out with each other a lot. That's not something that we don't have to do that, but we try to make it a point. Like, we want to be cool with all of our teammates, invite them out to do things. Like, we had I can talk about this, right? Okay, we had a sports psychologist come in. Gotta keep some things secret.
Double check it. It's cool, man.
So we had a sports psychologist come in, and we talked about, do you want to be teammates or do you want to be a brotherhood? And a brotherhood is something more than just what happens in between the lines. It's basically everything that comes outside of it. And we all made that decision, and we, for the most part, we stuck true to it. We're all hanging out with each other. We all call each other. If anybody needs anything, they can hit me up for anything, or almost anything. I don't have a whole lot of money, but I'll try to do the best I can for them. But
the more shots you block, the more your NIL might go up.
True. I'm gonna get a
got work to do.
Unless you already signed the contract, and then I don't think you can negotiate.
Yeah.
So you're good there.
Which of the transfers? I know we're probably going to get the they've all impressed this answer.
I want to know can I ask him about one of the Chicago State kids?
Yeah. Jay Sean, that's my roommate.
All right, so tell me about him, because obviously put up big numbers.
Yep.
He's got to help you in the front court, doesn't he?
Yep. No, he's a great player. When you played him, he loves to talk about how he played against us when we played him. He loves to talk about that. But he's a great person. He's coming from Chicago State. He doesn't go out a lot, doesn't really hang with a whole lot of people because it's a bad area. But we tried to get him out his shell. Like, he comes and hangs out with me, Kareem, all the other players, all the other vets. But he's a great rebounder, plays hard. Trying to get him to smile a little bit more. He's usually got that scowl on his face. He's always serious, but he's a great person. And
what type of player? How would you give me a scouting report on him?
Well, I'm gonna say this. He reminds Dave of how good a player he was all the time, because like he said, he talks about that 20 and 10 he came out all the time.
He's gonna let
somebody
me
got
know.
against you guys?
Yeah, he did. But I told him he lost.
That's always something too. You lost.
What's the scouting report on him?
Scouting report. You're gonna need to keep an eye on him at all times, because he's a very active player.
Okay.
Can score the ball. He's gonna crash the glass, and he wants to win. He's selfless. He doesn't really care about scoring, all that stuff. He wants to win, and that's what I like about him.
Between you and him, how many boards you guys gonna average between the two of you?
That's a good question, because I'm gonna be boxing out all the big guys, so I might have to leave him out.
He's gonna get all.
He might.
So you said
he might. No, I'm gonna try and get my
whatever.
own,
Hey, listen. I mean, two of you together should be getting 15.
Hopefully y'all have a healthy competition.
Right. Exactly.
Just attacking
that's
the
true.
rebound. That's what I look forward to.
Right.
Yeah. Now we're all gonna crash. That's what Coach Drew instilled in our minds, and Coach Jules. He said we're gonna crash. We're gonna own boards, because that's how we won it last year. We got a lot of offensive rebounds.
So what's my last one is, if I was to ask you one key for this year's team in order for you guys to compete for, the league title or one of the top spots in the league, without saying chemistry. Can't say chemistry.
Can't say chemistry.
Okay, what would it be?
One key.
It might be a concern that goes from a concern to where it's answered for you. You know what I mean?
I think our defense has to dictate games to the point that allows us to get easy offense and really control the game. I think in basketball there's a flow. Everything flows until there's a dead ball, right? And I think our defense can really put us in a lot of good positions to manage the game offensively. I definitely want to score more points than we did last year. So we brought in some scoring, but can we set the tone every night defensively to make sure that we survive an off night, we survive a night where we're kicking the ball off our foot, or maybe the team is just really good defensively. They got us figured out, and it's going to be a brawl. Can we survive it? So that's why I got this guy here with me, because he should be first team all defense at some point.
Yeah, I want the same question for you. Like, what's your key to the season?
Well, I'd say the key to the season is just giving it all you got. You know what I'm saying? Don't hold anything back. Try to leave it all on the court. Well, that could also go for defensively. Like, there are games where we could have won if we just went a little bit harder defensive. But, that's what we're trying to set the tone for this year. Like, you're not holding anything back. You're going to play till coach calls us out. But, in those minutes that you're in between the lines, just go hard.
I like that answer.
Yep.
I actually really like that answer.
I do. Just so you know, we got the preseason all-defense team here. You better hold that one up on the wall for you, because it's not there. There's your motivation for the season.
I saw this early. I was mad.
Yeah. Listen, guys, we appreciate the time. It's great to see you. Congrats on
Thank you so
on the new
much.
job. Best of luck this season. All right,
Thanks for having us on.
and
We
we'll see you down the
appreciate it.
road.
Great seeing you again, man.
Thank you.
Congrats, man. Appreciate you.
Great meeting you, man. Good luck.
Thank you. More blocks than your sister this season, all right?
That's right.
All right, that was Drew Joyce, David Dixon from Duquesne. I believe we have St. Joe's coming up next here. Billy Lang, Eric Reynolds, one of the more entertaining and probably, I think it's fair to say, inconsistent teams that we saw last season. I always go back to they lost at home to Texas A&M Commerce, and 3 days later they took Kentucky to overtime in Lexington in a game that, let's be honest, they probably should have won.
Yeah, no, agreed. They
And
had
I
it
bet
won.
that they feel like they should have won that
They
game.
had
So,
it.
yeah.
A free throw. I think they were a free throw away,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, I'm really excited to kind of talk to these guys about it, because I don't know if there's any other program that could have kept Eric Reynolds for the last 2 years. Like, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you know that there were probably dollar figures that were getting thrown around that had 2 commas with a crooked number in front for him.
So that says a lot about Billy Lang.
It says a lot about Billy Lang. It says a lot about
St.
St.
Those are the cool
Joe's.
stories, though. Those are the cool ones of kids that, again, could get paid,
Mhm.
double what they're probably getting paid now. but-
And we'll talk about with them, and I know what they're probably going to say, because we kind of had this exact same conversation with them last year. But
Yeah, exactly.
I think that there's a level of loyalty that is lost in college sports, and it's really, really cool when you can kind of see some of these relationships that go deeper than just, hey, they can give me this amount of money, hey, this contract is available to me, right? And those are the stories that you want to root for. And I know that there are going to be fans of some other programs that are in Philadelphia that are going to be watching this that probably don't want to hear us say, "Oh man, I'm really rooting for St. Joe's to be good this year. I want to see St. Joe's do well." But that's kind of the way it is.
But if you have a kid who's that good, who could probably test the waters and get out there and see what his worth is, because we know all these agents are telling a lot of these kids to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And
part of it is just gaining leverage.
Right.
It's
Right,
being
that
able to
too.
say, like,
That
hey,
too.
look, I got this offer
Yes.
from somebody. You got to give me more money.
That's right.
And then what happens is once you realize what you can get and the leverage you got is too strong and the other team can't match it, it's like, how can you say no to it? Right. And instead of even being there, they don't even risk it. All right. We got about 10 minutes before St. Joe's is going to be here. So let's talk about some of these other all-conference teams, Dagan, if you're ready
didn't know
for
we
it.
had a break here.
So we got Posh Alexander, Darius Maddox, Darren Buchanan, Xavier Brown from St. Joe's, Joe Bamasil, and Zeb Jackson is second team all-conference. Third team, we have Reed Bailey from Davidson, Rasul Diggins, Miles Rubin from Loyola, Jaden House, Rashir Fleming from St. Joe's, who I'm sure that we're going to be able to ask Billy Lang about, and Isaiah Swope at St. Louis.
Got it.
See, Arch, again, here's what I keep coming back to.
Go ahead.
There is a lot of talent in this league. Think about how good Isaiah Swope was last year. Think about it.
Yeah,
He's
no,
13.
You're right. You're right. I mean, again, a lot of really good guards, which generally win. The question is going to be also, what's the depth of this league going to look like? Right? Like, even, let's say the top 5 are really good. Let's say the top 5 put their way into the discussion coming out of November and December, where they're in the mix for an NCAA tournament berth. Got to make sure that some of these teams in the bottom half do well enough not to hurt them numbers-wise.
You can't have the albatross. Like, we kind of saw saw that impact in recent years. I think the best example is actually the ACC. Right?
Yeah,
like
Florida State last year, and
so Florida State was really, really
Louisville
bad.
was atrocious.
really, really bad, and it didn't matter because they, like, all the teams that needed to win were able to beat them. What really kind of burned them was Notre Dame was terrible for the first 8 weeks of the season, and then they turn around and they start beating everybody when you get to February and March. And what happens is, when you have a team that is has metrics in like the sub 150, sub 200 kind of a range, and they're coming in, they're beating bubble teams, like, those all of a sudden become bad losses.
Right.
I mean, in the grand scheme of like how a season plays out, it's not a bad loss if Notre Dame is playing like a top 50 team in America, which like they kind of were. They were close to down the stretch of the season, but that's what you have to avoid. It's the teams that have a horrible resume that end up finding a way to get better.
Well, because you don't give them credit for getting better. Yes. That's a lot of that's a big part of the problem. It's even if they do get better, and they yell at us, whether it's teams in the ACC
honestly,
or
I
whatever.
don't have a problem with that.
No, I agree.
Look, my biggest, and I love that these charity exhibitions exist, but to me, college basketball is the only sport where we kind of sit here and say, hey, the games in November, like, why does it matter as much in November when we're playing games in March? Like, why should we
think they should mean more?
No, I think no, the opposite. I think that every game should mean the same amount.
Me too. I agree.
So the baseball playoffs, right?
Yeah.
The Mets and the Braves both made the playoffs because they split on that doubleheader that they played the day after the regular season ended, right? You know why the Arizona Diamondbacks didn't get in the playoffs this year? Because they were one game behind them. A game, and they lost
early in the season.
3-game losing streak early in the season. Like, every game mattered there. Why shouldn't every game matter in the college basketball season? Like, why should we not have?
No, I agree.
all
Which is
year
why
long?
they got rid of the last 10 thing, right?
I have a theory. I have an idea. I have a concept. I'm going to bounce this off you.
You know who's really looks happy today? Chris Mooney.
Yeah. We'll show it to him when he sits down.
Yeah, you wait till he gets here.
Yeah.
Wait till he gets here later.
So here's my thinking, right? I think what we do is have conference weeks and have non-conference weeks. And you start in November, the start of the college basketball season, you have league games.
Yeah.
And you play you set it up so like the first week is a conference week, right?
Yeah.
And then the second week is an MTE week. And then the third week of the season is when you have like the Maui and the Battle for Atlantis and all that stuff. Fourth week of the season is a conference week. Fifth week, conference week. And you have just specific
You want a
weeks.
non-conference week during the meat of the season.
Yeah,
later
during
on.
more than
Have
just
one or
one.
two.
Like, have like three.
Spaced out.
Like have like the second week of January be a non-conference week. Have the third week of February be a non-conference week.
I don't know if TV would like that.
TV would not like it, but I do think that it's something where when you kind of set up, it's almost, remember when interleague play in baseball was a thing? Everyone got all fired up because the Yankees are going to play the Mets.
Yes.
Like you can have these weeks where it's like, all right, we get to see the ACC teams get
I'm fine with
outside.
trying something different like that.
And it also puts more priority on the start of the year. Now, none of these guys are going to want to do that.
None of
Because
them.
then you're playing.
Very few. Scott Drew might be the only one.
You're playing meaningful games at the start of the year when you're supposed to be having bye games and figuring it all out. But
see, I actually, in a way, I kind of like it nowadays because it would reward some of the teams that were able to retain, which I like. I like that, like because those are the teams that are going to be ahead. So to me, again, a lot of this league, if you look around, there was pretty good retention this year.
There actually was. Yeah, they did a really good job of getting guys back.
Much better than again, if you went through it, and again, my number has been 4 of the top 8. If you can bring back 4 of the top 8, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, the hard thing is a lot of these are not just it's not transfers that they're losing. Like there weren't a ton of like huge name transfers that they lost. Like a lot of the big name transfers, like Max Shilga's coming back instead of going to Villanova. Eric Reynolds is coming back, right? Like
that's what I'm saying.
It's
like
they didn't really get crushed with transfers.
They did
it was
not.
just there was a lot of the old guys got too old to keep playing.
Well, yeah, I mean St. Bonnie's had a million old guys.
Yep.
So like Schmitty knew he was going to have to completely, have a different team no matter what this year. But yeah, I think a lot of these teams, again, if you look down the list, it's not like they were decimated by transfers at all. Even UMass, like Frank said. Obviously, you lost some key guys, in Cohen and Cross, but you bring back pretty much your top 2 or 3 perimeter guys.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pretty good place to start. There's very few teams that aren't replacing something these days, that aren't, don't have turnover. Even Purdue, right? They bring back mostly everything, but they lost one very important piece.
Think about that, dude.
Right.
It's just the world of college basketball in 2024. And so I think we got Billy Lang and Eric Reynolds kind of working their way over here right now. So we'll get them on. Coach, Eric, how we doing? We're live. Mics are hot.
It's good to see you again.
What's going on? Good seeing you.
Billy?
Coach, how you doing, man?
What's up, man? How you doing? Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, Billy, before we get started here, I gotta make sure that our set is complete. So we'll just add that right there.
I might walk off the set right now.
I love that. Did you bring that to make sure everybody knows?
Yeah, to make sure everyone knows.
I would be curious. That was probably below a couch cushion with about the 7th or 8th inning last night.
Yeah, probably true.
How about this? I had to watch the last 3 innings of that game on my phone on a plane coming down here.
Yeah.
We took off. We lost service, lost Wi-Fi as Bryce walked. So it's the bottom of the 9th. It's 1st and 2nd. Castellanos is coming up, and I didn't know until we landed.
Well, you would have jumped up and down and caused turbulence, so it's probably better.
Probably better for everything. How we doing, guys?
Great.
Pretty good.
You're back again. Here's what's wild to me is that we had a conversation last year about you would have had opportunities in the portal. People reached out to you to come back. You come back, you have a great year, and you're back here again. It's special,
you must
man.
actually
it's special.
like Billy Lang. That's the unbelievable part of all this.
It's a little more than I love this guy. Our relationship, I say this a lot, it speaks volumes, and I'm pretty sure everybody sees it because, on the court we connect well, off the court, of course, we connect well. Mm-hmm. So, it's someplace I can't imagine not being at. Mm-hmm.
You and I had a conversation last year, remember, down in Charleston?
Yeah.
By the way, I'm down there. Sold the house in Boston.
You look great.
Yeah, I feel great.
It works.
I'm in Charleston. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to. I don't have to shovel in a few months.
Yeah.
None of that crap.
You're in a good spot.
You weren't sure of last year's team, how it was going to be. Remember, we talked a little bit. And how did it go as opposed to what you thought it would last season? Because again, you've continued to build this program.
Right.
I think you had higher expectations probably in league play than what transpired last season. But again, you've continued to kind of build this thing. With him back, and with some of the other additions that you brought in. How did you feel about how you ended last year, and how do you feel now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel great about the whole way the season went. I mean, as a coach, like, you want to win every game. I think when you and I were walking, there were just so many other questions because we had a piece that hadn't played yet that I knew we were going to have to work back in. And we were in a rhythm at that time, heading into that Charleston game. And, you know, you have to sometimes as the leader, like, be very mindful and joyful of where you are, but also understand there's other things coming. I think I'll be better at that moving forward and just be way more present, honestly, than thinking about what's in the future. But I feel great the way the season unfolded. You know what? I think about our A-10 season. First off, like, we had a hard start to our schedule. And, you know, after those first 3 games, we went 9-6 through injuries and ended up about what we thought we would have been at that point. So I feel great about where we are, honestly. We can't be anywhere else other than where we are.
How do you guys level out, like, the consistency? We saw the highs, how good you can be last year when you guys played your best. And we also saw the moments where you maybe weren't necessarily your best. How do you kind of even it out so that you bring the lows up? Does that make sense? Like, how do you get more consistent?
I feel like each day in practice, we just have to realize that the work we put in matters, and every time we attack those each moments, like, we just have to know that we're good enough. We're good enough. Just got to keep putting the work, be consistent, and like Coach was saying, like, be in the now. Don't worry about what happened. Don't worry about what could happen. Just be in the now, because you can control what you can do now in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
You can't control what's going to happen in the future, but as long as you handle what you have to do right now, you'll be fine.
He's been so good for such a long time now. What's the area that you've challenged him this offseason? Is it leadership?
Yeah.
As much as anything, or what else?
I think it's, I'll just say, we just went out to breakfast last week and talk about it. It's do the unrequired, allow yourself to be uncomfortable, and be unflappable. It's all 3 of those things: uncomfortable, unflappable, do the unrequired. I mean, I've coached 3 great listeners in my lifetime: Ryan Archdiacono at Villanova, Jeremy Grant when I was with the Philadelphia 76ers, and Erwin Reynolds. These are the 3 best listeners I've ever
I'm glad
coached.
T.J. McConnell was not on that
Well,
list.
TJ listened when I told him what he wanted to hear. I love that guy. But TJ worked. But this guy's intentionality to eye contact, to wanting to get better, to trusting, is as high a level as is. That's why I know we'll have, without any doubt, a long NBA career, because he's just going to keep getting better and better and better. And he's really transformed our program with his listening and his care and his trust. Has been amazing.
Xavier Brown, Rasheer Fleming, a couple guys that maybe don't have as much attention as you do coming into the season. What have you seen from them, and where have they improved? You know, with Xavier specifically, the saying is best thing about freshmen is they become sophomores, right? Is he ready for his breakout year?
He's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Xavier, you know, I wouldn't even say he's been thrown in the fire early, but he just shown early on, since he's like stepped on the court with us, that his IQ is like insane. He knows how to control the pace of a game. Just like he has that true point guard feel, like when he's playing. So I have nothing but confidence in him. He's already gotten stronger, gained more weight since the summertime going into this season.
I've gained weight since the summertime. Probably the wrong kind.
You're not on our strength program. I'm on your program. I know that one.
But X has really stepped into that role, being a leader. He really he shows it every day in practice too. He's one of the loudest in the gym, if not the loudest. And he also holds everybody accountable. So I'm excited for him.
He's gonna have a big year
for sure.
You guaranteeing it?
No doubt, no doubt. That's how much confidence I have in him.
There you go,
Billy. What's Derek Simpson's role going to be? Because I was surprised in a way. Honestly,
Mount Laurel's finest right there.
Huh?
Mount Laurel's finest. It's from my town.
Right.
Yeah,
Menipee,
Mount Laurel's finest.
Menipee High School.
Yeah,
but really good. I mean, had a really good career at Rutgers.
He really did.
I think a great addition for you.
Yes. I mean, you know, we love to play 3 guards, so those guys will play together, start together if the season started tomorrow. I've actually watched Derek make X and Eric better, and I've watched Eric and X make them better. I mean, Derek is defensive-minded by nature, which has really pushed him And he's always been a great steals guy, Eric, but I see a force to blow screens up and things that he needed to improve at. He's an exceptional passer. I mean, my goodness gracious, he makes incredible quick decisions. He's athletic. He can score. We're excited to have him. And again, just another great guy. You know, we recruited Derek out of high school, and often when we have to hit the transfer portal, that's probably how it'll be done. It'll be done through a previous relationship at a place like St. Joe's. And he just fits. And he just fits.
You guys are fun. I mean, again, even the game at Charleston last year.
A great game. Other than the result, great game.
But it was
and the officiating. Can I say that on Field 68?
It was so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
Like I didn't even bother you after the game because I could tell.
I
know.
You probably see it. Yeah,
you walked by me in the hallway. I was like, I'm not even going there.
Sorry about that. You know it's not personal.
You're good. But he kind of alluded to it before, the highs and lows. And even within that game, you can see it with you guys. When you guys are on and you're clicking, there aren't many that can stop you guys. But sometimes you can be your worst enemy, can't you?
For sure. I mean, I say testament to the flow and stuff like that. It just goes to our whole team's relationship. We do almost everything together. Yeah. It's not just practice. Like, we're not just, like, coming in the gym, then hanging out and talking, like, in the gym. Like, after practice is over, we're texting each other, asking what's everybody doing today, what can we do, can we get some food, whatever. So I feel like all that stuff just connects in a different way, because that way when we get on each other about the stuff we care about on the court, it's nothing personal.
Right. You can take it.
Yeah, you can so we can all hold each other accountable. And when we have those low moments, like, we just look back and got each other. We like, yo, we got this. We got each other. We just bounce back. So
I think what also could help is bringing up the level of the defense, right? And I think that bringing in Justice is something that's going to average, 3 blocks a game at Harvard in 23 minutes? Like, how does he impact what you guys do?
Well, I mean, it's, we were rolling last year for a while. I think we were top 10 in the country in effective field goal percentage defense. And, like, we become so analytic driven. Everybody has it. Sometimes I think we forget the human condition and the human spirit matters. We got drilled from 3 for about 3 straight weeks. And then when I look back over the summer, some of it was defense and some of it was like, yeah, I mean, like, if he's going to make that shot, like, that's what it is. And that happens. Today in basketball, almost every coach is preaching rim or 3. It's just, what's the tolerance for taking unanalytically friendly shots? But everybody's trying to get rim or 3, so you have a choice. I think what Justice does is he provides great protection at that first one, that rim attempt rate, which will allow these guys that have the speed on the perimeter to trust a little bit more that they can pressure up on the ball with someone behind him. We have to get used to Justice. Like, he's our Batman, and we need a lot of Robins that are covering him when he goes and does stuff. But not only that, Steven Solano's a really good shot blocker as a freshman. Rashir Fleming's a good shot blocker. Sean Simmons can block shots. This guy right here will tell you he's a shot blocking guard. As Dwayne Wade is his favorite player, so a little too much he goes after. But yeah, we're excited about what Justice will bring us on that end.
I'm looking at the stats right here. You averaged 0.2 blocks a game last year.
That's how it's all what he thinks, though. It's all about what he thinks, right? Don't tell steal it.
Gotta actually do it.
It's all about the effort. I go after it. Once the shots I think I can block, I'm definitely going after it.
Hey, you're back in college here. As it changes. And it's really, really changed, even over the last year, since we last saw you.
Yeah, sure.
Do you ever have any regrets? Like, what the hell did I do? I was coaching in the NBA. Yeah. Life was good. He didn't have to work that hard. He might tell you he did, but he really didn't have to work that hard.
Because I can't. I mean, look, I'm a human, so of course, right? There's been a lot of nights, particularly in the first few years, where you're flying above some ocean and you're like, what am I doing? But look at this relationship. I mean, this guy has made me so much better. His mother, his father, his extended family, his sister, like Kenny, like, these guys are great. I look at the relationships, the people I've got to coach. I look at, honestly, my own personal growth. This is not the end for us. This is just earth. So my refinement matters to me. And I have no regrets. Are there things I wish I could have done differently? Sure, but that's the beauty of hindsight. But I'm focused, and we've got these guys focused on confidence is being present. When you're present, your swag is 100%, and that's where I'm at right now.
Is that how you've grown? Like, I remember the year. How many years you do it at? Where were you? The head coach at
Naval Academy.
Yeah, Naval Academy.
7 years.
You were 7.
7. So. Yeah.
So you're so different now. Like even
got
listening
gray hair.
to you. No. But your approach is very, very different.
I just think I think like you're 32 years old. You get a head job. You think everything's about you, and it's not. And there's other really good coaches. Sometimes when people are like, "Hey, what happened to you last year?" Well, like these other guys work too. They got video coordinators. They got practice facilities. They got NIL money.
They're trying to
win. Recruit. It's really hard.
Yeah.
This is not easy. And I just in a good spot. I know who I am. I know whose I am. I know who the guys are that I coach. I love what we do. I understand our style of play has high variance, but brings great joy to our program, and we get great players because of it. And this is just what we do on Hawk Hill. That's just all it is.
Eric, you have a chance to be the all-time leading scorer at a program that produced Jameer Nelson. Like, does that resonate? Like, I know you still got to put in the work, and like you got to do it. But, like, you got a shot. What would that mean to you being able to get
What's
that?
the number? How far off is it?
I think he's 1865. I think Jameer.
I think it's like 400 and something.
Really?
You basically got to do what you did last year.
I mean, it's to even be a part of that conversation, even just by you even asking me that question is pretty insane because, Jameer's a great player. Knowing what he did on Hawk Hill and knowing that I'm trending towards that direction means the world to me, especially because of the relationship I built with this program in this city of Philadelphia. So it would mean so much to me. I would love it.
So there's a guy I coached 9U baseball with. He's going to watch. This is Tony Sajomo. His license plate is SJU Hawk, right? And it's because he was in college at the time that Jameer Nelson was there when they had that run. And I feel like the St. Joe's fan base is still care that much, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Like,
Yes. The best part about the job is that it matters. And I say this in recruiting, and I say it to these guys because we have to have great people. Because, we don't make the rules, but these are the highest profile people on campus. I don't think we're any more important than any of the other 19 sports or any of the other students, but the world and the public looks at basketball like we're the Alabama football to St. Joe's and the Hawk Hill community. We've got great ambassadors. And the passion with the fan base is certainly there. It was there at the beginning, too. They just did it a little bit differently than they did when we were playing Princeton at home. Yeah. But that's part of it, and that's Philadelphia. And, when you think about what you're talking about leading scorers. I mean, the number one all-time leading scorer is Jameer Nelson. Number two is Langston Galloway. Mm-hmm. Those guys have a combined 2 decades in the NBA. So when we've had half the league, I think, through over the last 3 weeks to watch our guys. And when they ask me about him, I literally just say that, and their eyes look exactly like Jeff did's right there. Like to even be in that conversation, he's already third. He's for sure going to get second, Lord willing, and then if I run some decent out-of-bounds plays for him, maybe we'll end up first. Although Jameer will be texting me like, "Yo, bro, sit him." To just be in that company, one, says a lot about the type of player that he is, and then two, it says how good he is. Like, you can't be in that company at a place like St. Joseph's without being a very, very high-level player, and he's earned every part of that.
Hold on. What would it mean to that fan base? I mean, look, you could put up the individual accolades, right? But I'm sure what you want is you probably care less about that scoring record than you do about winning a championship, getting to the dance,
for sure,
the biggest stage. So what would it mean to bring that to these fans and to this program that has given you so much?
I mean, since I've stepped foot on this campus and since I've had my first game, I've felt the energy from the crowd, and every year since we've been getting better, it's been being more and more. I'm like, okay, this is the Philly love that everybody's been talking about. So to do that for them and knowing how they feel about me, it'll just be great. I would have nothing but a huge smile on my face because I care about them because they think about the older teams like Jameer's team and Langston's team, what they did. But I want them to know what we about to do. I want them to know about my teams, how I've been here, my 4 years, and how it's grown since then. So I wanted to give them a new perspective of how, under his coaching, I want them to get a new perspective of that. So
yeah, I think that's great.
Let's finish with kind of how we started in a way, which is the surprise that you're back in a way, right? That you didn't test the portal, that you didn't take more money like so many of these other kids. You mentioned Coach Lang, but again, What was it? Was it partially, obviously it was Billy. It was partially the connection you felt to the fan base, I assume, as well. But what was it ultimately? Like, because you did what so many didn't do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, but like, I'm just trying to be honest.
No,
here.
for sure. Yeah. Especially the way college basketball is now. Everybody
Yes.
moving and moving and moving.
You're seeing what these other guys are making.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're.
Yeah, I'm
you're
not
looking
blind
at
to
Twitter,
it.
You're talking to other people.
I'm not blind to it at all. But I feel like when you develop such a great relationship at a spot, and you like, what can you ask for more than a great relationship with your head coach? He's the one putting you in the game.
Yeah.
He's the one making all the decisions. Yeah. So like, if you don't have a good relationship with him, I see why you would leave.
Totally.
But if you have everything and more with a relationship with your head coach, why would you leave? And it's kind of like, I'm going back to the first thing you just said, finishing what you started. So that's all I got.
Well,
it's a great
long-term. Can be short-sighted too, right? Some of these guys, when they make these decisions, like he said, okay, and I'm sure you're thinking this way too, NBA.
Yeah.
You want to win. You want to win here, obviously, while you're here. Be present, like he was talking about. But you go somewhere else, who knows what your role is going to be?
Exactly.
Right? Like here, you know you're comfortable but uncomfortable.
Exactly.
And you have a chance to take that next step and get to the NBA.
For sure.
And that's going to pay a lot more than whatever NIL difference is going to be.
You just read my mind. That's exactly what I was thinking, especially with his connections.
Langston Galloway's career earnings.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what it is?
What is it?
A lot of money.
I don't know.
It's a lot of money.
$30 million career earnings.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's way more than any NIL money you get.
The other part is like, and I know we're running out of time. Like, none of us all know how this is going to work out, right? But here's what I know. Like, men need people they feel safe, vulnerable, and connected to. You know, when these guys, we just had a Dr. Jack Day, which is like a former players and coaches and mascots gathering that we do in front of an inter-squad scrimmage. We had almost 150 people there. It was the largest that we've had. And part of it is the talent in the gym, but these guys come back. Like, they're going to need that. You know, they need that.
Well,
and
he's
so
also got a community now when he leaves that you can tap into
he's gonna
forever.
And he could
where
have
you
played
leave
anywhere.
somewhere, you go for 8 months somewhere else. Well, you lost this community, and you really don't have that community.
And I want to be clear. He would have been, and I told him this in the spring, he would be great anywhere he'd go. And if I was coaching anywhere else, I'd want Eric Reynolds on my team. I don't care where it is. The guy is gifted at what he does. But I will say this to the Field 68. First off, you guys do a great job. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
It's everything you don't know about this guy that makes him special.
Yeah. Well, you've told me a lot of it.
It's everything you don't know that makes him who he is. He's literally transformed St. Joe's basketball from where we were, because we were in a tough time, tough transition and a pandemic. And the difference between Navy and now is like, because you've been doing this for a long time, this is what a creation of something is supposed to look like. I mean, this is how it is. You get a really good recruit. He ends up really good by his senior year. And we're fortunate enough that the foundation of St. Joe's basketball, built by all the great coaches and players that were before us, was there. We didn't have to make something out of nothing. But look, we were in a rough way, and it's this right here. It's his heart and his spirit is just different.
I thought he was talking about Nike or something.
That's right. He'll work for them one day too. Trust me. You should see his designs. He's pretty gifted.
All right. Well, listen, guys. Best of luck this season. We appreciate seeing you. Appreciate you being on again.
Thank you. Go Phils.
Yeah, go Phils.
I got you.
Go Phils. You feeling good? You feeling confident?
For a Philadelphian, yes.
There's the line of the day right there. I like it.
Oh, man.
Great seeing you guys.
See you guys. Appreciate you. Eric, we're going to need at least one big game from you so we can get you on After Dark this year.
That's
right.
All right.
Yeah, you owe me at least 140 spot, all right? All right.
See you, man.
I'll tell you what, every time I talk to Billy Lang, I always come out of there being like, yeah, all right, I'm ready to run through the wall.
Billy Lang is one of those guys that you feel like doesn't bullshit you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember 2 years ago when we did it? They were coming off a real tough year, and it was like, whoa, eye-opening how honest and transparent he was, and still is. Like, again, Eric Reynolds, you can just tell, man, like that kid is somebody. You said this before our interview. You root for. Root for because, again, he knows the money he left on the table this year, right now.
but again, he's betting on himself and his future.
Yep. So we have, I believe it's Keith Ergo from Fordham coming up here next.
Yep.
We're going to save this for when Chris Mooney gets here so we can get all fired up too. Keith Ergo from Fordham with Zach Riley will be here, as well as I think after that is going to be Richmond and Chris Mooney, and then we have the D.C. area schools coming up after that, and we will close things out, saving the best for last.
He really
Fran
is.
Dunphy.
He really is. You know
LaSalle.
how much I like Fran. Like,
I think everyone knows how much everyone likes Fran.
Man, everybody loves Fran. That's no question about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're getting Keith in here.
We're getting Keith Ergo over here. And Zach
Keith
Riley.
Ergo and Zach Riley coming in.
Growing the hair out, man. How you doing?
I know.
Good seeing
What's
you.
up with that? I almost didn't
we are
recognize
live. Mics are hot. Don't say anything crazy, Zach.
How are you? Good to see you. When's the last time the hair was this long?
When I first started with Jay Wright at Villanova. Believe it or not, I had braids back in 2000.
No, you did not.
Living in South Africa.
Come on.
Yeah.
We need a photo.
Yeah.
I
was just about to say that.
Right. If we had gotten this
I'm the only one
before.
of 10 kids, 9 boys in my family that's even close to bald. Everybody else has got hair like Rob.
Yeah, well.
And like Zach.
I know.
I think I'd rather be bald than have a haircut like Zach.
Zach
just told me to get a haircut
right
before
away.
this.
I did tell you to get a haircut.
Right away.
Makes
We're
me
a
want
minute
the
in and
mullet.
he's killing you.
You know? The
Man.
mullets are, I don't know why they're in, but they're in.
Hey, don't listen to him, man. You look good. You look good. At least he doesn't have the mullet with the mustache.
Yeah, the mustache. He used to have that. I actually preferred that because it made it feel like it was a joke.
So, all right, Keith. A year ago, we were here and
man.
we were like, holy crap, the year you guys came off of was out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Amazing. Last year, not quite the same because you didn't win close games.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, really, the margin for error was small.
Was.
And you guys were kind of on the wrong side of it more often than not. Why do you feel a little bit more optimistic that you can win those close games this year?
Well, I think we have an incredible amount of continuity, experience, and leadership. We got 5 seniors, 2 sixth-year, both of which that I think are all conference-type talents. You got Matt Zona coming from Notre Dame, who's a 5th-year senior. You got Jackie Johnson, who's a senior who played Duquesne 2 years at UNLV. And you got Zach, and I think our 3 juniors, all of which are returning, 2 of which have been there for 3 years, all of which have started multiple Atlantic 10 games, and then a sophomore that plays and acts like he's a junior or senior that started half the season. So the continuity, the experience, the maturity, the understanding that 10 of those games that we lost by 5 points or less were right in our hands. 2 years ago, we were able to finish those games off, and you see what happened last year. We shot 65% from the free throw line, which was 15 out of 15 teams. And we were also 15 out of 15 teams at 2-point field goal percentage. So with the maturity experience, and we were still in almost every game with the opportunity to win a lot of them. So I think they've come back, and the connectivity, the maturity, the experience that this team has is a heck of a lot more like it was 2 years ago, with more depth and even more maturity.
Zach, where have you seen the improvements made from this roster? I mean, you guys are bringing back 62% of your scoring, second most in the league. Continuity like that in this day and age in college bat, that just doesn't happen. Where have you seen these guys getting better, and what has been the value in that locker room of having these players that are, you got guys that you actually know, like you don't have to learn new names.
Yeah, I think maturity, like you said, nowadays is just an enormous part of college basketball. You don't really see freshmen, sophomores winning. You see seniors and 5th years and 6th years winning. We just happen to have a few of them. But I think just in terms of coming in each and every day, we're getting better. We're growing as a team. We're growing as individuals. I think there's just maturity of just we want to get better. We need to get better. We want to win. A lot of this is our last year. So I think that is also something that isn't talked about is how much do you really want it? And I think with our team, we want it really, really bad.
How have you kind of embraced a bigger role? You're a senior on this team. You're the one that is being selected for media day when you have 8 24-year-olds on the roster. I guess I'm assuming that means he's putting you in a little bit of a leadership role in that.
Yeah. So I've been here for 4 years. I think me and Abdu are the guys that have stayed here for all 4 years since Neptune. I think just knowing what Coach Ergo wants and what the coaching staff wants, and how we win as a team. And we've been around a couple years ago when we were a really, really good team. We finished third. I mean,
tied for second.
Tied for second.
Come on. He's brought you to media day. You have to know,
Finished tied for
stats.
second. But yeah, I think we know how to win and what it takes to win. And I think being around 4 years and knowing what we want as a team, I think that's really going to help us.
You bring in 4 freshmen.
Yeah.
If this were 5 years ago, I would say to you, like, hey, how many of these dudes are going to make a big impact? You'd probably tell me all of them. How much has it changed now? Where now your expectations of these freshmen are, hey, you're going to have to probably wait your turn a year.
Mm-hmm.
We'll hope we retain these guys and they'll be better in a year. But I'm going to really, rely on the transfers and the holdovers.
Yeah, you know what? We don't really have that conversation until it plays itself out. We've got some obviously unbelievably driven freshmen. Quite frankly, they are sponges, and they kind of understand day in and day out what they've witnessed since being on campus June 1st, playing against some older, in some cases 6-7 years older than they are as freshmen. They're very, very mature as freshmen, probably the most mature freshman group that I've ever been around. And as a result, they're kind of just doing whatever is asked of them, and we've got great leadership. I'll answer for Zach. What he's brought to the table is his loyalty. And the reason why he's sitting in here is his loyalty and his leadership. He just knows who he is. He's comfortable in his own skin. He understands his role is to lead and to bring that continuity. He's done a tremendous job. And our freshmen have done nothing but follow suit. And guys like Jaden Smith and Ryan Pettis and Alex, they're pretty dang good. And they're going to contribute at some point or another. So how much? Not quite sure. We'll see. I mean, anything can happen throughout the season. Injuries, whatever it might be, illness. We've already had a few, so they've gotten a ton of reps. And I got to be honest with you, they've been incredibly impressive.
Yeah. We're in Washington, D.C. This is where Coach Ergo is from. Did he bring you in his old haunts, his old establishments?
Stomping grounds?
No, not this time around, but we I think a few years ago we were down here for my freshman year. We went to practice at Gonzaga, but we might go see what's happening later.
We're planning on strolling by there on the way back. Taking the train out of Union Station. You walk right by the home of the Eagles, so we might pop in and say hello to Coach Turner and the rest of the crew. But when I think it was 4 years ago when I was the associate head coach.
Yeah.
The A-10 tournament was here, and we practiced at Gonzaga the day before or 2 days before, something like that. So.
Did you guys go out to dinner last night? Where'd you go?
No, they got here this morning.
They
got here this morning. I got here late last night, so we didn't really have much of a chance. And then they'll head back. Got to get back to practice.
Your backcourt, bringing it back.
Yeah.
How much are you expecting a jump from those guys this year, and what have you kind of challenged each of them with?
Yeah, I mean, Jaffe Medor, I think, is, without a doubt, as talented as anybody that's on your all-conference lists. Yeah. He won us the game at St. Bonaventure, has a stress fracture in his foot, misses only a game and a half. We thought it was a sprained ankle. Goes on the road at Dayton, arguably was, if not the best, second best player on the team at Dayton, on the court at Dayton behind Duran. I think he had 4 or 5 threes in the second half alone in a very tight ball game. Has the ability to be really special. Last year was his first year in the Atlantic 10, so knowing what is expected and now he understands the physicality. It turned out after the season we found out he had a stress fracture, so his toughness now in knowing that and what he brings to the table, being in college for 6 years. Jackie Johnson came into our building as a freshman and hit 3 threes. I think he had 13 points as a freshman for Duquesne against us. We won at the buzzer, but going to UNLV, his experience, his pit bull mentality on a daily basis, he has brought the most out of Jaffe and Will Richardson. Will Richardson, 43% as a freshman, led all freshmen from three-point field goal percentage as a freshman. Third in the league as a freshman last year. A little bit different, right? Teams were no longer, unaware of his ability, and they keyed on him. So he's taken it upon himself to really work on little things on how to get open and be more prepared when he catches and shoots. So the competition has been through the roof. He has brought a lot of competitive nature right here next to me. So our guards are as old and as experienced, and to me, I think they're as good as anybody in the Atlantic 10. But now we got to go out there and perform.
the first year that you had when you didn't finish third, you finished tied for
second.
second in the league.
That's important.
That you won a lot of close games, and part of that was because of the Darius and Khalid and some of the talent that you had there.
Yeah.
Last year, you didn't really have as much of a. I think it's fair to say you didn't really have as much of a go-to guy. You didn't have that guy where you just said, "All right, give it to Darius, get the hell out of the way, go get us a shot." Right?
Yeah.
How do you? Where do you kind of stand on that this season?
Yeah.
And two, what did you learn from last season as a coach when maybe you got to kind of scheme something a little bit more, diagram, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Diagram plays a little more, get shots.
No, of course. I mean, obviously last year I felt like we had some good players, some great players, but, a lot of young players who just didn't understand every possession matters.
Yep.
Now, with the experience we have, and honestly, with Matt Zona, with Jackie Johnson, with Jaffe, with Will, Jameer Tripp, Josh Rivera now in his second season in the Atlantic 10. Before he got hurt, he was averaging nearly 12 and 7. So I just think we have a number of guys that now, as juniors and seniors and fifth year and sixth year guys, we have a number of guys who can make some plays at the end of the game. And I think it kind of, last year, we understood whoever was hot was really our go-to guy, and a lot of times it was Kyle Rose. This year it could be a number of guys. So, again, Darius Quisenberry, Khalid Moore, obviously all conference players, made it a little bit easier to know who was going to get the ball at crunch time. But this year, I think we have a lot more of those opportunities and options going into each and every game. So it should be exciting.
All right, I'm going to end, Zach, with how's your golf game?
It's all right. It's all right. I'm not as good as Ergo over here.
Yeah, that's right. Say that again, please.
I'm better than Ergo.
Thank you.
But no, it's working. It's working.
It's working? What does that mean?
It's getting better. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Well, are you saying he stinks at golf? Is that what you're?
That's the word around town.
Some source
he's
told me.
passionate
I won't divulge who the source is, but he might be about 2 feet away from you, right? Okay.
Fair enough.
No, we did a foreign tour, I think, Sophomore year. And we went to Casa de Campo, and they opened up the driving range for our team. And these guys literally every night would go. Every night they became hooked.
Really?
And now I'm trying to explain to them, just like Jay Wright did my freshman year. He tripped me. He said, "Yo, you like golf?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's my favorite thing to do." Because if I ever see you with a set of golf clubs on campus, you're fired. So I'm trying to explain that to Zach right now. If I see you playing golf ever again, now that the season started, you're out.
You're out.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, great to see you. Best of luck this season. And congrats on finally making it to the media day bump up. Big day for you, man.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you guys. Go Rams.
Yep. Thanks, Coach.
Great seeing you, man.
Always good to see you, man. Yeah, man. And Zach, don't let him hate, man. The haircut looks good. The haircut looks sharp. The haircut looks sharp.
Can't do a mullet.
Yep. Coming up next, we are going to be joined by Richmond and Chris Mooney, who has as much turnover on his roster as anybody. I think
we got a break before we get Chris Mooney, though, right?
Do we have a break?
I think
All
we
right.
have a little bit of a
break.
break.
A little bit of a break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes here. I think that's Goodman's way of saying I'm old. I have to go to the restroom. It's been too long.
I actually do need to go to the bathroom. That's a good call.
We don't need any more information.
I'm going to hit the bathroom.
TMI. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, guys. Welcome back to A10 Media Day here in Washington, D.C. at Capital One Arena, and we are now joined by Richmond head coach Chris Mooney and Delani Hunt. And before we get started here, look, I just had to make sure that the set was good to go. Had to make sure the set was good to go,
You're
man.
not a Phillies fan, are you? Neither am I. We're going to stick together in this one, all right? You and I, we're going to
great era. Not too much, though.
Great era.
This head coach, though, so whatever he says goes. So if he says,
if he said goes Phils, it's go Phils.
He says,
we need more playing time.
Yep, we're going to make that clear now.
Where were you watching the game yesterday?
I was watching it. My boys each had a basketball game. We came home and watched like from the 7th inning on in our house.
So from the 7th inning on, I was watching on a phone on the flight down here. So we're taxiing, you get up to the runway, Bryce is up, it's 2-2, it's 3-2, ball 4, he walks. We take off. I have no idea what happened. It's first and second, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth. And I'm sitting there like, come on, man,
that's
come on.
That's a tough flight.
And here's the worst part. The Wi-Fi, there was no Wi-Fi on the plane.
Right.
So I had to wait until we landed to find out what happened. And I'm sitting there.
The
and
dude's a fair weather fan anyway. He's
I'm
not like Mooney.
I'm not like
Mooney grew up as a Phillies fan. Like
legit Philly fan.
He lives and dies Phillies. Like this dude, like 2 years ago, he jumped on the wagon. Like it doesn't count.
It's not jumping on the wagon, okay? Just tell me if this is
Yeah,
fair.
you jumped
Tell me
on
if
the
this is
wagon.
justified, then we'll start talking about basketball, right? I live right outside Philly now. I live in Mount Laurel, right? So my son is diehard Philly everything.
Okay.
It's go Birds, it's go Phils, it's everything. I don't really have a favorite baseball team, so I'm like, yeah, I'm in. Let's go. Let's get on the bandwagon. This is fun.
Right.
That's just
Right.
that's reasonable, right? That's justified.
That's understandable, though.
You shouldn't be able to talk as much crap as you do if you're a new.
I don't talk much crap. I just bring a hat. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. You got a bunch of new faces on the rosters. You got a bunch of turnover here. It is what it is in college basketball. But I'm going to you first, Alana. You're stepping into a leadership role. You are the guy here now at Media Day. You're the face of Richmond basketball. How have you acclimated to kind of this having this? I don't want to say program put on your shoulders, but you're in a bigger role now. You're in a leadership role.
Just embracing it, man. I think I was in a similar role, although it wasn't the face last year, but still just being the voice of the team, whereas everyone's looking at low for when we're down or when we need some words of encouragement, or when we're looking for our leader, we're looking at low. So I feel like I've just embraced this step, being a little bit more just being in a different situation where you're around a lot of new guys that are also younger. Mm-hmm. Like I've said this multiple times today already, how our first 5 last year and then our first 2 coming off the bench were all seniors. So we're really experienced, whereas it's some things you don't have to coach as much when you're a senior or when you're an older experienced guy. Whereas this year it's more things you have to touch on, it's more things you may have to spot or bring to someone's attention. So it's just been embracing the same thing. I think leadership role is all in the same. So you just have to figure out each year how to be better and better.
Yeah. And you saw what Jordan was able to do last season, right?
Yes,
are we
first hand, right next to him.
Yeah. Are you sitting here like some of those shots are mine?
Not necessarily, not necessarily, but like the main goal is the main goal. Like I've said this recently after we had our intra scrimmage last week. That was our way of winning. So we can't knock that. We asked Jordan to make tough shots, and he did that. And everyone around him complimented, from the coaches to the end of the bench. So that was our way of winning. Now we have to find a new way, whether that's someone else having 35 a night, or so it's just all in the ways of how we figure out whose night it is. Because I think this year it'll probably be better balanced. We'll probably have more guys where our leading guy may be 13 that night, but 6 other guys have between 8 and 9. So, and then one other guy may have 11. So it's more balanced, and it's just all about, at the end of the game, we want to have one more point than the other team.
Do we even need you here? We got Coach on over here.
I ask that most days.
So you have, when you have a guy like this as your point guard in your program, like that's got to be comforting as a coach.
Yeah, Delani's the best leader we've had, and he's the captain of our team, and he just, he has it naturally. And this part of it is very genuine. You can tell. The hard part of it is when you have to talk to your peers and, tell them they did something wrong, and, maybe you feel like you might be insulting them. And it's a little bit more rare these days because, these guys have come up with such respect for everyone's journey, and that's how things have been. So to call guys out and to be right there,
he's also the guy that's slapping them on the back and telling them how great they did when they did something right. But it takes some guts to be able to do that, and he's done it in an exceptional way.
Have you gotten used to this at Richmond?
Yeah.
All the turnover, all the new, again, you lose all these guys, you're bringing in a bunch of transfers. For me, it's hard. It's hard, especially at a place like Richmond, where for you it was about, stability and retention and building it and developing guys and seeing them get better year by year. Have you embraced it?
Well, we have to embrace it in terms of just being able to, be present in this day and how you can compete. I will say I don't think we've lost who we are because we've been able to attract such good guys from the portal.
Yep.
So, in other words, we haven't. My biggest fear is that we might compromise. Because when you're recruiting a high school player, if that's 4 months or a year, you get to know so much about them, and you might at some point be able to say, well, I don't think you would fit in here. Whereas the transfer portal might be 2 weeks. And so
you don't get the same amount of information.
Correct. Yeah. And so, but we haven't compromised. with high school recruiting, we would have never compromised.
Right.
With transfer recruiting, you might say, well, maybe he didn't act the right way at that school, but maybe we can get him to act the right way at our school. Yeah.
Yes.
And we haven't had to do that. We've been able to attract really, really high-level guys. So for me, it feels similar. I would still prefer to have guys for 4 and 5 years. I love that. I love the relationship we can build. I love seeing them go from being, skinny, inexperienced freshmen to becoming veterans. But from what we're in right now and the players that we can have on our roster, if they can meet that same criteria, then we have to be all in.
It feels like you guys have, you do have turnover, but you kind of have a little bit of a sweet spot here in the sense that you're still able to get old and stay old. You're still able to get some of these transfers that come in for a couple of years, right? And it is a new era, and it is changing, and there's college basketball right now is very different than what it was in even like 2019. But does that make sense? Like you're kind of finding the right way to make it work in this era?
Yes. I mean, to be honest, that's what we're really trying to do. We're still signing freshmen and bringing in freshmen and really trying to coach the freshmen the way we always have, trying to get them to understand how to become a college player, which doesn't happen overnight. And then having, Richmond is a little bit more of or we'd like to think it's a little more of a special place where there's a lot of value in your education there, in the community there. Basketball is a big deal there, to try to retain guys. And I feel like there will be a swing back a little bit. I'm not dramatically, but I just think a swing back a little bit. And the more you have Delani and his mom saying what a great experience Richmond was, and other guys who say, he transferred, but it didn't really work out. His first school was his best school. I just think the more that a player can evaluate that each situation is different, and staying isn't necessarily wrong. It's not automatically wrong, or it's not automatically right to go somewhere else. And if they can give the coaches and the program a little bit more time. So we think that'll happen, and I think maybe even more so at Richmond, and that's what we're working toward.
So what's hard? Hard is coaching your kid. Harder might be coaching your nephew. and Chris brings in Kirby Mooney, right?
Yeah. Kirby Mooney, yes.
6'3" guard, freshman. So it is
my brother's son.
Your brother's son.
Yeah.
Why would you want to do this? I mean, this seems like a no-win situation.
That's the president. Kirby Mooney
right?
is the president. Nobody can touch Kirby Mooney.
Nobody.
And everyone knows why.
You should be boys with Kirby
Mooney.
Mooney.
Trust me, I tell him all the time, Kirby Mooney, I'm his Secret Service. You can't touch him. But he's immune. He's the immortal. You can't touch Kirby. That's my guy. I got him. Trust me.
So my brother's a little different than the average parent.
Okay.
So he's a little bit more old school. Doesn't mind if Kirby gets in a little bit of, yes,
you sure here?
I swear. Now my sister-in-law, I'm not so sure. My brother's good with it, but Kirby, yeah, we're happy to have him. He's a good player. He really got squeezed by the COVID fifth-year guys and the transfer portal, so he was, being recruited at a Division I level, but no one offered. Yeah. And so then we said, hey, why don't we bring him down to Richmond? I mean, half his wardrobe's Richmond Spiders stuff anyway, so but it's great to have him, though.
I can't wait till you get that first call from your sister-in-law. I can't wait.
You have a minute?
Please let me know how that goes.
So you guys are going to do something that as far as I know, has never happened in the history of college basketball. You're going to do it twice this year.
Where are you going with
December
this?
31st, January 29th. You know what those dates are? That's when you play GW. George Washington is going to be playing George Washington. And as far as I know, that's never happened in college basketball before, right?
That's a great call. I'm going to make sure, he's on the right team for those 2 games. You know what I mean? No Benedict Arnold.
Very true. What's he giving you, though, coming over from Michigan? I mean, obviously he was a highly recruited kid coming out of high school, top 100 player.
Yeah, George, he's an incredible guy, great energy, loves basketball, really loves to be in the gym.
Loves to learn, too.
Yeah.
Wants to learn.
Incredibly coachable, and then he can really shoot. I think for George, there'd be you would never be able to tell if you met the 15 guys on the team that he was the one that went to high major. He's just, it's not the way he carries himself, not the way he presents himself, but a very, very good shooter. I'm just trying to get him to kind of build his game off of his three-point shot even more. Because young players have to develop their off the dribble game and their ball handling, which is all extremely important. But he's potentially an elite shooter, and we really want him to try to build his game off of his three-point shooting.
Speaking of shooters, Apostolos. I'm a UConn guy, right? I've seen a lot of UConn games where he's gotten in. I swear I've never seen him miss a shot, ever. How's he been? Is he playing well?
He's doing really well. He's still figuring out his way. When you come into Richmond, it's like kind of one of the good things about it is Coach Mooney's not going to baby you off rip. He's going to try to get you to kind of figure out what you're doing. And I feel like AP, week by week, you can kind of tell he's getting more comfortable, trying to find his spots. But one thing that's underrated about AP is how he passes the ball. Mm-hmm. He can really pass the ball and really create for others. So that's one thing that's definitely standing out more than his shooting.
Has he missed shots down there?
Man, trust me.
He's a shot maker. He's a shot maker for sure.
Yeah. The late closeouts, it'd be right there, and it's just too late. You gotta make him. He gotta put it on the floor. Can't let him shoot.
Can I go back to when you were talking earlier about Delani? You were saying, hey, you know what? Like here, he's so good, and you could talk about this, I guess. Is it hard for you with your teammates because you're such a good guy and you're so upbeat, or is that something that comes naturally to you, or do you need to get better at that?
I think it's always room for improvement, but I think the main thing that I base it off of is showing these guys that I'm gonna be the hardest worker every day. And if you see your leader going as hard as he can, it's like, I got no excuse or anything to really I gotta listen to this guy. And it's just it's never coming off a place like I'm cocky or everyone's gone, this is me. It's never been that. I've been on teams that have lost and I've been on teams that have won. And the teams that have won, you do things a certain way. You got certain guys that you look up to, and they set the example. And that's all I try to do every day, set the example.
I heard you're high school valedictorian of your class.
But
salutatorian on paper. All right.
Salutatorian on paper, but valedictorian by grade point average. So it's just
all right. We'll give it to you.
Yeah, put it out. Put it out.
How does that work? What?
The school I went to, it was a guy there that was there longer than I was. So in order to commend him, he got the valedictorian. And
you had the higher GPA.
Yeah.
You had the higher GPA.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So
whatever. We're recognizing you as a valedictorian.
Student athlete.
That's right. That's right. Like this dude might be one of my favorite kids. He can go.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he can go, and you don't find too many. I mean, honestly, your next career after you're done playing,
probably a politician.
No, taking his shot. Taking his shot right there.
I'll remember the offer.
Right?
I'll remember the offer.
I need a new partner now. So, maybe when you're done, maybe you forget about the pro career and just replace Dustin. Okay? Field of 68 will be stronger because of it.
Rude.
Right there. Sitting right
rude.
there.
Doesn't know what to do.
Right here. All right, last one I got for you guys. Is it Mikel or Michael?
Mikel.
When you missed time, when it was you that missed time
Yes.
last year, he started 11 games, right?
Yes.
He played well. I think he had 16 at Florida.
Yep.
Right? What have you seen from I'm not even going to bother talking to you anymore, Coach. What have you seen out of him? Where's his growth been, and what are you kind of hoping to get from him this year?
Well, we all know, from watching him from the summer to last season, Mikael's extremely talented, but him being so young, and one thing I try to stress with him so much is understanding how to be a point guard now, whereas sometimes he'll call a play, like last year he'll call a play and just call it because that's the first thing that comes up in his mind, whereas now he's running actions to where he'll get the ball back in advantages, where he might pop back and get the ball back, and now he has a 6'6" guy closing out on him. He's like, wait, you're way too quick for that, so blow by him and you make a play. So I think his growth is just day by day more understanding what we're trying to get to and what we're trying to get out of you, and you're going to have all the time in the world to just boogie, just do what you do. But it's times where you got to slow down, run the offense, and then get something late. So.
Yeah, I think you might be right. He can have my job.
No question. He can have both of your jobs soon. Sure. He can have his pick, whichever one he wants. My man, it was fun meeting you.
Appreciate
I got to
it.
say,
Appreciate
nobody
it.
more
Appreciate
impressive than this guy today.
Thank
Nobody.
I appreciate that.
It means everything.
And there's been a lot of impressive people coming through. I mean that, man.
Appreciate that.
Really, really impressive. And
Thank
always
you.
good to
Thank
see
you,
you.
man.
You know that.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for having us. Go Phils.
Go Phils.
Big one tomorrow.
Yes.
Big one. No, I mean it, Matt. I mean it. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck this season, all right, guys?
You going to get after any games?
Hopefully. We'll see. We're going to be it'll have to be like later in the playoffs. We're talking more Phillies here. Yeah.
That's right. That's
Look
right.
at that. If I go, I will send you pictures from the stadium. Yeah. All right. See you guys. Thank you. That was fun.
Wow.
He's
I didn't
good.
know. Yeah, I mean,
He's
obviously, you know a little bit about Delaney Hunt, but until you get a chance to connect with him, wow.
Yeah. And I do remember when we were doing the Almanac, I did the NEC, and for 2 years. Yeah, and when talking to Donald Copeland about him and kind of what happened when they lost him, I knew that they really thought very highly of him, but now I can
It's
see
go
why.
time. That's right. It's go time. Come on out. Yeah, we'll get rid of this crap. Get rid of that crap. I'm with you. I don't want it here.
Unbelievable.
It's here for Mooney. That's it.
Oh, God. Coach, what's going on, man?
How we
you
doing? How are you? What's going on, man?
I'm good.
How you doing? Jeff Goodman. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
That's one of the tonic people.
Yeah. I used to work at Tonic.
I love
One of the top.
I invented tachos.
the tachos.
I invented tachos.
You're a great
They
man.
did not exist before. Tachos. Tater tot nachos.
Yeah,
You take
we can
tater
see,
tot.
judging by your
take
stomach.
tater tots. Yes, you put some
Judging
cheese
by your
sauce
stomach,
on
you ate a
it.
lot of them.
Yeah, I did.
Right?
I did. They're good. Am I wrong? They're good, right?
Nah, they are.
Great
Yeah,
event.
really?
They are.
Great.
It's a good spot.
It's the best thing that I created, even better than Field of 68. Coach, what's going on, man? How we feeling?
Good. Doing good. Excited to be here. Home game.
Home game.
Home
that's
game
right.
here.
How long did it take you to get here?
I don't know.
Can you walk it?
You could walk it, but we
don't.
took an Uber. No, you don't. But
A little too hot for you to walk it?
no, I
Afraid
would
you'd
walk
be
it.
Sweating?
I would walk it like if we didn't have to be on time.
Well, you could have left earlier. What do you mean?
Well, we have other stuff going
20
on.
minutes earlier.
That's the thing.
I took a little walk around
when
here
you
last night.
when you have media day in another city, you get to just kind of take it's like playing hooky. You
It's like
just
a day off.
yeah, whatever's happening, it doesn't
Here
matter.
it's- here
Yeah,
you
can't
gotta
talk.
practice.
Can't talk.
You
Yeah.
get practice later, or you go?
No, they're going to practice. We also have to go to class,
Oh,
so
okay.
they're practicing without us today. So they'll probably get a lot done today without us there.
Well, some other guys might get some more rebounds.
Yeah.
Without you there, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. What was it like for you, Darren, last year, coming out of the scene like you did and having the type of season that you did? I know you got hurt for a few games, but I think even I don't want to speak for Chris, but even you probably did more than what was expected of you going into your first year.
It kind of caught me by surprise. Not playing my first year at Virginia Tech and coming back home, I was more so just trying to find my footing, just trying to just reinvent myself to where I feel good, to get my confidence back really. And I feel like I got it back within the first 3 games, and then from that point forward, I was just my foot in the door, so just keep going. And that was just my mindset at the beginning of the year, and then the table started to turn for me. My minutes started to increase more, my usage, and I was just I got what I want, so let's just keep it going. So.
How's it going to be pairing him with Rafael Castro? You got two guys, 2 front court players, a little bit of a different skill set.
Yeah. We actually have a very unique front court because you have obviously Darren is a unique player, he's super versatile. Garrett gets hurt. Otherwise, you'd add another guy who's got a very unique skill set. And him and him and Garrett actually work very well together. But then adding Raphael, who's a legit lob threat, really a great vertical athlete, kind of roll and rebound guy, probably can do a little bit more in the short roll than you would think. And then Sean Hansen from Cornell, who can shoot the 3 and play make at the 5. And we have some younger guys as well that provide some versatility, but pretty unique and deep front court.
How are you guys handling the loss of Garrett Johnson? For people that don't know, it was average 14 a game last year and tore his ACL in July.
Yeah, I mean, what was really cool is Darren and Garrett. I think it might be the only second time in the league's history had 2 guys win 4-time Rookie of the Week. We had 2 of them, and I thought both of them were not amongst the best rookies. They were amongst the best players. You look at their numbers, amongst the best players in the league. Darren 5th in scoring, 6th in rebounding, or vice versa. Garrett 14-6, 42 from 3. Both of them 6'7", 6'8". I mean, they're really good players. And so, for me as a second-year head coach, this is really your first recruiting class. We had other good players in the class as well, but to have 2 guys who quickly established themselves as amongst the best players in the league, I felt very fortunate. And then obviously both of them get injured at the same time. That wasn't ideal. And then obviously we feel very, very bad for Garrett. What he's been through to come back and do what he did and then to get hurt again, it stings. But, he's doing a good job handling it, working every day to get healthy. And for us, it happened early in the summer. So at least you had to say, okay, we got to put this past us on the court to figure out what this would look like.
Yeah. And how different will it look? Like what are the changes you made?
Well, I think one of the things we added a freshman from Europe. I think will be a good player for us, but he's a young player. There's a world where Sean Hansen and Darren play some together. Sean Hansen and Rafael Castro play some together. You get a little bit bigger because you lose some minutes right there in the front court of a guy who's probably going to play 30 minutes. And again, you take an all-conference level player off your team. It gives an opportunity for a lot of guys. You guys are always asking you about opportunity. What's my opportunity to play? And you're like at that position. I'm saying, well, it's not that great if you have a guy who's going to play that many minutes. Well, he's gone for this season. It actually opens up a lot of opportunity for guys to emerge.
Where do you feel like your game has kind of taken the next step? What are we going to see from you this season that maybe we didn't see last year?
Definitely a more confident shooting the 3. We spent a lot of time this summer, and even in the spring once the season was over, just improving my shooting, my ball handling, my playmaking, and just my overall motor. Like, I feel like I'm in way better shape. I tell him every time we're doing conditioning, like, I'm playing 40 minutes. So I scream that at him, like, every time we're running. But
you also got to stay out of foul trouble.
Yeah, I got to. But I just feel like my overall just conditioning and the way I feel just playing, I feel like I'm in great shape to have a good year. And I'm just more excited to just play with this team and just be able to show, like, we're not the same team for last year, and we definitely not going to finish where we finished last year for sure.
So this dude thinks he can cook. All right, he thinks he can cook. Your brother's a chef, right?
Yeah.
And are you good, or where would you say?
It goes my mom, him.
Good answer. Very good answer, by the way. Your mom.
Your mom sees this.
Mom is
right,
number one.
Exactly.
Mom is number one for sure. But I'm right underneath.
You're not bad.
Then my sister is last though.
Really? She can't cook?
Yeah, no disrespect to her, but
like bad?
Not bad, but she's just not better than me or him.
What's your specialty?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me something.
Chicken Alfredo pasta. I'm good at that. My roommates actually tried it and they said it was pretty good.
Have you made anything for Coach?
Nah, not yet.
Nothing.
My brother actually want to come and cook for the team one day.
We take him up on that.
Yeah,
we also had, I don't know if you know, we had Jose Andres at our game last year against St. Bonaventure. Yeah, he was in there cheering.
Really?
Big basketball guy.
I didn't know.
So we might have to have a cook-off between you and him, you know?
I'm taking Jose.
I got one
I'm taking Jose too.
So when you were younger, you played right? Soccer and football you were playing, and then some story that you like on your own signed up for boxing.
I did. So
which doesn't surprise me, by the way, looking at you. Like,
so when I was young, I was always active. I just wanted to do stuff. Like when I was a little kid, I couldn't play with my brother because I was too young. But I was always like fully dressed in the equipment and just running around with him. So when it got to the age where I could do things, I played soccer for 2 years.
and I'll go from soccer game to football practice like every week. Yeah. And soccer was over, and the boxing group had came to the school and were just like talking and introducing it. I'm just like, why not? So
they got to look at you and they were like, yeah, this guy might be good for boxing. Yeah.
So I just took it upon myself. I signed up. I went for 2 days. Then my mom found out. She was like, why you getting home so late? And then I was like, I was at boxing.
Boxing?
Yeah,
tell you that was it?
Yeah, that's over.
It's over right away?
I was pretty good, though. But.
Yeah, sure you were.
I think just one on that, people don't realize this because he was at Virginia Tech for a redshirt year. Yeah. But, Darren as a prospect, professional he's 20 years old. He just turned 20 in July. Yeah. So he played his whole year last year as a 19-year-old, right? He would been
as a freshman. Redshirted? Did you redshirt because you were young at Virginia Tech?
When I got to Virginia Tech, it was more so just a awakening call for me. I went in thinking I was this great player, going to do these great things, and but it was actually pretty good for me. Like I got to sit behind Justin Mutz, who was a pretty good player at Virginia Tech, and I remember before the season I had a meeting with the coaching staff, and they thought it was a good idea for me to do. And I was mature enough, and I was just like, yeah, like
You didn't fight it?
No, not at all. And I kind of wanted to do it myself. And just learning from him and the other guys like Hunter Couture, Sean Perdue, like those guys, like I still talk to them and I thank them a lot for like my experience there. And when I made the transition to George Washington, it was pretty easy just learning the things I learned up there and then just amplifying it here. So,
Coach Young, I mean, he knows. Like,
he's a great
you're not going to
coach.
find too many guys that will prepare you better.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Who's the best player in college football?
Travis Hunter. I love Travis Hunter. Like for
hard to argue with that.
Hard to argue. But I do
right
like
now.
the running back from Boise State. He's
ridiculous.
He's putting up video game numbers. But
He's so
Travis
good.
Hunter is like to not come out the game and play at a high level.
That
for the
tackle
whole
he
game.
made a few weeks ago. At the goal
he's
line.
unbelievable.
Travis Hunter is amazing.
Yeah,
for sure.
it's hard to be the best at two different positions.
Yeah,
right.
Like he's the best wide receiver in the country and the best corner. Like that's
special.
Yeah.
Who's going to be? If I said to you, and don't give me the coach speak.
Yeah.
Who's been the biggest surprise of the offseason? Who's maybe the guy that?
Well, there's a guy that I think Well, I'm going to say what Darren would say. So I would say I think.
Okay.
We redshirted a young man named Christian Jones.
There we go.
Who's from Connecticut.
There we go.
And last year with James Bishop, the amount of minutes James was going to play.
Yep.
I told Christian, hey, I just think you're 170 pounds.
Yeah.
It's just going to be hard.
Yeah.
And if you do a great job in the weight room. He's like at 200 now,
Really?
195. I think, you're going to have a chance to be a really good player here long term. And his brother's in coaching, and him, his mom, and his brother, they were great about like understanding it.
Yep.
And at first he wasn't sure, but he really benefited. Now I think as we play, when you look at all the numbers in the offseason and everything, he's still a freshman, experience-wise. Yeah. But he's a very good freshman. Like he will be a very good freshman in this league.
Did you help him with the mental part of that?
Yeah, like
you talk to him about it?
When he told me like he had to meet, I'm like, bro, honestly, I told him for me it was the greatest thing I could have done. Right. Like you save a year, but not only are you saving a year, but you're learning the game. Like you just gonna get better, and you can just use this year. Like he got way bigger. Like he's strong, he's quick. Like I can't wait for everyone to see how good he really is.
And he'll have his bumps like most freshmen, but I think long term he'll be really good.
How will he help you?
Yeah, I mean, he's just another guy in the backcourt. Like Jacoy Hutchinson had a very good freshman year. I think having two of those guys back there, handlers, and replacing James, I think it really bolsters our backcourt. And they're different type of guards. You can kind of play them together. I think he'll be a really good player, in the program.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Jacoy and Trey. So you got Darren, you got Jacoy and Trey, both sophomores. You got Christian Jones, with multiple years of eligibility left.
Yeah.
Like
Garrett returning.
Yeah, Garrett returning.
Yeah.
Like you've got the core long term. Now that you have it built, like now the goal is to develop them and keep them together, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you balance building a program that way, which is what you would have done 15 years ago, versus now, like you also kind of have to get out in the pro.
Yeah, we've joked that we're doing it like an old way. But look, we were 14-3 on January 15th. We won at VCU. We beat Mason by 15 points, start to finish. They had a great year. Like when we were healthy, even though we had the third most points for freshmen in the country, fourth most minutes for freshmen in the country, we were going to have a really good year. We were going to get to 20 wins. Now, were we ready as that young of a group to win the league or anything like that?
Yeah.
No, I knew there was going to be bumps in the road because we were so young and inexperienced. But, like, you don't win at VCU by accident. You don't beat the team that Mason had last year the way we did by accident. We were good enough to really do our part for the league to get, have another 20-win team. And then the injuries, just stalled because you lose Garrett. We shut him down February 1st. At the same time, he pulls his groin. As you know, like, even when he came back the first couple games, your groin is one that takes a longer time. But I think if we're looking at it that way, the foundation of a very good program was put in place last year. We've got to do our part to kind of do what we were getting ready to do. We need to do that this year. And then I think you look and potentially see a lot of returners, obviously going to go in the portal like everybody else, and then hopefully build out a sustainable program. George Washington was good in basketball for 25 years, early 90s to mid-2010s. We can do that again. We just need a little bit of time in this environment.
So I got an idea for you.
Okay.
George Mason has Doc Nix and the Green Machine, right?
Yeah.
VCU's got the Peppers. I think you guys need to go get a go-go band and have them play every game.
Be elite.
Right?
He probably knows
every
all
game,
those guys.
Right? Yeah, I'm assuming
My
your
brother plays in one.
There we go.
Boom. There you go. Problem solved.
Of course they.
He's a chef and he plays in a go-go
So
band.
I got two brothers. One of them, he's a firefighter. And he's my barber. He come in here this morning, so shout out to him. and he plays in a band. So
they're very versatile, the Buchanans,
So.
in every way.
They do everything.
In every way.
Like, what can't you guys do?
All right, listen, guys.
Good
I
idea,
appreciate
though.
it. Yeah, no. When that happens, you got to let me know. I want to be at the first game.
Perfect.
All right.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
No,
Great seeing you, Chris.
See you guys. Good seeing you.
meeting you, man.
Aaron,
All right,
good meeting
good
you,
luck.
man. Best of luck this season.
Can we put a Mets hat here next time?
I would do it just to piss him off.
He's the bigger Phillies fan over there. He's the bigger Phillies fan. Thanks, guys. We got Tony Skinn,
Darius Maddox,
and Darius Maddox coming up next from George Mason here.
What's up, man? We are live.
Yep.
Tony.
Mike is out.
Darius.
What's going on, man? How you doing? Darius.
Yeah, you good right there.
Good seeing you, man. How you doing?
Those are big shoes to fill. What you just left,
Not that big.
I know. That's why I said it to you. How you doing?
I'm cool, man.
Yeah, everything good?
All good. I was watching you guys this morning. Obviously very, very happy about this being in D.C., which is home for me.
A little easier for you.
Yeah, a little easier. My barber is, literally 10 minutes away. And I got bored in the chair, and I was watching you guys this morning.
Nice. Well, we have a blast.
Is that the barber that you went to when you almost were late for the Elite Eight game?
You got good memory, man. Different barber. Different barber.
Man, so obviously, it's a different world now.
Yep.
You're young. Again,
41 is not that young, but this is in the
you're young.
coaches.
You're young.
Okay.
How have you embraced the whole culture and how it's changed over the last couple of years? Because even a year ago to now, it's blown up.
Yeah, you got to have. Again, I am fortunate to be in a situation where I'm not too far removed from these guys.
Yep.
But however, it's you got to be able to have some balance in this thing because it's a never-ending. You're working 24/7. You look forward to
especially building a program.
Yeah, just building a program. And obviously, this was my first year, and I just remember just going through my ups and downs through the course of the year. And there came a time, in the season when I was like, you know what, we are who we are. I can't wait till March just to get a break. And then the season ends, and you go into a completely different monster of the portal and the shenanigans that comes with that.
They are shenanigans.
It's never ending, man. It's not stop. But finding the balance for sure, it's definitely something that we're gonna have to try to figure out as coaches.
You had a great year last year. 20 wins your first year.
Yeah.
I know you well enough to know that still probably wasn't good enough for you.
Yeah, there you go.
But looking back on it,
Yeah.
do you feel pretty good about where you were and where you can continue to take this thing?
I think that's the one thing I got to get better at as a coach. I have such a competitive spirit. I know perception-wise, it was a good season, 20 wins, especially at this level. That's kind of the barometer. But we had enough to where I think we should have been playing in March. If you look at 6 of our losses, it was 3 points or less. Some heartbreaking losses. I hate to bring it up. I bring it up every day in practice sometimes, a little bit too much.
Got to win those games.
Got to win those games. And I think that going into year 2 is just, we've got to be better as a team. I've got to be better as a coach, and I'm looking forward to year 2.
Darius, I'm sure that there were. He talks about shenanigans in the portal, right? I'm sure that there were points where you probably had people reaching out, or there was shenanigans happening. Why? What is it about George Mason? What is it about Coach Skin? Why are you here again? What made you come back?
I feel like first and foremost, just our relationship we built for years. Even when I was in high school, with him, Lamar Butler actually coaching me in high school before he went to PVI, and just Lou as well, like being a DMV guy, just it makes me feel more comfortable, you know what I mean, especially around guys that play professionally, been around talent, and the level that I'm trying to get to. So I feel like from that standpoint, just me being comfortable and trusting them with the rest of my career, because these next couple of years could determine wherever I end up. So yeah.
Where have you seen him improve in the offseason? Like, what's the next step for Darius Maddox as a basketball
It's
player?
funny because I don't want to put him on blast. He's one of my favorite human beings that I've ever coached. I recruited him the first time around when he decided to not come to us at Seton Hall, and so our relationship goes that far back. He's one of those guys that just wants to get better so much. He overthinks, and I think he's gotten better in that department of just really trusting himself. This guy's 6th in the country in 3-point field goal percentage. He's in the 97th percentile in shots off the dribble. If you're overthinking things when the stats say don't, just shoot the basketball. Right? And he's gotten better with that over the last couple of weeks. And so I would just say that's the one thing that I've saw him just kind of take ownership in.
Is it almost like being too much of a team guy in a way for him? Too nice?
Too nice. I would say not too nice. He is who he is. He's more of a quiet leader. He's obviously one of our better players. But at the end of the day, I think he has his moments. He just kind of picks and chooses. We're a lot alike. I know when I played, I was the guy that I didn't really want to say anything in the huddle, but when I had to say something, like, guys listened. And I think he's got that ability as well.
All right, I want to ask you guys both about KD Johnson. One of the guys on our show is named Terrence Oglesby.
Okay.
He refers to KD Johnson as nightmare fuel because of the way that he plays, the intensity. We called him the Tasmanian devil for a little bit on the show.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, we're big fans of KD. What do you seen from him? Let's start with you, Darius. What do you seen from practice in terms of what he's kind of brought to the program? And Tony, I want to hear how you're going to use him, because I feel like you could have a lot of fun coaching him.
You go first.
I think first, just from an energy standpoint, I feel like definitely with guys like me and 5th-year guys coming into extra practice, at times the intensity, and the level of defense might not be there, but I feel like seeing him get after it, seeing him kind of, because he has a longer leash defensively, try to go in and steal certain balls and jump a little bit too much in the gap, that just gets me hyped, because obviously you guys know, you've seen KD up at Auburn, and it gets a little crazy with him.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
His
I love
energy,
it.
Yeah.
Do you even want to harness it?
I tell you what, KD Johnson's got a different type of energy, to the point where I got in shell the other day, and the only reason I got in shell is because I just saw what he was doing to others, and I said, you know what, let me just go out there and at least try to do something a little different. It didn't take very long for me to just give the ball up and come up out of shell. He's a different guy, man, and I think he's one of those guys that, you're talking about a kid that played almost 120 games in the SEC, started a good 40 or 50 of those games. He's a high-level competitor. I think that's the one thing that attracted me to him in the portal. He's very, very competitive, almost to a fault. But if he's on your side, it's a good thing. If he's on the other side, not so much. I'm sure the Auburn fans loved him, and everybody else in the SEC didn't. So I'm hoping it's the same, in the A-10.
He's one of 5 D1 transfers that you bring in.
Yeah.
Who else has looked really good? Who else has stood out in the offseason and early on in practice?
Yeah, no, I think it's all starting to come together for a couple different guys. I would say Braden O'Connor has been really impressive from UMass Lowell.
I saw him play in person last year.
Yeah, so he's got a different twitch about him. 6'3", 6'4", can play multiple positions on the floor. Defensively, he gets after it just the same way Jared Billups does, and so I think he'll be able to help us on both ends of the floor. Jalen Haynes, a guy that no one really talked about last year because he did redshirt for us. You're talking about a guy that averaged 15 and 7 at ETSU. On any given day last year, he was one of our better players, if not our best player in practice. And so you talk about a kid that made a decision In this day and age, most guys don't. When they had an opportunity to play last year, once they passed the rule, he stayed and said, I'd rather redshirt, not waste 12, 13 games. He's a guy that's going to help us in that front court. Big Gio Emajuru, the big fella, 6'11" from Siena. He looks like a gladiator. You talk about physicality, you talk about toughness. We have what looks like on paper a high major front court. Jeremiah Quigley transferred from Iona, who's right now shown the most IQ in the ball screen offense. We've got some guys that I think are going to be able to help us with the core of guys that came back this year.
Yeah, you mentioned Jared Billups, who I believe you said it should be in the mix for Defensive Player of the Year, right?
Absolutely.
You're talking about Braden. We already talked about KD. Are you building a team to get some dogs out there? So to speak?
You know what? We recruit to it. One of the good from last year that I brought into this year was I didn't think we were going to be very good defensively last year. Thought we would be okay.
Mm-hmm.
The metrics said different, and a lot of defensive categories were actually one of the best in our league. But getting guys that, from a personnel standpoint, kind of fit the way I want to play defense. Katie Johnson, Jared Billups, Darius Maddox, Gio Emajuru. We're going to get after it defensively because, again, that's what the leash that I give them offensively is predicated by the way we guard. So we've got the personnel for it.
When you got guys like that in the program, right, that want to play that way, well, how does that changes the vibe in a practice, right? That changes the energy with just simply plugging and playing those players.
Right, 100%. I feel like, as a player, it just makes it more fun. Especially opposed to some practices at times last year, especially coming from a school like Virginia Tech where, some of the practices and the intensity level might look completely different. Where here it's a little bit harder to tell that difference just because guys are competing, guys care, and I feel like that's really what it comes down to.
I'll tell you one thing, it's not fun for coaches just because you've got these guys defensively and, when you're trying to practice for 2 hours and run and put different things in, you can't execute anything.
Cheating the plays.
They're just cheating the plays, beating each other up, and you're looking at both sides of the floor like, okay, I'll take it defensively, but right now my offense sucks.
We're just trying to practice this set. We just want to work on how to run this ball screen.
Yeah. Hey, what's it like playing for him? How would you describe his coaching style?
Autonomy. So we speak about it a lot, and I feel like, obviously for me, again, coming from a school like Virginia Tech, it's a tad bit more systematic. Just coming here and being able to have just a little bit more freedom in terms of dribbling, in terms of shot selection, and everybody's definitely different. But in my case, I just feel like that word autonomy really sticks out.
What about personally? Forget about his system. Tony Skinn as the person. As a coach, what's he like?
I'm gonna think about this before I say this.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
That's saying all you need to know, right?
That's right. Nah, but all jokes aside, though, I feel like again, going back to just somebody who's in a similar situation, or I'm in a similar situation that he was in, I feel like I can take a lot away from him. Whether it's asking about life after basketball, whether it's different off the court situations that I may be dealing with. Other guys are dealing with because me just trying to help out my teammates. I feel like 9 times out of 10, he has the right answer and the way I should go. So I feel like, that definitely played a big role in me coming here, and that's basically our relationship.
Is that why you had the success you did? You were good at Virginia Tech, but you took a step last year that was probably, it was your best season in college, right? Is that because of him? Is that a result of the relationship? Is it him getting the best out of you?
No question. I feel like with a lot of basketball players, but just even life in general, to be able to make that leap, it may not just be in that field or may not be on the court. It's just mentally just being able to be a little bit more free and to be able to grow from the things you're learning about. And it definitely translated for me for sure.
All right. Well, listen. Great seeing you guys.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks, Jeff. Always good.
That long trip back.
That long trip back.
Long trip back.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Great seeing you, Darius. Good luck this season, and we'll see you soon.
Nightmare fuel. Remember that.
That's right. Nightmare fuel. Great seeing you, man.
We got one left. We got Fran Dunphy coming up. And you know what? With Dumph here, Dagan, we need the hat. With Dumph coming up, we need the hat. We got to have the hat. No, that was good, man. That was good. I do enjoy talking with Tony Skinn.
Oh, he's great.
I do enjoy talking with Tony
There's
Skinn.
kind of no BS with Tony Skinn.
Yep.
And again, it's going to be interesting to see.
And again,
that's the hard part too, because you get momentum. In the old days, you would get momentum year one, win 20 games, and start to. And momentum's still important. Don't get me wrong, but it can be taken away quickly because if your guys are too good, you know, Keyshawn Hall, good example, right? Had a really good year. Now again, didn't finish well. Was hurt. Didn't play much.
Yeah, but you
Goes
know,
to UCF.
But yes, no, I don't disagree with you. You're 100% correct. But it's also, if they don't have the success they did with Keyshawn Hall,
They're not getting.
are
the
they
next
getting
guy.
are they getting Katie Johnson?
Maybe not.
If they don't have
Probably
the
not.
success they
Probably
did
not.
with Keyshawn Hall, and Darius Maddox doesn't take a step forward, like,
Yep.
are they going to be able to bring in some of these guys that they're going to bring in? Like, will
Very
you
true.
keep Jared Billups around for another year? So that's the thing about it is, like, yes, you can kind of. It's one of those. I think we've seen that before, actually, with some of the players that go pro early, right? Like, you'll come in and you'll get some of these freshmen, and it's like all of a sudden, I think Chris Holtman was a guy that dealt with that a lot at Ohio State. Like, he brings in these freshmen. Bryce Sensabaugh left a year or two earlier than they expected. And there was a kid before him, I'm blanking on his name in the moment, that ended up being a first-round pick.
Yeah, the guard.
I can't think of his name off the
name
top of my head. That's how you know we've been sitting here on camera for 6 straight hours. But that's, to me, that's the. I think that being able to get those guys to the next level is what will allow you to be able to continue to get those great players. And you know, we talked about
agreed,
it.
Agreed.
We talked
It
about
doesn't
it
hurt.
with the MAC too. You know, it's if you could be the program that brings in someone for 2 years as a freshman and turns them from like a mid 3-star recruit into a guy that's going to go get a $750K deal from a high major, and then that parlays them into an NBA opportunity.
But it doesn't always parlay to the next guy, and the next guy might not bring the same thing to the table.
That's a risk.
He might have numbers. He might have numbers. It might
You're
be
right.
a mid-major kid.
You're
coming
right.
up.
You are fast tracking it. So instead of being able to develop kids over 4 years, it's like you get them in, you got to get them ready in 2.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're probably going anyways because they're not getting the opportunities and they want to go drop down a level or whatever it is. But I do think that, like, the other side of it is it allows you to kind of flip it quicker. You know what I mean? Like, if you got sometimes
that's the biggest advantage.
Yeah.
These days, you can flip it quicker both ways, right? You can get momentum
And I
and
don't-
lose it quick,
Yes.
or you can dig yourself out of a hole much quicker.
Yeah,
than you've
and
ever.
I don't want to name the coaches that we've spoken to, but both of us have spoken to a number of coaches over the course of the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month that have said, like, yeah, part of the reason why we're going to be better is I was able to get some of the knuckleheads out
Yeah, sure.
that weren't a fit for what we wanted to do. So,
'Cause again, part of the deal is you don't know, like Mooney said, right? Mooney said, with high school, you can recruit a kid for 3 years.
Mhm.
Now it's like you recruit a kid for 2 weeks. If you didn't recruit him before, well, you don't know him that well. So you are taking a little bit of a risk. You're calling your coaching buddies. You might know somebody on that staff. If you don't know how honest they're going to be. So you're rolling the dice a little bit on some of these guys.
and with a lot of
you don't know
them,
until you get 'em.
yeah, with a lot of them, like, you're not going to. They're probably not going to kill a kid, right? You're going to want him to get another opportunity, for the most part. Like, I think most
Yeah.
people in this business are going to say that. you know.
Depends. If you don't know that coach, they call you. You don't know him well. You may just you may not say the truth. Where if you know that coach very well,
Yep.
you're gonna be honest, because unless you hate that coach, right? I mean,
That's actually a good way to sandbag people in your conference.
Right? Totally,
right?
is.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, your conference,
I didn't think about your conference.
You know him well enough as a player. You may not know him well enough as a person. But.
All right, so let me ask you this: in the A10, in this league, which team now are you sitting here and saying, I feel significantly better about them in this moment as compared to before we started this or before you started researching this? Because I can tell you exactly who mine is.
I would say UMass. I trust Frank Martin. I think being picked 9th, I would never pick a Frank Martin team 9th in a league. So, and Diggins is obviously took a huge jump last year. He'll take another big jump. So, I would say they'd be number 1 on my list. GW. I mean, I don't think they finished 13th. Again, as Capito just said, like, They had some injury, issues. Losing Garrett though hurts.
Yeah, that does hurt. And I think Darren Buchanan's going to have a big year. If the Christian Jones kid ends up living up to a little bit of the hype that they are,
are
kind of mentioning that, I think that changes some things for him as well. The other one that I had, UMass was the biggest one that I was going to mention, but I'm kind of in on Mason here.
Okay, all right, all good.
All right,
all
yeah.
good.
So
we're just waiting on Fran Dunphy.
Fran Dunphy. You know what? Fran Dunphy he could take as much time as he needs.
He's like the mayor.
Yeah, he's the mayor. He can take as much time as he needs.
Yeah.
Let me just check to make sure. Let's check our flight schedules. We're going to do this live on the air right now, by the way.
We're fine.
We're checking our flight schedule right now to make sure we're going to be able to make it.
You want me to show you my seat?
No, I know you're like number 1.
Yes,
1A.
I am 1A. I think it's 1A. Where are you?
I think 8D or something like that.
Well, I'll send a drink back to you. How's that?
That sounds good.
I'll send a free drink back
I'm 17D. That's the exit row, I believe.
Give me a sleeper who can win the league, who's not VCU or Dayton. Who are you picking?
Who's not
St.
VCU
Louis?
or St. Louis?
You gonna pick St. Louis?
I'd pick St. Louis to win the league.
You did. You picked them to win the league.
I would say
Here
outside
comes
of the first 4 is kind of where I would.
All right.
I would set
All
that,
right.
but I would.
I hear you on that
Yeah,
one.
I do like Loyola as well. How we doing, guys? Fran.
You can walk around.
Come walk around. We are live. Mics are hot, and Dump, I got a hat for you, man. We got a hat set up. There you go. Look at that.
Jeff Goodman.
Yeah.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Andre, it's good to meet you, man. Rob Dawson, good to see you.
How you doing, all right?
What's going on?
I'm always good. Better now that you're here.
I'm good. You guys got a long commute?
Well, these guys they drove, but I took the train this morning.
You took the train. How's the train? Love the train.
Yeah, it would be great to. I complain about it a little bit, but it's a great way to travel.
How long did it take you?
Less than 2 hours, but 45.
All right, that's not bad. It's not bad.
It's decent.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I was coaching at American U many years ago, and took the train back and forth to Philly.
How you doing? You're back.
Yeah.
You're back another year.
Undefeated.
Every year.
So
every year now. The big
Don't
thing
start,
is
Jeff. Don't
Dump
start.
coming back. Well, they had to put out a release for you this past offseason.
You know it wasn't my idea.
I know it wasn't your idea. I know.
It's not
Trust
my
me.
game.
Do you know how lucky you are to be coached by this guy? Do you have any idea how lucky you are?
I did not know
Yeah.
I met him. And it's
Incredible. Like if I had a son, I have a daughter who's not athletic, but no surprise. If I had a son your age, like that guy, and not just for on the court, I think as much as anything, it's kind of off the court lessons that he teaches you. What has it been like to play for him, and what's kind of the biggest takeaway you've had so far?
It's been amazing, honestly. Like I said, I didn't know him before. So when he first got to LaSalle, everybody was like, Mr. Big Five, Mr. Big Five, but I was like,
Who is this guy?
Yeah, I don't know who it is. And
who is this old dude, right? That's
no,
what
I
you
did not
said.
say that. No, I did not say that. I did not say that. But it's been incredible. We have an amazing run. We're having an amazing run, and I just feel blessed, to be coached by him. One of the biggest takeaway, just always being the same person, on and off the court. We tend as young players, we tend to be different on and off the court. So he always wants me to, be better, bringing the best of me on and off the court. It's been really good to me.
Andres, you see we got the Phillies hat here on the table, right?
Yeah.
You were a baseball prospect for a while. Were you better at baseball than you were at basketball?
I actually was. Growing up in Minnesota, everybody plays baseball. You actually grow up with a baseball in your hand, and that's how I grew up. So I like baseball a lot. I just felt like basketball
What
opened
position
it.
were you?
I was a third base and a shortstop.
Yeah. Could you hit?
I can hit. Yeah, I could hit.
Can you still hit?
Not better than coach. He's in the 300s. I heard.
I hit a solid 225.
Oh, 220. 220.
Get over the Mendoza line. You got over that Mendoza line.
I could pick it, but I couldn't hit the curve.
Who's the best Venezuelan baseball player right now? There's a bunch.
Right now, there's a bunch. I will say Acuna, even though he got hurt, but I love how he plays.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yes.
There's not a lot of people that have a lot of love for Acuna at this table.
I know.
It's pretty good, though.
Fran, what's it been like for you? I mean, again, I know I probably asked you this question last year to some degree with the changing landscape, but the last year has been much crazier than any year since you've been in this business, I would think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think the last year has probably been crazier than all of the other ones put together in a way.
Yeah, I think we're in unbelievable times in college athletics, and I think it's going to take us a couple of years to center, 3 to 5 perhaps, something like that. We'll figure out where we are. Need a little bit of governance.
You'll still be coaching that.
Hopefully.
We shall
Hopefully
see.
he will.
We shall see. But I think it's there's some good in all of this. You know, I think people are trying to fight their way through this, and then some of these kids who are making some pretty significant dollars, it's okay. It's okay to make some money. But we need some centering for sure. And so I think it's, right now we're in free agency. We're in no salary cap with not as much governance as we need. But I hope we're going to figure this out, and for the good of the game. I just don't want the game to be suffering long term.
You guys had the most wins that you've had at LaSalle since the 2015 season this past year. With some turnover, you got some new pieces coming in. How do you continue to build on that success when it's not a situation where it's like, all right, we got 4 starters and 3 returnees coming back. You got some new faces in the program.
Well, I think the trust factor is the most important thing here. So we brought in a number of new guys, and we just need to get on the same page all the time. Like Dre and I have worked together for the last 2 years, so there's a trust that I have in him. And I'm starting to get the trust in those new guys that are there, and I talk about it all the time. When you're younger in this profession, you don't give as much ownership as you should. And then when you get a little bit older and wiser, you give the ownership to the assistant coaches. And then later in your career, you give the ownership to the players. Well, if we're coming off the 4-minute timeout late in the game, I want to know if he's on the court, tell me what you see out there. What do you want to run? And he's good enough, he's kind enough, he's considerate enough. He's going to say, we should run the thumbs down and have me coming off that staggered screen. But that's okay, as long as he steps up and makes the jumper. He can have that shot anytime he wants. But getting that trust between the player and the coach, I think, is a critical thing to all of this. And I say it all the time to ad nauseum. When the leadership comes from within the group, and that's when you have a good team. Can I provide it? Yeah, I can, but I'd rather have it come from the group.
How has he been as a leader? Is this I'll ask you first. Is this kind of your first year as that leader, and how has that been as an adjustment for you?
Yeah, I had to understand that I'm an older guy now. I'm not I redshirted my freshman year, so I'm not a younger guy anymore. But it's been a blessing. I don't take it as a challenge. I see it as a blessing. I think we have a great group of guys. They all listen. They all want to be part of the culture that we already established, when Coach first got here. So it's been amazing. It's definitely been amazing. And we feel good about it. I feel very confident about it.
What have you challenged him on? Is it that as much as anything else, or?
Yeah, I don't know that it's a challenge, to be honest with you, Jeff. For example, yesterday, we have a young kid who's a wheelchair-bound young man who loves basketball. So he's playing wheelchair basketball with him yesterday and dragging a couple of his teammates out there. Well, he's pretty good. You don't have to tell him anything. He gets it. Whatever it is, he gets it. And, it's not about you. It has nothing to do with you. It's about your team and how you can treat other people. And that kid, it made his day. And to be honest with you, it made his day just because he was there with the kids.
Shout out to Charlo.
Our man Charlo, who's...
That's pretty cool to be able to do that.
It's pretty neat stuff.
And again, give back without feeling like you're having to give back, right? Like just doing it naturally. That's kind of a gift. Not a lot of people have that.
Deshaun Shepard. I've seen you compare him to Josh Hart. Is that right?
Well, I would like to compare him to Josh. And Shep is one of those, his athleticism is off the charts, absolutely off the charts. But we talk about, and he's not the only one I talk about, a Josh Hart kind of guy. Josh Hart thinks that every rebound's supposed to be his. But what a tremendous attitude that is. And he's not going to get them all, but you know what? He's going to get way more than other guys are because he has this mindset that says, I've made the league, and this is how I can stay in the league, how I can make my money, make my mark. And I just admire that. And as much as I'm a Sixers fan, I watched the Knicks, and what they did was extraordinary. And a bunch of Villanova guys, and I'm a big Jay Wright fan as well. I think he's phenomenal. He did phenomenal work, still doing phenomenal work. And most of all, he's a good dude.
I was going to say, does it hurt your soul just a little bit to say that many nice things about a guy that played for Villanova and now plays for the Knicks?
No, when I was younger maybe, but not now when I'm older and wiser. I'm a little wacky, but I'm older and wiser.
How's the arena looking? The renovations?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
We're not there yet, but we're almost there. It's these guys have been troopers because we've been a little bit vagabondish. We're going to different places and they haven't lost their mind yet, but we're good. We're good. It's an amazing.
They're doing it in phases.
Yeah, but the last piece, we thought the stands would be available right away, but it's been a little bit more trying. Okay. But it's been an amazing project and very, very ambitious. But I think we're going to get there, and I'm happy for LaSalle.
Who was the leading scorer for the Venezuelan national team this summer? Do you know?
We really didn't have like a competition, like a real competition, but I was.
That was a loaded question.
But we really didn't have like a real competition, but like the friendly games that we play, yeah.
What's it like playing for your country?
It's awesome. I mean, it's. I love my country, I love my people. I love to represent my people, and being able to, wear my jersey and represent, the other kids that's how I was when I was looking at the national team when I was younger. So now they can look up to me and be like, I can't do this too, And
is there a big basketball culture in Venezuela?
It's more of a baseball culture, but we do like basketball a lot, yeah.
Who else? Are there any other players that have come there that people might know?
Well, it's funny because our assistant coach, John Cox, actually went to the Olympics with the Venezuelan national team, and he's now on the coaching staff. Let's say he's my coach. So it's a pretty cool story. I watched him, growing up on the TV, and then he came right after coming to LaSalle. So it's been amazing. It's been really.
Has there ever been a Venezuelan player in the NBA?
Yeah, it's been three. It's been Carl Herrera. He went to Houston University.
Yep.
Oscar Torres. He made his way from Europe and then went to the league. And then the last one was Gravis Vasquez. He was in Maryland.
Oh, I didn't realize he was
Love Gravis. You know Gravis?
Yeah, I do know him.
Gravis has one of the best personalities of anybody who's ever come through college. I mean, he just played with so much passion too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny when they would zoom in on him, like when he was playing at Maryland. You could see him like running his mouth to the fans, but he's saying something in Spanish.
Yeah,
so you can figure out what he's saying. So no, that's cool. What do you model your game after him?
No. I respect his game. I love his game, but I wouldn't say that now. I'm looking at film of JJ Redick right now. Coach made me look at film of JJ Redick.
Pretty good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So that's what I'm focusing on right now.
All right. If there's one thing, if we look up in February, you guys are sitting there, game out of first place, competing for the Atlantic 10 championship. What's the one thing that has to happen for you guys to get to that level?
There's many things that had to happen. I will say that, not to answer your question, but I will say we have like a big weight in our shoulders. Not that we care about the preseason pool, but it's we like being there, right? We like being there, so we like playing with that pressure. We like being part of that pressure. and I think it's going to help us, commit to ourselves and get there.
Little bulletin board material there.
Yeah.
You want that answer from me?
I would love that answer.
Complete and total buy-in, not by necessarily them to me, but them to themselves. And sacrifice defensively. Make sure that they, that they take it really personally if somebody scores on them, and then just take care of the basketball. And let's say he's already made 2 jumpers in a row. Those guys that have the ball a lot, let's be looking him for a third. And then if they guard him with 2 guys on occasion, and somebody slips to the basket, we make a good decision. But it's just that complete buy-in to that it's not about us. It's not about us individually. It's about us as a team. And if we can get that, then we'll feel pretty good about ourselves.
That was a better answer.
Yeah. No, I liked your answer,
yeah,
man.
you both.
I liked your answer.
He speaks like a coach.
Yeah.
And a leader.
He's
I
a
mean,
good
he
man.
does.
Bottom line, he's a good human being.
You can tell.
Yeah,
You can tell.
he's got it going
Very nice
on.
meeting you.
Thank you.
Great seeing you. I'm glad we closed
Thank you
with
so
you
much.
guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank
Good
you
to
so
see you.
much.
You know
Great to
that.
see you. Thank you
Fran,
very much.
Phil's going to get it done?
I hope so. That'd be great. Tomorrow night's a big game.
It is.
It's a big game. I think that's a huge message is sent by tomorrow's game.
You got
we're
faith in
hoping
Aaron Nola?
I do. I'm a Nola guy. I think he's got it going on, and I think he's a good man. So I'm rooting like crazy for a lot of reasons.
This has been Atlantic 10 Media Day. It's always a blast when we are able to come up here. We really appreciate Drew Dickerson and Bernadette and all of you guys, all the coaches, all the players.
We have a blast.
This is year 3, 4, and every single year we come up, we're saying, oh man, it's going to be 6 hours, and then it just
goes by,
flies by. So it's great, it's fun. We love this league. We're rooting for this league, and let's get a 6-bid A10. We're
How many more hats did you have? This is the only hat you brought?
That's the only one.
I have a Red
if you
Sox
want,
hat in
do you?
If you want it, if you want to wear it out,
I can't
go ahead.
bring it out.
If you want to wear it out,
I
go ahead,
appreciate
Fran.
Fran, the Red Sox hat isn't coming out.
Yeah.
Bad year.
It's a hell of a franchise, though.
Bad year.
Fantastic
They got to
franchise.
spend money.
Yeah.
They're cheap right now.
Understood.
We will see you guys tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Jeff and I are going to be in Sioux Falls, South Dakota for Summit League Media Day. So
how about
that'll
that?
be fun.
Good for you.
I have
That's
2
right.
flights with him, an hour layover. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I got
for you.
first class. I'm good.
Yeah.
Good for you. Enjoy.
See you guys tomorrow.
Enjoy.